Let me. Oh no, I can hear myself. That's not good. Give me a second. I'll be back. Sorry. Okay. Can you hear me, Billy?
Yes.
Oh. I think I can hear you, but with strong echo.
Right.
That's annoying. Hang on a minute. Oh man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. I hope this works. If it does work, please just send a thumbs up or something in the chat to give me some kind of feedback, because currently I have no idea. It looks like it's working and there's no echo anymore. We had some echo issues. Yeah, just waiting for the confirmation and then we can move on. Okay. Don't know how strong the delay is. Yes, we can hear you and see you. Oh, that's
yeah,
great.
it's not
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay,
good here. Like
the delay is quite significant, but hey, everything works, so I'll take it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know. Welcome to the Bat Appreciation Day live stream, where we're going to have speakers from all around the world for a good 12 hours straight. Please, yeah, it's going to be a long day for me. And I tried to do this in a somewhat logical way, where we are kind of following the evening around the world. Obviously, people's availability is a challenge when doing so. So that's why some of the sessions are a little bit of a mix of loads of different things. But hey, we are starting in New Zealand, and then we move on to Australia, which is kind of where the logic would want us to start. We'll start with Billy, who's going to be talking to us about bats in New Zealand. Now, I'm really happy that we have this presentation because I started doing these live streams in 2021 for International Bat Night. I did one in 21, one in 22, then I skipped 2 years. But I really wanted a presentation from New Zealand because I love that country. I have been there a couple of times, saw the bats there. They're amazing. And I really wanted people to kind of learn more about the bats from New Zealand. So I'm really happy that Billy is here with us today to talk to us about those bats. So I'm going to cut to Billy.
Great. Kia ora, everyone out there. Good morning, good evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for you. 7 o'clock in the evening here in New Zealand, and it's got a bit dark to witness any bats tonight. So I'm just going to be presenting a project that we're doing here in the Franklin in New Zealand. That's part of the Auckland region. It's called Finding Franklin Bats, and it's presented and organised by Auckland Council and EcoQuest and Fighting, Predator Control Franklin. I'm a volunteer for that. It's a community-based project. I was involved at pretty much the first community meeting that they had, and we're 2 years into a 5-year study. Results are limited, but we can go through a bit of a presentation that we've put together last year. So we've got last year's results. This year's season's just finished, so we don't have any results to present for that yet, unfortunately, but there'll be a whole lot more to come in the next 3 years or so. So we'll just jump straight into that presentation then, I think. We can, Nils. Like I say, it's been 5-year. It's planned to be a 5-year presentation. We've got Predator Free Franklin initiated this project through Auckland Council. There's the research and data collection is done by EcoQuest. Natasha Banzel there is our head researcher, field operator, general camp mother for the night work. Ben Paris is our representative from Auckland Council, and we've got also Zion Flavel is our representative and our local kaitiaki or land carer. He's from Ngāti Te, which is our local tribes of Indigenous people that were here before colonialisation took over. So we're studying these cute little bats here. They're very small. These are Chionobolus tuberculatus, or long-tailed bats. Locally, we call them peka peka. They're very cute, very docile, easy to handle. They have very low mites, low diseases and stuff on them there. They're clean, friendly, fun little bats to work with. So we'll click to that next one there. And we can see that this was started in 2021, led by Predator Free Franklin. That was in the COVID lockdowns. We've known for a while that there's been bats out in this area here, like locals have known that. But as far as any official acknowledgement goes, there wasn't really that much, and there isn't still that much research being done. But particularly around the Franklin, Auckland area, bats have just really not been studied. So we're trying to cover that, answer some questions. We've known they were in Hunua, but not so much the rural landscapes. And it was the predator-free community that sort of engaged Auckland Council to get EcoQuest to engage the community to do what we're doing here. It's been a pretty huge project. It's been fun. It's huge. There's a lot of volunteer hours go into this. There's EcoQuest students that complete their fieldwork studies here and that's part of what they do is triangulation at night time with the telemetry kits. We're studying their foraging sites and corridors that they travel on. And there was questions, of course, that wanted to be asked. They were, some basic questions like the colony sizes, which leads to the overall population size. Are they increasing or decreasing? Questions around the habitat. What kind of trees are they roosting in? Where are those trees? What kind of habitat are those trees in? Diet. What are they eating? And when are they eating that? We wanted to know about their home ranges, if they have regularly used home ranges or territory sites, possibly. Social behaviours, courtship behaviours, seasonal roosts, roost conditions, and does predator control have an effect on these colony sizes? So if we can move on to the next one, we can sort of look into about how we're trying to establish some of these. So to start off, we EcoQuest put out acoustic locators. They were out for 2-week periods, and they showed these recordings that you can see on the map there. And you can see sort of from the coastline right through to almost through to the Hunua Ranges there, there's quite a hot spot for bats. Through Waiuku, Paramahui, Mauku sort of area there. There's some areas there that have got no recordings on where ABMs were hung and they didn't pick anything up. I think data like this sort of leads to more questions as we start discovering more. We start, wanting to know more. Why aren't there bats there? I mean, there's the habitat for them there. There's not much human interference, and the colonies have always been right through this whole country. So why aren't they there? Hopefully we'll get to those answers. We've done further surveys with higher activity, and of course those are the ones that we focus on. The highest activities are the ones that we've been focusing on for our first 2 years. If we click to the next, we'll see possibly where that was. That might be the next one. These are roost trees that we did transects for. The EcoQuest students run these. This was in 2023, 24 April. 129 trees were found in the sites that we were looking at. The species there that they were using at that time were Tarairi, Kauikaui, Tawa, Ruri, Titoki, Totara, Kaikatia, Reimu, Rewarewa, and Karaka. These are all native species, and you can see this one here has got a great big crack in it. It's hollowing out. That's quite distinctive of a lot of our native trees as they get older and reach maturity. Also a lot of smaller cracks, like a round hole type entrance with a cavity behind. They've been using those. Flaky bark they also use in the summer times. So we've discovered quite a bit about their roost trees. We'll click to the next one there. This is about their diet and what they've been eating. These studies were done by collecting guano, collected from the roost trees, and obviously microscoping that and seeing what was actually in the guano. There was pasture nets put up, which were catching these small bugs here, and these were also found. There's insects, the micro moths, flies, and the little beetles there. They were caught in the traps. But we know that bats are also eating mosquitoes throughout the country. That's quite well established data there. And these were over pasture lands and wetlands, streams, things like that. And you can see from this data that whatever's most available is what they're eating. So anything small enough to get in their mouth, they're getting in there, which isn't very big, quite small. I'll move on to the next one now. And this is for preparation for 23 catching of peka. There are multiple community days in 23 and 24. I think that's probably when I got involved with the project. We do roost walks during the day and bat walks at night, and upskilling whānau or wana or for volunteers, tangata whenua, that's people of the land here, and the landowners. Kaitiaki Land Rangers led the night tracking, which is a lot of work. The night tracking in particular is really hard work. If anyone out there has done it, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's a huge community-led, not led, but a community-based project. I volunteered for this project hoping at best to just stand back in the background and sort of watch and learn, and if I was lucky, maybe get to hold a peka and let one go. Turns out I'm qualified bat handler now, and that is due to this project. EcoQuest and Auckland Council really doing a good job there. Move on to the next one. All right, this is where we've been catching and surveying. I don't know if we can zoom in on that or not, because no, I can't really see that much on it, but these are the two main sites that we've been looking at here. Within these sites, we've found several colonies that we've been obviously catching in roost traps and banding, collecting data from. If they're nice, healthy adult bats, we'll put a transmitter on them and then we track them the next day to roosts that we can set roost traps on. Yeah, that's Malku, Waiku area. Here we are, here's the radio tracking side of it. Once they've got their transmitters on, we can figure out where they go at night through triangulation. That's a huge job. That's a massive job. That's where our kaitiaki come in and sort of manage that side of it. Simon does an amazing job there. Where do they fly? What are they going? Where are they getting to? Here's our capture results of what we're getting to. At the end of last season, we had 42 individuals that were caught. They were all females. We didn't get any males at all last year. We had 7 of them with their radio trackers on that we did the triangulation and the roost searching with. They were on for a mean of 10 days. The transmitter obviously beeps for 21, but due to pruning and sometimes rain, they drop off a bit early, which is okay. We get our data, and that's happy with that. On the next one here, we've got our roost trees that they were using. They are reusing these roost trees. There's a 50% reuse rate. You can see there the percentages of the Reo Ravatawa, Kaikatea, Totara, and Tarairi. You can see flaky bark on one of our dead trees there. In the background on all of these pictures, you can see that that's in natural and regrowth bushlands, or ngahere as it's known here. Ngahere is a functioning ecosystem of bushland. This is the fragmented remains of our original ancient forests here before the logging and the burn-offs for farming and stuff happened. And this is where we're predominantly finding a lot of our bats in little fragmented sections of ngahere like this. Highlights how valuable it is to keep these. Here's our roost tree results. 15 trees were found over 3 weeks and 5 different tree species. The mean height of the trees was 18 meters tall, and the mean diameter of breast height was 46 centimeters. Mean cavity height was 5 meters, and we have there 50% roost reuse. And there were a few roosts that were continuously used all year round, and that was based on acoustic and camera data. We'll click on to the next one there. Those trees aren't big. If you know your measurements and you can picture that in your mind, those trees aren't large like they are further down the country. Bats are found in much bigger trees and denser forests. It's not like that here, they're quite small. The landscape use results, they're foraging in a 3K radius from sort of their roost trees, and their feed zone is all quite located and small. They've got a lot of access to food out here. Foraging area is over a mosaic of streams, a couple of low-lying swamps and ponds, and pastures and native bush. That describes this land out here really well. That's pretty much what you see when you cast your eye out here. During tracking, they did not fly across the 2 main roads bordering the foraging and roosting areas. This has led us to more questions of, are they territorial? Are they using territorial? Do they defend it? Do they socially mix with each other? That's all more ongoing work that needs to be done. Acoustic monitoring in the same area confirmed that most of the activity was feeding. And over the 20 days, the peka almost always went to the same roost trees around midnight, have a little midnight nap. I don't know if that's to do with the lack of insects or quite what it is. Again, more questions asked and more research to be done. I'll click on to the next cell. If we zoom in on that, I have to put my spectacles on and we'll see what that is. This was the results from our triangulation, and this is the bats actually flying around at night. You can see them, one bat there leaving her roost in the green, and it should track on to another bat coming out of another one shortly. If that plays on, it should be playing on. Maybe click play on that possibly. That's the results of our.
It won't play on because it's a PDF. I didn't realize it was a video. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, that was the results. That's how we know how big the area is. And you can see this like triangle of the roads here that green bat was heading towards, that green locator. That's pretty much the area that they're all using right there. And then we have another colony a bit further over and another colony a bit further over, and they seem to be sticking to those areas. We'll click on to that next one there. Okay, community benefits. Landowners are taking ownership of their bats. That's really great to see. Bats are almost a bit of a myth here for a lot of people for a very long time. Now people are starting to really recognise that we do have these little bats flying around at night time and they do need protecting. That's great news. We have an increase in predator control around the roosting sites, which is essential. These bats need habitat, and they need that habitat protected from introduced pests that just take over and wipe out everything. Without that, they don't know if we're even have any left. Engagement in the library and bat walks are selling out. Those are just posted on social media locally, and they fill up 20, 25 people within half an hour every time. They're really popular and people are loving it. And we'll pop onto the next one there. This one might not play, being the videos that aren't playing, but this was a video of just our basic processing of our bats, of the measurements and the process that we do. We do a forearm length there with calipers, of course. We do snout to vent measurements. We take their weight. We do an estimate of their life stage. The heavy ones, the good healthy ones, get the transmitter put on them. There was a recording of that, but if you've seen it, you've seen it. It's just a transmitter being glued onto the back of a bat, being very gently. So we record all of this data. We put a band on that little bat with a number on it, and that number correlates to that bat and that information. And then next year we come and catch the colony again, and we run those numbers through these same process on the bat again, and that way we can tell, are they is the colony increasing or decreasing? Are they in a healthy state? It's it's great fun. It was a good 20-year bucket list of mine to hold a peka peka, and now I'm part of this process a week a month over pretty much the whole summer. We did this season, and we got some really good results. Unfortunately, I can't share any of those with you at the moment. But yeah, stay tuned to Finding Franklin Bats, and you'll get a whole lot more of this information because there's a whole lot of research being done. And those results are coming out soon. EcoQuest will be releasing those. We'll keep you updated. And I think that's pretty much me. We're close to the time when someone else is jumping onto theirs presentation. So thank you very much for listening and enjoying.
Thank you, Billy. I apologize for the lack of video. I will get it sorted and show them whenever we get a short gap in the schedule. There should be a few within an hour or so, so you probably hopefully still be around. But because I think it would be cool for people to see what we actually do with the bats, because it's not just catching them for the fun of catching them. We actually do lots of interesting data collection. And I say we because the procedures you're doing is quite standard. And I think it would be good for people to see this. But thank you very much. I do have a question for you, though. So you saw that most of the bats were kind of keep staying in a 3 kilometer radius around their roost. Do you have data from other projects in less fragmented areas? Because I'm wondering whether this is due to the fragmentation or this is due to just them not going very far.
Yeah, as far as the research goes, it's down south a lot further, and also in the South Island as well, where conditions are quite different. There's big beech forests and like huge mature trees down there, and possibly a scarcity of food. Those bats have a huge home range compared to these ones. They can be 50 to 100 kilometers of usable home range. These ones aren't like that at all. That's quite out. It was unexpected, really, as far as bat research in New Zealand goes. And that's, to me, wasn't surprising. It's that I'm familiar with these bats. I've been sort of watching them for about 20 years. I'm an arborist. I've been out in the bush in this area for 20 years, observing roosts myself and going out at night and observing bats. And it's no surprise to me that they're using the roosts that they can use in the fragmented bush and feed over the paddocks and the wetlands and the streams and go straight back home again. I mean, why would they go anywhere else? There's no reason for them to. But yeah, the data is showing more of that, and as it comes through more, as we get more data, it will either confirm or deny that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit if there's any questions that I can answer. I'm happy to. No, it's just on this. I can open it on YouTube soon. Oh yeah, I'll jump onto. Yep, I'll jump onto YouTube. Yeah, that'll be great.
Try to look semi-professional. Hey, what's? I'm sorry, I don't have the schedule in front of me, and my brain is fog. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you could switch on your video. Hello. You have slides as well, right? Yes. Yes, please. Because I need to do some live stream magic here. Oh, that's a problem. Um, that is a problem because I don't think I can change it without restarting the meeting.
There's a question there from
which
Isabel if we want to come to that while you're busy.
Yeah, sure. Let me switch to.
Curious to know if there was any reason. Yeah, there's a question there from Isabel Martin. Okay, so I think that was to do with the timing that we did that study on. That was more in the nursery roosting phase when they just recently had their pups, I think it was, for memory. But yeah, this season, we did a much more extended study, and yes, we got males. And I think it was just a timing thing, to be honest. So yeah, hopefully that answers that. We did actually take some males, Knowles. But like you say, they did the same thing. Occasionally, they revisited the roost that we caught them in, but predominantly they were in more flaky bark, canopy, and epiphyte kind of roosts that were totally untrappable and didn't really seem to have any other bats in them when we were thermaling them. So I think that's another reason why we don't catch all that many males, because they're not always with the females in the roosts where we do get our big catches. So yeah, it's just I think a behavior and a timing thing. I think more than anything is why we got more females and do predominantly get more females. But yeah, more data will answer that. Yeah, 100% knows. Yeah. We decided to tag some males just because there haven't been none before, and questions need to be answered, and there's only one way to answer those questions, and that's to get data. And yeah, confirmed what we were suspecting anyway, so no surprises there.
Oh, I'm muted, but I am not muted now. Can you hear me? Oh, I can hear.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear me through Zoom, but the live stream can't hear me. It's great. It's great. Everything's great. Anyway, so our next speaker, which I can't show you at the minute, I guess it could be a way. I don't know. It's fine. Is Kelly. She's helped me massively organizing this behemoth of a live stream. You can probably imagine that it's not easy. So she's going to talk to us about Christmas Island and the Christmas Island Pipistrel, which is a bit of a sad story. But we do sometimes need some sad stories to kind of remind us of what happens when we don't do the things we do, and why conservation is even a thing. So yeah, I'll let her talk to you about that Pipistrel. So if you want to introduce yourself now, and then
Yeah, perfect. Great. Thanks. So everyone can hear me on the live stream, I'm guessing. Yes. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's great. Great. Okay. Well, not that they can't hear you, but great they can hear me. Okay. Well, thanks, Neil. Thanks so much. And thanks everyone for joining us. I'm super excited to be here and to celebrate our awesome flying mammals. Now, I'm going to be sharing the story of the Christmas Island pipistrelle. Niels, are you able to share my slides now? Because I'm going to jump straight in because I know. Can you? I can talk about bats for hours. So just tell me what you want me to do. Okay. Did you want me to start the presentation or just randomly talk about bats? I can do both. Okay. Well, I'll start my.
yeah. So hi everyone, sorry we have more technical issues. So it turns out that if I show Kelly's presentation, we can't hear her, which is suboptimal when it's a presentation. So Kelly will chat with you for a couple of minutes while I sort this out, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
I love just talking about bats. I might start my acknowledgement because you don't need to see my PowerPoint presentation for that. I can just talk about that bit. So before I do talk about or share with you the story of the Christmas Island pipistrelle, I would like to acknowledge that I'm joining today from the unceded lands of the Whadjuk people and the Noongar Nation. They are the traditional owners who have and continue to live on and care for country here in Perth, in Western Australia. Now, because we have an international audience today, some of you might not be aware that our Indigenous Australians represent the world's longest continuing culture, living holistically with the land, seas, and the skies for over 65,000 years. They've been able to maintain and care for country to ensure its health and balance for future generations, not only for people, but also for all species, including our flying mammals. Now, one really powerful cultural practice that Indigenous people here in Australia have been using for tens of thousands of years is the act of storytelling. And this is a way to pass down knowledge and lessons for generations to ensure a sustainable future for all. And it's really in the spirit of this practice that I'll be sharing the story, hopefully, with you today, the sad story of the Christmas Island pipistrelle, a story of a bat now gone but not forgotten. And hopefully I will be able to share the story with slides and some videos of my trip to Christmas Island last year. If not, I'm sure we can work something out in the future and I'll be able to share that story with you then. I'm not sure how Niels is going with time. I can keep talking, I guess. We all love technology. I thought it was going to be me. Oh no, you're doing great. If it was me, we wouldn't even get this far. Be honest. Be honest. I'm rubbish with technology. So. Well done. Cool. Should I continue? Oh well, the best way to test it out is to give it a go, right? Unfortunately, I can see Carly. I don't think everyone else can, but as soon as I start seeing some flying foxes fly out, then maybe I can pause whatever I'm saying and we yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I do in about an hour. I'll have to head off, but we can just see how we go and yeah, take it from there. I'm pretty flexible these things. Great. Okay, cool. Right, now that I am I good to go now, Neil? Okay, awesome. All right, well, I've just done my acknowledgement, which I hope you all enjoyed. And I thought I would start by giving you a little bit of context to why I'm here talking about a little bat that I've never been fortunate to see or to work with on an island up until last year I had never actually been to. And it's all thanks to this book here, A Bat's End. I picked up this book at my local library when I moved back to Perth a couple of years ago. And I was very shocked that I wasn't more familiar with this story. This extinction actually happened when I was studying conservation biology at university in Perth, and it didn't really get a mention at all during my course, which I thought was really quite shocking reflecting back now. So the story just really, really stuck with me. And then fast forward on probably about 8 months, I was looking for a run to sign up to because I got a little unhealthy, a bit unfit, and I needed something to motivate me to get back into it. And that's where I came across the Christmas Island Marathon. And I looked at the date of the Christmas Island Marathon and I thought, oh, that date seems familiar. I don't know why I recognize that date. And it occurred to me that it is almost, or it would have been almost to the day that it would have been 15 years since the extinction of the Christmas Island pipistrelle. And I took that as a sign to join up to the marathon and talk about the Christmas Island pipistrelle every chance that I could get. And I took it one step further, which I'm not sure was the smartest decision I've ever made, but I dressed up as a bat and I ran the entire marathon in a bat suit, which you can see here. This is at the start of the run. And it was dark when we started, but by the time I had finished, it was extremely hot and the suit was extremely sweaty and stuck to me. So I'm not sure it was my best ever decision, but it was good fun. Not only that, but when we were on Christmas Island, we also ran the island's first ever bat night. We ran this with a really amazing person called Annabelle. She's the Christmas Island Flying Fox researcher that's based on the island. And we ran this bat night. I spoke about the Christmas Island pipistrelle, and Annabelle spoke about the Christmas Island Flying Fox. And we had over 90 people turn up, which was absolutely amazing. And we've been told it's the island's largest ever nature event, which is pretty unbelievable considering the island's known more for its birds and for its red crabs. So we were pretty thrilled with the turnout there and how we could actually mark this event. So anyway, that's enough about me and my crazy ideas of dressing up as a bat. Let's have a look at Christmas Island now. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Christmas Island, It is an Australian territory, but as you can see from this map here, it's actually closer to Indonesia than what it is to Australia. And you can also hopefully see from the map that it is a very small island, only 135 kilometers squared, so very tiny. I'll draw your attention to Flying Fish Cove up in the northeast corner. That is the settlement. I might mention that later on, so just might be worth making note of where that is. And for those people that do know Christmas Island, most of you know it for the red crab migration, which happens every year, where thousands and thousands of red crabs descend on the island. So what about our little bat, our Christmas Island pipistrelle? Well, the pipistrelle was once known as the, sorry, just 1 second, I just need to mute someone, I think. Great, sorry about that. So it was once known as the smallest bat in Australia, weighing as little as 2.5 grams. As it's Christmas, if you imagine having 1 or 2 Smarties in your hand, that's probably about the same weight as our little bat, so very, very small. And it was a generalist bat, widespread and common across the entire island, including the settlement. And it was one of 5 native terrestrial mammals. The others, including the Christmas Island shrew, which is still listed as critically endangered, but is considered extinct by many. The most recent record is from the 1980s, but before that, the 1990s. There have been extensive surveys looking for this little shrew, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to find it, so it is likely extinct. The other 2 mammals, the McClear's rat and also the bulldog rat, they were declared extinct in 1903. And then finally, we have our Christmas Island flying fox, the last remaining mammal or native mammal on the island. And I'll mention this little bat later on, is listed as critically endangered. So when was the decline of the pipistrelle first noticed? Well, let's have a look at some of the historic accounts. So in the 1900s, it was indicated as being common and widespread across the island. And then in the 1980s, when they carried out an array of different biodiversity studies on the island, they again found the pipistrelle to be common and widespread, and there was absolutely no concern for the conservation of the species. Now we fast forward to 1994, when a really amazing bat researcher known as Lindy Lumsden visited the island on holiday to help a friend with some bird surveys. And as many of us bat researchers and enthusiasts do when we go on holiday, we take some bat equipment with us, and Lindy took some harp traps and some detectors. And she recorded pretty extensively, 42 sites on the island. It's quite a good effort. But she found that 31% of sites recorded only recorded the pipistrelle. So it was a huge decline to the 1980 studies. She also found that they were widespread but patchy in distribution, and they were really uncommon in the settlement. So Lindy returned to Australia, to mainland Australia, and she raised the alarm. She told everyone what she had seen, and a lot of people did grow concerned, and there was a call for more surveys and more action to take place. However, it wasn't until 1998 when the next surveys took place, and this was surveying 82 sites, I believe it was, including Lindy's 42 sites. So quite a good effort, and you can see where those sites were here. And this is the results from those surveys. So you can see that the bat activity was not found at all around the settlement and had really retracted to only really being in the west of the island. So a huge retraction of the distribution within only a few years. Now, the next surveys really didn't start to take place until 2004, after the species was actually declared endangered, and then following that, critically endangered. And you can really see why that is from the survey results here. So by 2006, the pipistrelle had disappeared from 80% of its former range. And you can see the red dots here, that is the sites with the high bat activity. So really there was only one hotspot that remained where the bat was really found. So everyone was asking the question, what was causing the decline of the Christmas Island pipistrelle? And really, to this day, no one really knows for sure what the answer is. But there are a lot of potential causes, and I'm just going to talk about a few of those now. And the first one I'm going to talk about is the loss of bat roosts. So back when they were doing a lot of research trying to work out what the decline was, they were trying to find as many maternity roosts as they could, and they found 7 maternity roosts. But of these 7, 5 had fallen within 9 months of being found. Now, all these roosts were located on really old dying trees, and these are some examples that you can see here on the screen. And they were often located at least 9 meters off the ground, so really quite hard to access. However, there wasn't really any previous research looking at where these bats were roosting, so perhaps these roosts were actually selected in response to other disturbances, maybe in response to invasive species. Because unfortunately, when they first discovered the island, we didn't have very good biosecurity rules, and a lot of animals were introduced onto the island. So I'm not going to talk about all of them. I'm going to talk about a couple of the main ones. The first one being feral cats. So we know from studies done elsewhere that feral cats can have a huge impact on bat populations, including our microbats, our smaller bats. And even here in Western Australia last year, a researcher told me that they found 9 bats in the stomach of 1 feral cat. So it just gives you an idea of the potential impact these cats can really have on our bat populations. However, you can see here that cats were introduced in the 1890s, and it wasn't until much later that the pipistrelle started to decline. So it's unlikely that it would have been the main driver for the sudden decline. So next, let's look at the giant centipede. So giant centipede, and this one's quite similar to one found in Venezuela and South America. And we know that the giant centipedes over there have been observed predating on small little bats, similar size, sometimes bigger than our Christmas Island pipistrelle. These centipedes are actually really aggressive, they're arboreal, and just one bite can cause paralysis in our little bats. So they are potentially, or were potentially, having an impact on the bats. But again, you can see these were introduced in the 1890s, and the pipistrelle was, the decline wasn't until much later. So let's have a look at some species that were introduced more recently. So we've got the yellow crazy ant. So yellow crazy ants are again really aggressive. They form super colonies, and they really establish very quickly across the island. Yellow crazy ants are also known to kill off the red crabs on the island as well. And the red crabs are keystone species that kind of impact the vegetation. So it could have a knock-on impact for our pipistrelles. Some people also think that it was actually the management of the yellow crazy ants, so the use of pesticides or insecticides, how they actually applied that could have impacted the pipistrelle as well. And finally, I'm going to talk about the Asian wolf snake, because the Asian wolf snake is considered by many to be the main kind of driver for this extinction or decline. And that's because the wolf snake was introduced in 1987, so not too long before the pipistrelle started to decline, but also because its introduction into the settlement and then slow movement across the island really matches up where the pipistrelle started to also retract. Now, back when the researchers, the volunteers, were trying to work out what was causing the decline, they believed the wolf snake was not arboreal and it was a land-based species, and it probably didn't actually predate that much on our pipistrelles. But later on, they discovered it was actually arboreal. That likely could have got into a lot of the roost sites of some of our pipistrelles. So potentially it could have had a huge impact on our pipistrelle. But like I said, we're never going to know for sure. So from all the research that was taking place, it was predicted that the extinction of the Christmas Island pipistrelle would occur by June 2009. It's a 99% decline in only 14 years, so extremely quickly. Now, the captive breeding was recommended. However, the government responded by setting up an expert working group, and trialing captive breeding with different species, and also requested further examination of the taxonomy of the species. This really delayed captive breeding being approved until July 2009, 1 month after the prediction of the species going extinct. So we can really highlight the delays that really led to the extinction in the end. Now, that did not stop our researchers, our volunteers, going over to the island and attempting to capture remaining bats on the island. And to do this, they came up with some really ingenious plans. They put a lot of thought into how exactly they were going to really optimize their chances of catching the bats. Now, the first plan, Plan A, was to capture the bats at the roost. Now, you might remember the roost was located, or the last remaining roost was located 9 meters high, pretty hard to access. So they came up with this 9-meter freestanding platform, which I'd probably be slightly scared to climb up, but I really, I'm not sure who's standing up there, but I really admire them for getting up there and doing that. And what they were going to do is climb this platform and place this contraption over the roost. And the idea was, as the bats emerge out the roost, they'll end up in this little bag at the bottom, and they'll be able to safely transport the bats down to the ground. However, when they arrived on the island, the roost wasn't actually being used anymore, which means they weren't able to carry out Plan A. But not to worry, they had Plan B, capturing the bats in flight. And to do this, they designed this mist net tunnel, which, if anyone has done any mist netting of bats or birds before, you might be familiar with these monofilament mist nets. What they did is they sewn a lot of these together to create this tunnel. And you can see the openings at either end. So they'll place this mist net tunnel in a known flight path of the bats. And as the bats fly through this flight path, our volunteers, our researchers, everyone involved would jump out. They'll quickly shut the door, and then they'll try and maneuver the bats into the side of the mist net. Pretty amazing idea. And you can see here the photo on the left. This is the mist net tunnel that is placed in one of the flight paths of the bat. Now, what I'm going to do now is just read a couple of paragraphs, or what I'm going to do in a minute is just read a couple of paragraphs from A Bat's End, because I think John, the author, does a much better job at kind of describing what happens next. But essentially, the researchers, when they arrived on the island, they believed there only to be 1 bat left. They still went to the effort of trying to capture this bat in the hope that other bats remained. So now I'll read a couple of paragraphs quickly from John's book. So it's the evening of 26 August, humid under the dense rainforest. The last bat emerges from its daytime shelter. The bat detector signals its movement to the scientists. It flies to and fro along its regular foraging beat. For several hours, the detector bleeps frequently, then less, and then no more. The bat is not recorded again that night, and not at all the next night. The bat is never again recorded. The scientists search all nearby areas desperately over the following nights and across the island. It has gone. There are no more bats. Its corpse is not, will never be, found. It is the silent, unobtrusive death of the last individual. It is extinction. Now, usually I would play the last recording of the pipistrelle. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work when I do it on these online talks, but if anyone that is listening now would like to use the QR code, this call really does show that these researchers that had been trying to protect this bat, save this bat for the last 15 years, actually witnessed its extinction. So it's worth a listen. So just to summarize, the final 15 years of the existence of the Christmas Island pipistrelle, I just wanted to highlight this so we can see maybe what was causing, or what really caused the extinction in the end. So we can see in 94, the government was first alerted of the decline. Then it wasn't until quite a few years later that it was listed as endangered. A recovery plan was then adopted, and then it was listed as critically endangered before the recommended captive breeding really was suggested. And then finally the extinction occurred. Now, by the end, all of the Australian policy that is set about to protect our threatened species was put in place, but it really just highlights how ineffective some of these nature laws are and were, and also how critical it is for a quick response. So I mentioned when I went over to Christmas Island last year, I was pretty interested to see what had happened in the last 15 years. And so I've just got some messages popping up. Don't think I'm needed. Okay, sorry, everyone. Okay, I think I've got 5 minutes. I'll really wrap this up quickly. We are coming to the end now. So captive breeding of 2 of the remaining native reptiles on the island started shortly after the Christmas Island pipistrelle went extinct. This included the Christmas Island blue-tailed skink and also Lister's gecko. Now, these are actually really successful captive breeding programs, and I've got a little video here which I'm going to attempt to play, and hopefully it will. So when I was on the island, I got to visit the Pink House, which is where these species are being kept and bred. And the hope is that one day these species can actually be re-released onto the island. There's still some management that needs to take place for the invasive species on the island, but once that's been done, then hopefully these animals can return to where they should be. Now, what else has happened? Well, there is some invasive species management happening on the island. And again, I've got another short video here that I hopefully can show you. So they are still using an insecticide to treat the yellow crazy ants, but they're making it way more targeted now. And they're using these drones here to actually place the baits at the top of the trees, so to keep it away from the land crabs and to target areas where these yellow crazy ants actually are. So I just happened to be on the island when they were starting this management, so I was fortunate enough to get some video. And also management of the feral cats as well. So if you ever get to visit the island, you'll see lots of these traps set up all across the island. There's got to be hundreds of them everywhere. And these traps are, as it says on the video, they use urine to attract the cats. So they use it as a lure, and they've got these visual lures here that works well for the young cats. And this has been a really successful program on the island as well. Now, what else has happened on the island? Well, there's certainly more of a focus on the Christmas Island flying fox. I think there could still be more to do on this, but Annabelle has certainly done an amazing effort, and just seeing how many people turned out for our bat night really shows that the demand and the interest is there as well. And I mean, just look at that face. Who could not love that cute little face? As I mentioned, they are still critically endangered, and some of the threats to the Christmas Island flying fox include things like the feral cat, so it's good that the management is occurring to help those. And I do urge anyone that has any questions about this at all, that Annabelle is really just a wealth of knowledge. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to answer any questions on that. And I thought I would just share this really cute video, if it plays, of one of the Christmas Island flying foxes that we saw on the island. So what's quite unusual about these flying foxes is they do come out during the day. So we did get to see them in quite a few different places, which was quite nice. Many people think that the reason why they're out during the day is because there's no native predators on the island. And there's actually been some records that the pipistrelle was once used to be seen during the day as well. So that's that video there. So just quickly before I pass over to Carly. Yeah. Yes, of course. That's what I was wondering. I kept looking at the do I need to stop sharing for you to do that? Okay, good. Cool.
Let me know when I'm good to go. I'm on, no worries. Hey everyone, I am Carly Fowler. I do apologize for the noise. I'm Carly Fowler. I'm here in Queensland, Australia, specifically in Gladstone on the Central Coast. And this was a very last minute addition to this live stream. We've got a really large influx of little red flying foxes visiting our town at the moment. So where I'm at, and I'm not sure how well the camera is picking it up, but it's 360 degrees. We have got bats all around, mostly those little reds coming out. So I wanted to do a live stream and show you these guys and the immense numbers coming out. So we're easily over 250,000. I haven't done a count because I don't have enough people with me to count all the streams. So I'm just going to pop you down here. And we can, Kelly, your presentation was super interesting. So I do want to say that I'd be keen to go back to that afterwards. It's just these guys won't wait. So yeah, what you're seeing here is a flyout of Pteropus electo, black flying foxes, and Pteropus scapulatus, which are our little red flying foxes. The little reds come to this roost seasonally to give birth, and they have been doing so since time immemorial. So we have First Nations knowledge for this region from the Gurang, Byneely and Tarrabalang Bunda people that this has always had flying foxes here. And this is only 3 k's from the CBD. So if I were to pick you up and face you this way, you can see the smokestacks just very faintly in the background there. Let me just flip over so I can see my own screen a bit better. There we go. Those smokestacks just there from our power station. It's an incredibly industrial town, but that doesn't stop our bats. They come in amazing numbers. What can I talk about these guys? So the little reds are actually quite a nectivorous species. So flying foxes are what people will colloquially refer to as fruit bats. But this species, the majority of what you're seeing, most of their diet's actually nectar and pollen. So 95% is just nectar and pollen. And what that means is they're an incredibly nomadic species. They have to keep on the move to keep finding eucalyptus blossoms, bloodwoods, which is corymbia, and melaleuca blossoms, all in bloom, and they have to keep moving to find that nectar resource. Now, we have quite a significant number of bats at the moment, possibly higher than what we would kind of expect for April. This is probably what I would expect for May. One theory that is going on at the moment is there's been major flooding in Queensland. So the majority of rural Queensland has actually been flooded out with floods exceeding 1974 levels. And what has possibly happened, because this species migrates across Australia, many of the bats here have possibly been displaced from those rural areas in Queensland and have come closer to the coast where we didn't get as badly hit with the wet weather, and there's still a bit more nectar resource around. Now, the other species that's in amongst here, which every now and then you'll see a bat fly a little bit lower that looks way larger than these guys, is a black flying fox. So that's Pteropus electo. They do eat fruit. It's not quite known what the split is between fruit and nectar for those guys. They're a bit more common in our region in terms of the frequency that you see them, not by number. Obviously, the reds take that figure. Let's see. Oh, these 2 species here are not listed for conservation, like any particular conservation protection. Studies so far seem to indicate that they're doing all right, though there isn't a huge amount of data for the little reds. Because they aggregate together, it's quite often with the community, they'll see a fly out like this and you'll have misperceptions that they're actually overpopulated. So kind of the opposite of what we're hearing with Christmas Island and with New Zealand. Something that I'm quite passionate in trying to educate the community with is understanding that flying foxes aggregate. They don't move as a colony. They migrate as individuals, at least in Australia. So what that means is you are seeing right now bats all from across Queensland, from New South Wales. There's possibly some from Northern Territory as well. There's possibly some that have spent time in Victoria or even down as far as South Australia. You'll also find these species over in Western Australia, though there hasn't been radio tracking studies just yet to determine if they come all the way across to us. So it's a really tricky thing to work with the community to try and conserve these really important pollinators for Australia when they see such significant numbers. They'll see a fly out like this and go, oh, well, they don't need any help. There's plenty of them. But trying to understand that not every town looks like this right now. In fact, we've got word from just north of us, Rockhampton, all their colonies are empty right now. And I've replied back to those carers saying, well, I know where they are. Here's where they are currently in our town. Now, unfortunately, because it is dusk and my camera's not amazing, you can't quite get a full scale of just how thick these guys are. Sorry, I'm not too sure what my phone's doing right now. There we go. So we've got this really solid stream coming through here, but I've been facing you towards the sunset just because you can see the silhouettes, but there's also streams going on behind the camera. So 360 degrees every which way from this roost. Yeah, and because the roost has already started its flyer, it's incredibly loud, but it will settle down in about 5-10 minutes. Once they're in the air, they quieten down. I don't have the YouTube open, so, oh, sorry. Where this is, so this is Gladstone, Queensland. So central Queensland, if you imagine a picture of Australia, Queensland is a very large state on the northeastern side of Australia. And we're on the central, like central Queensland, so about halfway up the coast. This is seasonal, so go back 2 months ago and this flyer was not here whatsoever. We had maybe 1,000, 2,000 blacks. So it's really dynamic, really variable. And it just so happened it was very lucky right before this live stream that all these guys have rocked up and I sent the message through saying, hey, do you want to fly out of a huge number of bats? There's still really strong streams going out into the distance there, but it's too dark to really see them. But so the little reds will be here for a little while they give birth. So they peak with their birthing towards late April into May after a 5-month pregnancy. And for a little animal, that's a very long pregnancy. And then it varies depending on the flying fox species, but generally around that like 8 to 12 weeks old is when they first take their flight in amongst the roost and then their first independent flight out of the roost. So we know the little reds, at least the mums with bubs, are going to be here at least that long. The black flying foxes, however, they give birth at kind of the opposite time of year, peaking in November for this area. So they could leave if they choose to. Sometimes they do. So what often happens is the little reds will come in. Little reds really clump together. They roost really densely. I'm just coming up to a street light up here. You'll be able to see them in that light. When the little reds move in, they quite often push the blacks out to a different side of the roost. Fortunately here, there's plenty of mangroves for them to kind of spill over into. But we've got some quite close here. Unfortunately, the camera's really dim. You can't see that. That's right. Keep it facing that way. Yeah. So all over the place. So the ones that are flying in the directions going out that way, that's actually east. So they're going towards the islands right now. So we have Curtis Island off the coast, as well as Facing Island, and a couple of other smaller islands. I'm just coming up to this street light. You might be able to see them flying through this light. Heading out to the islands there, but I can also see streams going north. So they would be going towards Mount Larkham and further north into Rockhampton. The black flying foxes, I hope I don't misquote the numbers. I think they've been recorded traveling up to 91 kilometers in a 24-hour period. And then the little reds, I can't quite remember what the 24-hour period is, but I know that they are the longest distance of our species on average. So they travel an average of over 5,000 kilometers each year. I'm not actually sure if that's showing up. Yeah, it's a bit dim to see them. They're still coming out well and truly thick, but it's just getting a bit too dim for an iPhone to pick up. There's also a couple in the street here, but yeah, so I just wanted to jump in and give a quick fly out. It's getting a bit too dim to show the details, but if anyone who's tuning in wants to see more of these guys, I'm a volunteer with Bat Conservation Rescue Queensland. You can see on the top of the hat there. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram. We are a rescue and conservation organisation operating across Queensland, not just for these guys, but also for our little microbats. So check us out if you want to see more footage of these guys. And I suppose only one other little tidbit I should add on with this particular roost. So I said at the start that there's First Nations knowledge that it has been here since time immemorial. So the park actually just across the water here is called Burgoyne Park, which means little red flying fox. So that is traditional language for flying fox in Gureng language, I believe. And so this is a historic roost. So we've got anecdotal records by word of mouth that they've been here since the 70s. There's published literature of 500,000 counts in the 1990s. So it's well and truly established at this spot. But even so, the community doesn't actually know. Like, you'll notice there's no one here. This is a huge roost, but no one actually realizes this is where they're roosting. It's a good example of how inconspicuous a very loud and noisy roost can be, even when in a very populated area. Yeah, we're now getting a bit too dim, so I might, what are you thinking, Niels? I'm thinking we might have to cut it there just because we're getting a bit too dark, but I can jump onto the YouTube if people have got questions. Yeah. Oh, good. It's really cool to see. Come up to Queensland. If you are looking, so for bat roost watching, I will just list off a little bit of etiquette. So this roost here, you're lucky that there's a road alongside it, so I can walk along the road. Never walk under the roost and go into the roost because you can disturb the bats and cause them to stress, especially if it's during a time of year when they have pups. The best thing to do, these guys are quite familiar with me coming to the roost, so they actually didn't panic too much, but pick a spot and either bring a camp chair and sit back from the roost a little bit and watch them fly over. Don't walk right up and make sudden movements because you might run the risk of a bat accidentally running into you. And wear insect repellent. I should give a warning on that. If you're going to mangroves, there are so many mozzies about, so bring that along. But yeah, otherwise I highly recommend people go out, visit your local roosts. If you check on iNaturalist, that's often where you'll see people log records on where they are. Go out, have a look, take photos, put those photos onto iNaturalist so there's more data of where the roosts are. And then that helps in terms of the government and protection of these areas. Is better having that citizen science data on where to find them. Whew. Sorry, but yes, it's now complete. Oh, I look at the camera, it's completely dark now. A lot of that is sunset, and then we've got sky glow as well. So an extremely industrial area, which these guys don't seem to mind, surprisingly. Exactly. Yeah, flying foxes are very adaptable, which unfortunately is where they're coming into conflict with people. So there's more and more human development, and the bats are learning to adapt with what humans are doing. And unfortunately, the way a lot of the community perceives that is, oh, the bats are invading our towns, or how dare they come into our towns, when really I think it's actually impressive, and it's something worth commending, that you've got these wild animals that in a relatively short space of time, when you're talking in terms of evolution, are adapting really quickly to highly disturbed and highly fragmented environments. So I think we need to give them a hand and congratulate them, and then educate people that this is to be expected, and is likely that it will only continue growing into the future as they adapt further. We're also right next to an airport. No worries. Yep. Yeah, no. Well, that's a pre-filmed one, but yes, I'll be hanging in the YouTube. No worries. Thank you.
Cool. And I'm still sharing, so everything's good, right? Oh, awesome. Yeah, thanks, Carly. That was awesome. Thanks so much for doing that. I hope everyone enjoyed it. It was definitely worth interrupting my talk for, so I'm not at all sad about that. I've only got probably about another minute, so I'll make it really quick. But just following on, and for those that have joined since, I was sharing the story of the Christmas Island pipistrelle, and spoke a little bit about the Christmas Island flying fox as well, which is the last remaining native mammal on Christmas Island. It's currently listed as critically endangered, and a super cute and important mammal that we should ensure we protect. And this is really just one of the last slides, and it was just highlighting what we can all do. And firstly, what we can do is not to lose hope, because I know when we're faced with a lot of sad stories, and a lot of us feeling like we're fighting an endless battle a lot of the time, but to know collectively there are a lot of us out there that are fighting for the right thing to do, and collectively we can all make a difference. So don't lose hope, and know that you're not alone as well. There's lots of really amazing people out there that can support you. So yeah, that's number one, because I've definitely been there as well. Two is to share the story of the Christmas Island pipistrelle, to make sure that we don't let it happen again. And there's lots that we can learn from here, and John's book can definitely highlight some of the things that we should really learn from that. So definitely suggest reading that book. Don't read it all in once. It's a hard read. Maybe have some chocolate or something to get you through it. But yeah, definitely some really important lessons in there. And you may even know stories yourself of other bat species that you can share as well. Just spread that kind of message around, because storytelling is really valuable. And finally, fight for stronger nature laws. I believe that that's one of the reasons that really led to the extinction of the pipistrelle. If we had stronger nature laws, then we could have enabled quicker response from government, and that would have allowed a lot of the researchers and the volunteers really do what they needed to do, and also have sufficient funding to allow them to do that. So in Australia, we're heading up to a federal election. So for those based in Australia, definitely vote for nature. And I'm sure there's other elections going on around the world as well. So I'd just say put nature first, and yeah, remember the stories like this one of the Christmas Island pipistrelle. probably talk more about that than I planned to. So I'll move on to my last slide now, which is really just a thank you slide, especially to Lindy, who provided many of the pictures and maps and diagrams, Annabelle for helping me with the bat night that we had on Christmas Island, and everyone else involved as well. And Niels, thanks for having me. It's been really lovely. And I think that's it. I'll hang around for questions on the YouTube thing as well.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Kelly, for this presentation. Apologies again for the interruption. But yeah, it's very interesting, and it's really important to keep, like you said, to keep talking about this, because this is one of the rare cases where we have witnessed, well, not we personally, but we as a society have witnessed the extinction. Because most of the time when we read about extinctions, it's 1800s or when the island was colonized, stuff like that. But this one is not. So we have this tale of what happened, and the tricky part is to make sure that we learn from this, which we can like you said, keep staying hopeful is what I'll go with. But yeah, thank you. And again, I really recommend the book as well as you do. But I agree that it's a tough read. But it's yeah, there's not many books that are on bats that are just stories that you can just read. But this is definitely one of the better ones. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm not seeing any questions, but the delay is about many seconds. Don't know exactly how long, but it's quite a significant delay. But yeah, but I'm the next speaker, so I don't. It's fine. Yeah. 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 Good luck with your survey. Thank you for fitting us in before the survey. Yeah, bad people are just crazy. Just. Yeah. Thank you. They can't. Okay.
Oh no, that's fine. I just said thanks to everyone for listening. In time as well, did we? Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we should move on to my presentation. And so my presentation is about, well, I have two today, but the first one is about a project I called Big Bat Year. That is a world tour I did in 2019. It's been a few years now. But it is kind of the story behind this live stream. And it's coming back from that world tour that I decided to organize first the International Bat Night live streams, which were the end of August. And then I moved it to this date. There's kind of due dates associated with BAT. It's International Bat Night on the last Saturday of August, and the 17th of April, which is Bat Appreciation Day. This date works better for most countries around the world because it's not peak survey season in most places. And it's kind of in between everywhere. So there's bat activities in most places because at the end of August, for example, if you go to New Zealand, there's no bat activity. So it's kind of tricky to program it that day. That's why it changed. And yeah, so when coming back from that world tour, I had met so many people around the world that I thought it would be nice to have a platform where they can talk about their work. And that's kind of where I thought, hey, how about we do a live stream? Which was a crazy idea, still is. But yeah, that's kind of the story behind it. So let me switch to, because obviously I have a very different system. Okay, there we go. That's my slides. Great. I think you can hear me and see my slides. Okay. So the reason it's called a Big Bat Year is something that's fairly well known in the birdwatching community is called a big year, where you'll pick an area. It could be your local county or district. It could be your country. It can be the world. And the goal is from the 1st of January until the 31st of December, so an entire calendar year, is to see as many species as possible. And so there's rankings and everything. It is turning birdwatching into a semi-competitive thing. But a lot of people are only competing with themselves, and they do it every year in their county, in their local area, for example, and they'll try to see more species every year, something like this. No one had ever done this with bats. Now I understand why, but that's beside the point. But I wanted to take this approach to kind of show bats in a different way, okay? And one of the things I wanted to achieve with this was also maybe get birdwatchers involved with bats more. And by picking this famous birdwatching structure, I was able to do so. First, we start with some numbers. So I recorded 400 bat species in total in a year. That is a little under a quarter of the world's bat diversity, which is not bad for a first attempt. 259 of them I was able to record sound of, so they're echolocation calls. I photographed 149 of those species. And all this was done in 29 countries. Obviously, as I started my naturalist career, if I can call it that, with birdwatching, I also paid attention to the birds I could see or hear, and I got 2,085 of them. And then inevitably, when you spend a lot of time at night looking for bats, you will also see other mammals, and I got 198. All of those are very close to round numbers, and it drives me nuts, but nothing I could do about that. So these are the countries and locations I visited. So as you can see, it's quite a spread across the world, but it is missing certain key regions. So I was, when you're trying to fit everything in the year, come up against lots of logistical challenges. I also tried to go to places where I could meet people. I could perhaps join ongoing projects, things like that. So I wasn't always able to organize this. I can't tell you how many times I sent a message to someone saying, hey, can we meet? I'll be in the country that week. And that is the 1 week in the year where they were away from the country, out of the country. So that is just the reality of doing it that way. Personally, I would not necessarily recommending doing it that way, but at least doing it this way, I was able to gain some traction and talk about it and talk about bats to people who wouldn't necessarily, who we wouldn't necessarily be able to reach on social media, for example. The first thing that surprised me is, it kind of goes back to what Carly said, where you will see bats in the most unlikely places. Is how often I was able to see bats in cities. I don't love cities, but when you do a lot of traveling, you will inevitably spend time in cities because you're between flights, you have to catch buses, or you're meeting with someone, doesn't matter. You will spend time in cities. So I tried to make the best of those stays in cities. So one example is, there's examples across the region. This is in Fiji. This is the Pacific flying fox. And there's a roost inside the presidential compound in the capital city. It's great because there it is protected, because in the forest they do get hunted. But obviously on those grounds you will get hunted yourself if you enter. So the bats are nice and protected there. And it's always great to see any kind of bat in an urban environment, but flying foxes specifically. But it's also quite surprising to see that a little bit like Carly said, is they're so close, yet most people just don't look at them. They're just part of the background noise, I guess. But yeah, that is quite interesting. And then this is in Australia. There should be a video. I don't know if it's playing. It is playing, probably without sound. Yeah, it is playing without sound. But so this is in Cairns. Or this was in Cairns. I'm not sure the roost still exists, but it was next to the library, I believe. A big spectacle flying fox roost, which, yeah, again, like Carly said, just was causing some controversy because people didn't like them because they were noisy, they were smelly, or whatever. They were invading their space, which no, they were there well before the city was there. But hey, so I'm not sure whether the roost is still there or not. I know there were some attempts at kicking out the bats. I don't know where that stands now. But yeah, goes to show that bats in environments for us bat people quite cool. But they do. If this is the only interaction people have with bats, is all the noise, and because you could see, people are living very close to them. If this is the only interaction they have with the bats, you might understand why they don't have the most positive attitude towards them, especially when you see all the misinformation you can read online about how they carry all the disease and everything. Yeah. Now, some of the bats I met in cities were not free. So I visited a few markets in Jakarta in Indonesia, because I'd read about these markets where people sell all sorts of bird species, and I'd heard that sometimes they have bats as well. And I kind of wanted to witness this. First, because I hadn't seen many pictures of bats in bats being sold on markets, and I kind of wanted pictures to be able to illustrate things. And since then, these pictures have been used by quite a few people for articles on the topic of bat hunting and bat trade. So I did eventually find a guy who was selling bats. So this is the largest bat in the world. It's Pteris vampirus. On a cage that was far too small for it, because it couldn't even just hang properly. The cage was too short for that. So it looked very sad. The cage was full of old fruit that they had eaten. And obviously, yeah, they were being sold for pennies. It was sad. But yeah, so this was more of a photojournalism attempt, if I can call it that, because I wanted to document this this bat trade. Another thing I discovered is sometimes turning on a bat recorder in the middle of a very busy city can still be a good recipe for good surprises. So this is the capital of Madagascar. Antananarivo is the full name. And yeah, I stayed a few nights there. And every night I would turn on my bat recorder, and I recorded some very low frequency echolocation calls. Actually, I turned on the bat recorder because I could hear them. And I thought, this is interesting. It turns out to be Automops madagascariensis, which is an endemic species, a very large free-flying, free-tailed bat, sorry. It is obviously free-flying. But it's quite rare. It is, I think, known from about a dozen locations across the island, and one of those locations is the capital city. So it was amazing. I was able to find a rare species this easily just by walking out of my hotel, hearing them, turning on the bat recorder, and yeah. So again, lots of good surprises when I was in cities. The last city I'll show you, actually, there's a couple more cities, but anyway, I also visited some ancient cities. So this is in Mexico. Lots of the temples have, and that's true for many sort of abandoned buildings around the world, they will often be home to bats. And so in this case, it is a free-tailed bat species. They're roosting between the rocks and in cracks and things like that. So if you're ever in an area that has ruins or abandoned buildings, it's always worth checking because you should be able to see some cute little bats in there. This is another case of a somewhat controversial bat cohabitation. This is in a city in Kenya. I can't quite remember the name just yet. It will come back to me. This is a roost of the storm-colored fruit bat. It is a long-distance migrant of fruit bats. It crosses Africa, which is quite a significant distance. So this is in Mombasa in Kenya on the coast. So the cohabitation was mostly fine, and then COVID hit. And at that time, there started to be a lot of articles about how bats were the origin of COVID, and that they were carrying COVID and transmitting it. And so I'm not sure this particular roost got impacted, but I know roosts around the world got roosts that people were fine having near them. Suddenly they were no longer fine with those, and there was a lot of roost destruction, and just a lot of bats did end up getting killed because of all the misinformation, which is obviously not great. And then the last urban bats example I'm going to show you is this one. This is the beautiful Belgian coast. It's mostly all built up, all the dunes and everything. There's a tiny bit left, but mostly it's just gone. So this is what we are left with. And bats are kind of, they had to find a way to adapt. And the way they found to adapt was using the outside of buildings as day roosts. And so you should be able to see my mouse, but in the top of the picture here, there is a bat. Obviously there is also the plushie, but the plushie is just there for comedic effect. So this is a Narcissus pipistrelle that is roosting on the outside of a building. They're also long distance migrant. I think the record is 2,400 kilometers, something crazy like that. And what we have found is that during the day, particularly in the autumn, they will be found roosting on the outside of buildings in Belgium and the Netherlands. And I know they have also been found on the cliffs on the English side of the channel. So perhaps that is what they would normally do, is be on the cliffs, but then in the absence of cliffs and in the presence of these cliff-esque structures, they use those instead. And so I had done a couple of surveys prior to this Big Bat Year, and I thought I can just go back in September, try to find a couple, just because it is a very cool phenomenon. There's so much that we don't know. We don't really know whether the ones that are on the outside of buildings are the only ones that are stopping there, or whether perhaps the ones that are on the outside of buildings are the only ones that we can see. And that actually there's a lot more that are just hidden elsewhere. I did a tiny bit of sort of amateur research where I would stay there for a week, try to find individuals, and then come back every evening to check on each individual. And I found that mostly they stay 2 to 3 nights without moving at all, and then they would fly off, which is quite interesting as well. So they do appear to be taking quite long rests when doing so. Obviously, urban bats weren't the main thing I was interested in. I did I did want to go deep into the jungle or any kind of native forest. So this is one such forest. This is a cloud forest in the island of New Guinea on the Indonesian side, so in West Papua. During that world tour, I discovered that I love cloud forests because they look eerie, they look mysterious. They're also they're generally at high altitudes, and most species at higher altitudes are a little bit tougher, a little bit, I don't know, rough around the edges, a little bit scruffier, especially bats, which I think is cool as well. The conditions are just harsher. So yeah, it's my kind of forest. It's also nowhere near as loud as a tropical rainforest where you have a lot more insects. So I do quite like that as well because I do find the jungle generally too loud. But yeah, so this was in West Papua, and so my friend and I spent some time there looking for all sorts of bats with very little information in terms of what we could find or what we did find, how to identify it. So it was a challenge, probably one of the worst ones that I experienced that year. But it was incredibly rewarding whenever we did find something. Yeah. This is the island of New Caledonia. I think it's a couple of hours drive from Nouméa, the capital city. And this is the last known location of the New Caledonian long-eared bat. And I wanted to visit that. The last record was 2002. I wanted to visit that location because I wanted to give it a try. I wanted to see if I could walk around the area with my bat recorder and maybe record it. And well, I did. It took me about an hour or so, which is not that long. But yeah, I did record calls that appear to be very typical of that genus, and being the only species of that genus on the island, it should be that species. Obviously, without catching it, it's impossible to be absolutely certain. But in my opinion, the calls do look very good for that species. I also had some kind of unexpected. I had lots of unexpected encounters, but yeah, in this case, it was a roost in Indonesia. So generally, whenever you look at fruit bats in Indonesia, it's quite depressing because they get hunted no matter where they are. Even in areas that are mostly Muslim, where people are mostly of Muslim. Words are not wording today. Areas where the predominant religion is Islam, they don't eat bats themselves, but people from neighboring villages will come and eat those bats anyway. So there's kind of nowhere bats are really safe there. But then this village I found in southern Sulawesi was so interesting because people were protecting the bats, protecting the roost, because they were able to charge people to visit the bats. And so for many people traveling to Indonesia, they would go to that area to see some nice waterfalls and whatnot. And then they would see bats. And this might actually be one of their only interactions with things like flying foxes, which is always impressive to see, even for non-bat people. And so I thought this was really an amazing example of bat-based ecotourism, of which there are not many around the world. But yeah, so this little guy was very happy to pose for me. Then we have the illustrious Bracken Cave in Texas. It is considered to be the largest roost in the world, largest cave roost in the world. Its estimates vary between 10 and 20 million, which is quite the error margin, but basically it's a lot of bats. And a little bit like we saw earlier with Carly, it's an uninterrupted stream of bats going on for hours at this point, where it's just a ton of bats. And honestly, if you are ever in Texas, I would definitely recommend the trip there. It was incredible. so you get to they have some a viewing area where you can stay there, where you can spend the evening and just watch the bats fly out. I was lucky enough to be able to stand on the other side, so that's where I could get this picture of the people behind the Mexican free-tailed bats emergence. But if you've never seen an emergence of any kind of a scale similar to that one, even, I mean, 250,000, like Carly showed us earlier, it's not necessarily the same scale as 10 million, but for most people it is, because perhaps you might have seen an emergence of 10, 20 bats. Watching one with hundreds of thousands or millions of bats is an experience that is definitely worth trying to achieve. There's a few places around the world where you can do that. If you're ever in one of those places, I would definitely recommend trying to find a location where you can do that. Usually these things are quite popular, even for non-bat people. So they might even be in regular travel guides, things like that. Yeah. I also found some really rare bats. So this is a small round leaf nose bat in Nepal. That was in a cave that one of my friends knew. And so he took us there. We spent quite a bit of time looking for it, but we did eventually find it. And it was happy enough to stay there for a couple of pictures before leaving. Now, taking pictures of bats in caves does disturb them. I'm not going to argue that. Using a flash or any kind of artificial light source is going to disturb them. However, with this kind of species, it's always a bit of a balance where, yes, you are disturbing this one species, but also this is one of the few pictures of that species. So because this cave was very close to a city, it's good to communicate about what bats are inside and that they're not doing too well. This one is not endangered per se, but most bats in caves in that area are not doing particularly well because there's a lot of disturbance. And obviously, if you put a sign there saying, "Oh, don't disturb the bats," it doesn't work as well as if you show the bats. So having good pictures of the species you are talking about is always an advantage because people don't care about what they can't see. And yeah, it just helps to have good pictures. So in this case, yes, I did disturb that one bat, but I'm hoping that pictures can help offset that a little bit. Same for this one. I did not disturb this one, but this is a rarely photographed bat species in Indonesia. I traveled to an area of to an island in Indonesia where I knew there were a few flying fox species, but I couldn't find a way to I couldn't find a reliable reference to identify them. All I had to go off of was the locals call one of them the white one, another one the red one, and another one the black one. And so I did wonder how white the white one would be, because, well, I'd never seen a white flying fox before. And then this thing flew in, and I thought, oh, that's what they mean by the white one. So this is Pteropus teminki. Again, a rarely photographed species. Since then, there's been a few more photographs that I've seen online, but generally, yeah, there's not that many. But yeah, now there's a couple more. There were a few species that that were high on my wish list. I tried to manage my expectations because everywhere I was going was new to me. It was, yeah, it was. I didn't want to set myself up for disappointment. But obviously there were some emblematic, very famous species that I did want to see. This is one of them. This is the hairy-legged vampire bat. Luckily, I met someone in Mexico who had locations where he always saw them. And then vampire bats are naturally quite inquisitive. So this one kept coming back to look at me. And so my first attempt at photographing it didn't work out, but then it came back and I was able to snap some pictures of it. Showing that clear disturbance wasn't that big because it kept coming back to the same spot. So yeah, I think that's relatively solid evidence to show that it wasn't that disturbed. There was also in the same cave, we also had the common vampire bat. Yeah, so this vampire bat feeds mostly on, I believe it's small mammals and birds, mostly birds. That's quite interesting. Then with this one, the yellow-winged bat from Africa. This one is one species I thought I really wanted to see it, and I thought I can time it to see it on my birthday. But this bat had other plans, and it showed up outside my hotel the night before. So kind of ruined my birthday, but then also just didn't. I'd been told this bat is quite hard to photograph at night because it's very light sensitive. I thought I'd give it a shot. This bat stayed for 15 minutes. I took pictures for maybe 2 minutes, and then I turned off all the lights and everything. We watched it just stay there. So again, the disturbance was probably not that significant, because it had already been hanging for about 5 minutes before I started taking pictures because I had some issues getting my gear. So again, it's yeah, it's fine trying to find a balance and acknowledging that yes, you are disturbing the bats, but trying to minimize that disturbance while also trying to get good pictures that can then be used for outreach. Again, to go back to this point of trying to minimize disturbance, I tried as much as possible to join existing surveys so that me entering the roost when I was doing that wasn't an extra visit and an extra disturbance. Okay, if I could join people who were already going to visit the roost for whatever project they had, I was myself not an extra disturbance, which was always a good thing to do. So this is in the Netherlands, where I joined a group who was doing church attic surveys to look for long-eared bats, the grey and the brown species. We found both. I was quite happy about that. And I was able to snap some pictures as well of the bats in the attics. Obviously, again, another highlight here is the Honduran white bat in Costa Rica. I was very happy when the guide at the park told me that they knew of a roost, so they took me to the roost and I was able to snap some pictures. So they are one of the leaf tent bats, so they will chew off the leaf so that both sides of it fall down, forming a little tent. And now this one was about 1 meter off the ground, which was quite a challenge to photograph, but sometimes they will be higher, making it easier to photograph them. But obviously you can imagine that because the leaf is being chewed off, they don't last that long, and generally they last a few days, and then the bats will have to move on to another leaf, chew it, and yeah. And like I said, when I was talking about numbers, I also did do some bird watching here and there. And this is the Inca tern from Peru. It's I think one of the most beautiful seabirds out there. And I was very happy to see it. Obviously, I couldn't put that many pictures of birds because this is first and foremost a bat presentation. But I did want to include at least one bird to show that, yes, I did in fact look for other things and not just bats. And finally, I wrote a book on this world tour. The book is essentially the same as the presentation I just gave you, except there's a lot more pictures, there's a lot more stories. The story I did tell in this presentation are in the book, but they're in the book with a lot more detail. So the book is really about me telling my story of traveling around the world. You might learn a thing or two about bats along the way. But it is not an academic book in any way, shape or form, okay? This is a book, it's primarily about travel, about the challenges of finding bats, about the challenges people are experiencing, researching bats, as well as about the challenges bats are experiencing. So the threats they're facing, things like that. So it is a bit of a mix of lots of things. If you scan that QR code, you'll be taken to the Pelagic Publishing website where you can order it directly. You can always find it on Amazon and other retailers as well, if you want to go that way. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and we will go back to our regular scheduled program shortly. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'll be happy to answer them at any point, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat at the same time, which is quite the challenge. Oh, that seems quite gnarly. Losing entire colonies to wood chippers and burn piles. Ouch. Yeah, that's actually not endemic to New Zealand. There's a lot of places where trees aren't checked for roosts before being chopped down or burned, and generally bats don't have time to exit. I know that in the UK, there's a lot of surveys that have to be done before cutting trees. The legislation should be, it's very similar to the one in the European Union, except most countries in the European Union do not follow that legislation. So trees aren't checked before they cut down. And that does lead to a lot of deaths in tree roosting bats, unfortunately, which is sad because it is relatively easily preventable. It's just costly because they would have to pay for surveys before chopping in the trees. So again, it's always usually the answer comes down to money. Someone somewhere is being too cheap to consider bats a priority when doing stuff, or just biodiversity in general. It's not just bats. Yeah. Okay. So thanks again. And so the next session will be a short video. It will be a bat drawing tutorial by Carly, who talked to us, who showed us a bat emergence just before I had my talk. This is a pre-recorded video, but I believe she's still around somewhere. So if you have any questions, you can pop it in the chat, and then she will get back to you. I just need to figure out how to get the video going. Yeah, please bear with me while I sort this out. I think it's this one. Yes. I'm also going to do this. Okay. So, in theory, if I do...
G'day everyone, my name's Carly and I run the art page on Facebook, Carly Fowler Mixed Arts, which is a personal art page where I upload a variety of artworks, usually relating to bats and bat conservation and education. Today I'm going to show you a really quick beginner's tutorial on how to draw a roosting flying fox, which are one of my favourite animals. And what I hope that you get out of this is a little bit of an understanding of some of the intricacies of how to draw flying foxes, and hopefully you will go from here and draw more flying foxes out in the world, out in art, increasing their representation with the community. You will just need a basic pencil and an eraser and a sheet of paper. You will need an eraser to be erasing some of the guidelines that I'll be showing you, so a pen won't quite work unless you're just doing a quick sketch. But anyway, if you've got that ready, or if you just want to follow along, let's get into it. I've got my pencil, I've got my eraser, I've got my sheet of paper, and we are going to draw a really simplified sleeping flying fox. I've made a reference sheet here with photos I've taken from some of my local roosts and the different species. And I'm going to give you a really simplified version of that shape onto your paper. So starting maybe about a quarter of the way down your page, mark roughly midway across. This is going to be a top of a nice long skinny triangle, an isosceles triangle. It does not need to be perfectly straight. Going to go nice and quick. If I'm going a bit too fast, please hit the pause button. I can say go just a little bit wider on that. I've drawn that a bit too skinny. Nice tall triangle, like that, and across. I'm then going to draw a semicircle on the bottom so it looks like an upside down ice cream. Like that, upside down ice cream. I'm going to erase this line that I mucked up here. Ice cream. Now at this corner and this corner we're going to draw two circles. These are going to be the wrists of the flying fox. So circle number 1. Circle number 2. They don't need to be perfect, and they also don't need to be perfect. It's just to give you a rough round shape. In halfway across this line, so your center mark, I want you to draw just a little dash and a little dash on this one as well. That's just to help guide you later with placing a few of the next parts. Now we're going to draw the first finger bone, so you can see this reference off the side here. We're not drawing exactly like this, but close enough is good enough. So coming up from the center line, so that you're just above where those circles end, draw a slight mark, and then you're going to draw a straight line from that corner up to that mark. Then from that mark, it's going to wrap back down again to just the top of this circle here. Awesome. We're going to draw the next finger, so come up slightly from your first knuckle here and then across, because you don't want it perfectly on top of each other, because you imagine this bat has his wing wrapped around, and you can see if I wrap my fingers, the knuckles don't line up perfectly when they're wrapped around something. It's the same with their body. So yes, as I said, up and across, draw a little mark. And for this finger bone, it's not going to be a perfect check down here. It's actually going to come out slightly. You can see it on this picture over here. It comes up and across. So we're going to do the same, up and across. You don't want it dead straight either, and you don't want it completely, horizontal. You kind of want roughly in the middle. So we're going to draw a little mark there. Same thing, straight line and a straight line. Now the next finger is a little bit harder. Again, you can see up here, it's actually a further distance from these first two fingers. So we're going to come up and then across. So if you were imagining a curved line with these knuckle bones, it would sit on that curved line up about here. I do apologise, I don't have an easier measurement to show you where that is. And for this one, again, you don't want dead straight line up here, but you also don't want horizontal. You kind of want somewhere in the middle. So I'm going to pop it there. And then I'm going to draw my straight line. So straight line there. And a straight line there. Excellent. I'm now going to draw the knuckle bones of where these bones are coming out on the side, because there's bones wrapping around the body, so you'll see these little semicircle marks. So just draw these little shells over your marks, which is where the knuckle bones are going to be, which are very, very fine and very thin on a flying fox. But you can still see an indication of them, or the bone when they're roosting. From those shells, draw sweeping curved lines to join them up. And this is the skin. So you want it to ever so slightly be concave, because the skin kind of lays between the bones. And then same thing up to the top here. Don't go to the point, go to the, I suppose, the side of your point slightly. And then it is sweeping curve. Now on this side, this is going to be a wrist. If you're drawing a really simple flying fox, you can just draw one straight curve across here. But I like to add just a couple of little bumps as an indication of that rear wing that you can see behind there. So just a slight bump and a slight bump and then I'm going to join them up just to the edge of that circle. So my bump got a little bit lost just then, but that's okay. Slight bump. And then same from the side of your point, not directly from the point itself. Nice curved line. Awesome. We have an indication of our wings now. We're going to now fill in the wrists. So that's what these circles are indicating. So you want to follow your circle that you've already drawn with your wrist, but then rather than wrapping in at the corner here, you're going to go kind of straight or sweeping curve about down to that first knuckle bone there. So sweeping curve there. And then here, tucking into this little semicircle, that little shell over there. With this wrist, so this wrist is behind that wing, which means I've ever so slightly drawn my circle in the wrong spot, but we're going to come up and around and tuck underneath. So I've already noticed just a slight mistake here. I think I actually want to have this just a little bit further out, so I'm going to correct that, which is all good with drawing. It's all learning. Perfectly fine to make little errors like that. Okay, we'll keep moving. The heads of flying foxes, it does vary depending on the species, but I like to imagine the top of their head kind of like a trapezium. There's kind of, you can almost imagine a straight line here rather than it being a perfect curve. So I'm going to do the same thing to our bottom of our ice cream cone. I'm going to draw a straight line across that's parallel to this one. About there. It doesn't matter if you think you've cut in a bit too close. If you've drawn it closer, it just means the bat's face is going to be a little bit more hidden. And then from that straight line, from that corner to that corner, I'm going to draw a very faint line. Same on this side, that corner, straight line. Now drawing those angled lines, what that does for you is gives you a nice guide on where to put the ears. Now the ears come in all different shapes and sizes. I've seen flying foxes with really round ears, almost like a teddy bear, and then I've seen other flying foxes with really pointy ears, almost like a Hollywood depiction of a bat. So don't get too hung up on the ears, but they're going to go, whatever you draw, they're going to go at these corners of that trapezium. There. And then finally the face. Now I find this the hardest part. What usually happens when I'm drawing flying foxes is I'll draw the eyes, erase them, draw them again, erase them, draw them again. I'm not going to do that this time, otherwise we'll be here forever. But you'll want your eyes obviously on this side of this center line, but no further up than halfway between that line and that line. So you're going to draw them about here, and they're going to be closed because it's much easier to do on a drawing. Come out, and then from this side, come out. It's a little bit off center, but that's okay. Awesome, and we have our general shape now of our flying fox. Now he's very blocky at the moment and there's still lots of guidelines. So what I am going to do is I'm going to erase some of these guidelines. This guideline here with the trapezium, you don't want to erase it completely because we still need to add his fur back in afterwards. So just very lightly erase those guidelines, but you still want to be able to just faintly see them for your own sake. Or if you feel you can go without them, that's perfectly fine, that's up to you. Erase these. And erase, oops, didn't mean to erase that one, there we go. Erase our circles, and you don't want to erase the finger bones, but where they join and where the little marks are, you want to erase those. So I'm going to get rid of this. that line there is not a finger bone. That's actually part of our guiding triangle from the start. So I am going to erase that one. And then yes, those little joins. Same on this side. Get rid of those little joins. Awesome. And then I'm going to add in the fur. Now the fur sits in front of the ear, like it's nestled in amongst it. So you've got to make sure that you draw indications of fur. So I'm just going to do a really lazy zigzag line. I can faintly see my trapezium. I'm not sure if the camera can, but I'm going to be following roughly where that trapezium was drawn. Those guidelines. Or just a really basic zigzaggy line. There are better ways to draw fur. We're going to just tuck it in like that. And then just here, just a little indication of a snout, the edge of his snout coming out. And finally, up here, he's going to be hanging by 1 foot, so we're going to imagine that his second foot's actually tucked underneath in his wing. We're going to draw a very basic branch. And then for his feet, I struggle with their feet, so I do a bit of a cheating method. I always make sure the feet are behind a branch. It's kind of like drawing hands. And I will draw 5 pointed teardrop shapes. And those are his claws holding onto that branch. And there we have it. I might just, sorry, get rid of this ever so slightly here. You now have a really simple sleeping flying fox drawing. Now, if you want to make him look a little bit more realistic, you can add in a bit of shading. So imagining the light coming down from this side, I'm going to add a little bit of shading here to make those finger bones pop out just a little bit more. Same up here. And then down here where his face is tucked in. I already want to change his eyes. As I said, I always have to trial and error the eyes, so feel free to trial and error yourself. You can draw the eyes open if you really want to. And just add a bit of shading on that wing to show that it is tucked behind that one. Just with little lines to indicate those bones. And there you have it. I reckon we can call that done. A nice, really simple flying fox. Oh, sorry. Be sure to add your signature. And yeah, if you would like to see more of my work, I usually do digital work rather than sketching like this. I also do painting like this one. So if you want to see more of that, head to my art page on Facebook, which is Carly Fowler Mixed Arts. And if you would like to see more footage of these guys and our other amazing Australian bats, check out Bat Conservation and Rescue Queensland on Facebook, and we're also on Instagram. I'm a volunteer with them. I'm a carer and a rescuer, and we are always uploading educational content and footage of these guys, which you can use as a reference guide if you would like to draw more. Thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of your day. G'day everyone, my name's Carly and I run the art page on Facebook, Carly Fowler Mixed Art.
And we are back. I think so. I can hear myself now. Couldn't hear me before. Anyway. There we go. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I thought it looked amazing, and it's nice to see a bat that's not like this, you know. Sleeping bats are always nice as well. And it's always nice when people draw anatomically correct bats anyway. So thank you very much, Carly, for your tutorial. Now the good news about those who enjoyed your tutorial is that we are now going to take a short break. Actually, no, we have one short video before we take a break, but then you can use that break to rewind a little bit on YouTube and rewatch the tutorial and draw your own bats, or visit Carly's Instagram, or visit the Queensland Bat Rescue page, any of those things. Yeah, so we'll have about a half-hour break, just because on my side of things, it's a little bit insane. I do need to remain sane, as sane as I can possibly remain. But yeah, also it's an opportunity for you to go out and get some fresh air, get some coffee, get some tea, have some lunch, have some dinner, whatever is suitable for your time. So yeah, before we do this, we will have a short video, because we are staying in the Pacific region. We are going to the island of Wallis and Futuna, which I didn't know about until yesterday. It is in the middle of the Pacific. It's one of those, I believe, overseas French territory, where, well, they have bats, surprisingly. And so we will be hearing about the bats from there. If you have any questions about the tutorial and everything, Carly is, I believe, still in the chat. So just pop them in there and she might be able to answer them.
Malote Maoli, hello everyone, I'm Aurelia Burt, a Wallisian native, and I'm going to show you this presentation about Pteropus tonganus, Peka in Wallisian and Futunian, the Pacific flying fox of Wallis and Futuna. And first of all, let me contextualize. Wallis and Futuna are two little French islands in the South Pacific Ocean, located between Fiji and Samoa Islands. There, you can find the Pacific flying fox, also called as Roussette du Pacifique in French, which is the only indigenous mammal of Wallis and Futuna. And recently, with the researcher Malik Uddin, and in collaboration with the Territorial Environmental Department, we started the first study about flying foxes of Wallis and Futuna. And for start, here is the taxonomy of the bat Pteropus tonganus. Before, the Pteropodidae family was the only family in the suborder of Megachiroptera, but new molecular study changed the classification, and now Pteropodidae are in the suborder of Yntherochiroptera. To let you know more about the Roussette du Pacifique, there is some general biology facts. The genus of Pteropus contains the biggest specimens of bat in the world. Indeed, Pteropus tonganus is no exception. The length of his body can be around 40 centimeters. The average wingspan is from 1 to 1.10 meters, and his weight around 630 grams. They have a brown to ginger color and a brown body, and some particularities of Pteropus tonganus are that they have a high sense of smell that can help them to find food up to 5 kilometers. And although they lack echolocation, they also have a high sense of sight, which help them for their nocturnal activity. To quickly talk about their reproduction and feeding, there are a few points. The reproduction cycle is spread over a 1-year period, with the gestation period spread over 4 and 6 months. And after birth, they got parental care until they weaned and reached their sexual majority at around 3 years of age. They can have only one child a year and live up to 15 years and more. Pteropus tonganus is a frugivorous and nectarivorous species, but they can also eat bark and leaf. They have a preference for fruits and flowers from some special families as Moracea, Arecacea, Myrtaceae, Sapotaceae. And here's a few examples of these families, as coconut tree and breadfruit tree. I'm now going to introduce you the beginning of our study that started a few weeks ago. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the first study about Pteropus tonganus in Wallis and Futuna. We made a survey for hunters to find out what they know about the pika and if they know what they eat, when they reproduce, where are the nests, if they know of other species, how many people still eat bats, and how they perceive them. And we also try to find a few nests to list them with the department's environmental team. To conclude this presentation, here is the first result of our survey. The hunter told us about many of the plants that bats feeds on as mango, breadfruits, tamano, papaya, June plum, coconut, pandanus, guava, and more. Some of the hunters had observed ginger individuals in Wallis and some brown and some smaller ones in Futuna. And also, the results showed us that their reproduction is a little different between Wallis and Futuna, but it should be taken with caution for now. Finally, bats are mostly perceived in a good way, especially because they are a source of food for people and principally for Futunian and old people. This is the beginning of our study, and for now, these are the only results that we have, and we can't conclude anything for now, but this is the end of my presentation, and thank you everyone for your attention. Goodbye, Malo. Malo te Mauli. Hello everyone, I'm Aurelia Burt, a Wallisian.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I thought it was interesting to add, just because, well, there's not that much research being done on many of the Pacific Islands. And like you heard, this one is just brand new survey, first time on the islands. And it's always good to hear about projects before, because generally in the academic world, you only hear about a survey once it's published, and that could be 2-3 years after the survey started or the project started. But then this event is a lot more casual, so it was also an opportunity for people to talk about what they are about to do or what they just started doing, things like that, which I think is still very interesting. And yeah, it's good that more islands around the world are being researched. Bats on islands in general are not doing too well, just because, well, habitat degradation, for example, on islands has a much bigger impact than elsewhere, because the area is smaller to begin with, and bats can't just go somewhere else because they are stuck on the island. So yeah, it's always interesting to hear about new surveys being done on islands or in general. So yeah, like I said before, we are about to take a short break. There will be a countdown on the screen just because time zones are a mess. Okay, let me tell you, I've been dealing with this thing for months now. Everybody gets confused with time zones. I get confused with times. Everybody, it's a whole mess. Okay, so instead of showing you time zones on the screen, which someone might get wrong, or I might get wrong, someone will get wrong, it's going to be a countdown on the screen, and it will all be happy, and it's great. It's great. Someone did ask me about the schedule, so I'm going to try to show it on screen, and attempt. Yeah, it actually does work. So this is what we will have. Hang on, I'm trying to put them in order somewhere. So this is what we will have after the break. So we will have a video from the UK. That's a combination of the Bats in Churches project, which is an amazing project that they have in the UK, where they're working with churches and bat folks, obviously, to make sure, because in Europe, a lot of bats use church attics. And obviously, there's a lot of concerns that people might have. Oh, we have bats. Is it safe to keep them? Everything. So yes, I will talk about the plushie in the background. Some people have noticed it. Yes. So the Bats in Church project, well, Elena will tell you all about it. And then Phil, her husband, will tell you all about his homemade bat recorder. That is incredible. Usually when someone says homemade, whatever, it's fine. This thing is incredible. You can build it yourself or you can buy it. The performance is insane. Even ignoring the price tag, which the price tag is the biggest feature in my opinion. It's very cheap, so it makes Citizen Science Project so much more accessible. But the quality is up there with much more expensive devices, which is what we needed, honestly, in this space, because Bat Acoustics is not cheap. And then we'll talk about Turkey, the Neotropics. I'll be back with a presentation about my work in UAE, and then we'll have a couple of videos about Colombia and Chile. After that, we will see, this is what I said earlier about it being a little bit of a mess. There's not one continent per session or anything. I tried to do that. I gave up immediately. So we'll be going to Armenia, Eswatini, USA, with some global perspective from John Flounders from BCI, Ukraine, the Himalayas, and then back to the USA with, again, some global perspectives from Teresa. After that, there will be another break, I believe. No, the break is before this. Okay, cool. The break is between this one and that one. And there's going to be a massive stretch. The third module is going to be huge. So we'll be talking about, we're staying in the USA for a couple more talks. Then we'll be going to Ghana, back to the USA about a citizen science project. And then Brazil, Peru, and Bangladesh to wrap up this event. So that's the schedule. Everything. So if you're not familiar with YouTube live streams, I don't know why. Yeah. Oh, I'm not showing any of it, am I? Oh. Oh boy. Okay, let me quickly show them. I am looking at them on the screen, but I didn't push them to live. So there we go. So this is what's happening shortly after the break. So UK, Turkey, Neotropics, UAE, Colombia, Chile. After that, we will have another break. And then it will be followed by Armenia, Eswatini, USA with global perspectives, Ukraine, Himalayas, USA. Then after that, we will have the last set of talks on, again, lots of USA contributions, as well as Ghana, Brazil, Peru, and Bangladesh. Okay, so this bat. They're incredibly cute. They come with a Velcro on their little bellies, so you can attach them and remove them from this leaf. It's so cute. They're made by an artist on Etsy, who I believe is from Ukraine. Kaleidoscope of Gifts is her tag on Etsy. And she makes lots of amazing bat plushies. She's made a Barbastel bat for me, which you can buy because she decided to make that design available to other people. And she has sold quite a few of them. So it is quite a popular design, which I'm happy with. But yeah, that one was a commission because I loved her other, I've got another one here. I've got a painted bat. They're also cute. They're not cheap as far as plushies go, but as far as handmade plushies go, it's very affordable, honestly. But yeah, it's obviously not that cheap in the grand scheme of things. But I do recommend them if you enjoy bats, because they're amazing quality. They're very accurate, which is very unusual for bat plushies, to my greatest disappointment. Yeah, so that's where they come from. And then this is a print of the cover of my Big Bat Yearbook. So if you buy the book, you get this on the cover. Obviously a lot smaller because it's a book, but yeah. Yeah, okay, so we will be taking a break. There's 25 minutes left on that break. I will see everyone shortly. Hello, hello. Yeah, I believe we are back. Turn the clock back on. There we go. Okay, we are back. I hope you had a good break. And we will swiftly move on to our video for today. So it is a little bit longer. I'm going to ask you to just watch it like you would watch TV, okay? There won't be much interaction, but they're two very exciting projects from an amazing couple who combine their strengths to the benefit of bats, which I think is amazing. So yeah, without further ado, I will
Hello, everyone. My name is Eileen Stearns. I'm here today with my husband and partner in all my bat projects, Phil Atkin, and we're going to be talking about bats in churches, a creative approach to getting people more familiar with bats and hopefully to bring bats and people into closer harmony. The project that I'm going to specifically be talking about is an art project. It's an interesting one, and it came to me because I was very lucky to be a volunteer for the Bats in Churches project. So a little bit about me to begin with. I'm a member of the Wiltshire Bat Group. I'm an unusual sort of artist. I specialize in large-scale multimedia installations. These are commissioned pieces, and I do them for organizations such as the National Trust and the Lost Gardens of Helligan, and of course, Bats in Churches. They involve all sorts of media. They typically use sound, they use often fabric, lighting, poetry, and in this case, quite a bit of photography. I have been a photographer for over 25 years, and I've worked with a lot of heritage and nature organizations, including the Woodland Trust and the Burnham Beaches National Nature Reserve, English Heritage, and the National Trust. And I've actually won awards for some of my photographs. This one is a prize winner from the International Garden Photographer of the Year Award. So I think of photography for me as an art form rather than just a means of capturing images and making them available to other people. I'm also a wildlife and conservation volunteer from way back. Currently, I'm working with the Wiltshire Bat Group and Wiltshire Wildlife Trust. We've also done a lot of good work with Color in the Margins, which was a rare arable plant project back from the brink, Charlcombe Toad Rescue, Bath Swift Group, and of course, Bats in Churches. So my interests in nature and heritage and wildlife all came together in the project I'm going to talk about today. First, a little bit about the Bats in Churches project, which was a 5-year project with a £5 million grant associated with it. And it was a citizen science project which was majority funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund here in the UK. This was a partnership between 5 big and important organizations: the Church of England, Natural England, the Bat Conservation Trust, the Churches Conservation Trust, and Historic England. All of those parties had an interest not just in bats, but in making sure that people lived in harmony with them and understood what the long-standing relationship between bats and churches really was. Over the duration of the project, which was a little shorter than had originally been planned because of the lockdowns and the pandemic, volunteers surveyed 753 churches across England. 125 of those churches were designated as project churches, and they were helped with mitigation, funding, surveys, information and advice, and help with cleaning. And here you see someone working as a volunteer with the Bats in Churches project. I was a volunteer with them for 3 years, and in fact won Volunteer of the Year 1 year, and it was one of the most interesting projects I'd ever been involved with. One of the things I liked best about it was the opportunity to work with the communities all across the country to understand from the people who were the church parishioners and the ones who were involved with maintaining their churches and making sure that these historic churches were going to be best preserved and also best able to serve the communities. So we got to speak with many people who had an interest not just in their church, but in how to live more peacefully and harmoniously with their bats. There's more information here on the Batson Church's website. Even though the project ended in 2023, there is still a very good website with lots of information available if you'd like to find out more. The name of the project I was involved with was On a Wing and a Prayer. Batson Churches commissioned this project from me in 2021. The theme was basically sharing our sacred spaces. Bats live very closely with us when they're living in a church building, and they become unwitting ambassadors for the natural world. Here we are going to our churches and expecting not to find anyone else in them except people. And in fact, bats have been living in historic churches for many, many years, hundreds of years probably. And 60 to 90% of historic churches have bat roosts in them. So it's very unlikely with an old historic church that you won't have bats living there. When Batson Churches asked me to do this project, they asked me specifically to work in collaboration with one of their project church communities. The one that I ended up working with was St. Michael the Archangel in Compton Martin, Somerset. And the purpose of the project was two things: to leave a lasting legacy of the Batson Churches project, and also to celebrate the long-standing relationship between Batson Churches. The installation consisted of large-scale images and audio, and in this case they were very large photographic panels, 120 by 180 centimeters, which were collages printed onto sheer fabric. What I did was I took selective focus photographs of the interiors of churches. I started with St. Michael the Archangel and added some other ones. And then I added text and images of bats to create these very evocative, ephemeral almost panels that moved as people walked past them. They were hung from metal supports and they were placed around the church. And as you would walk past them, they would blow in the breeze, so they were quite dreamy and evocative. The installation also included a bat soundscape, and Phil will talk more about that later. An additional part of the piece was a poem which I created by assembling words and phrases contributed by the community of Compton Martin. St. Michael's in Compton Martin turned out to be the perfect community for me to work with. Not only did they have strong feelings about their bats, but those feelings were very, very positive. And they were the most poetic and beautiful phrases I think I'd ever come across in relationship to bats. So when I was handed all of these phrases, I thought at first that it would just provide me with inspiration. But in fact, what I chose to do was to incorporate those phrases into the actual piece. And you can see it as an example here. One of the community members wrote, "Do you pray as you wait for night?" which I thought was absolutely wonderful, thinking of the bats sitting in their church waiting for it to get dark so they could begin their evening's foraging. Here's a photograph of me in the beautiful historic church of St. Michael the Archangel in Compton Martin. And the photographs I take are just with a regular DSL camera, but I use something called a lens baby lens, which gives you a selective focus. So instead of having everything in sharp focus, there is a deliberate blurring, and I use this type of lens a lot in my work. The poem that I created, which I didn't write anything for, these were just words I assembled based on what was given to me by the community, is this one, The Bats of St. Michael's. And it goes, "Welcome, furry friends, moth munchers, minuscule munchers, caterpillar crunchers, many bugs we eat, many times we sleep. Baked bean-sized batlings roosting in snuggly huddles, roosting in the roof. Sleepy meditation by day, no peeping, just listening. Roost, fly, eat, repeat." So I'm going to talk a little bit now about the bat soundscape, and then following my talk, Phil Atkin will give you a lot more information about how that worked. Sound is often an integral part of my installations, and the reason for that is I'm trying to create an entire experience for people. So it's a three-dimensional experience that you walk through, and there's also sound, and there can be other kinds of experiences as well. The sound for this was entirely recorded in Batson Church's project churches, and it was a particularly interesting experience for us because we started with recordings in just a few churches and then kept going round. I think by the end we had 35 churches that we'd ended up recording in. So we had a lot of bat sounds to choose from. Phil created a 1-hour loop of sounds, which was designed to be played continuously as a kind of a background to the visual art. The multisensory experience for me is a very important one because what I'm really trying to get people to do is have an emotional reaction to this piece of art. And for most people, sound is at least as important as visuals. One of the reasons that we didn't do anything other than bat sounds for this is because we wanted to provide an insight into the world of sound that these bats actually live in. They use churches for their homes, for their roosts, for their maternity roosts, for their winter roosts. The churches are absolutely perfect for them. They are like caves in many ways. They're quiet and dark, and there are lots of little nooks and crannies to go into. And they also have a wonderful echoey quality. So when the bats are foraging, which they do inside the church in the evenings after it gets dark, you can hear that echo as you record and listen back to the bat sounds. On a Wing and a Prayer was designed as a traveling exhibition. It was exhibited in 10 churches around England during 22 and 23, and each one of those churches was a unique experience because the installation changed as it went round. Over that period, more than 5,000 people saw the exhibition. And one of the things that was important to me was that when it went to a new church, the people who knew that church the best, the church wardens and the parishioners, were the ones who laid it out and arranged all the parts, because they know what they want in their own church, and they also know where things look best. So I'm going to show you a few pictures of how it looked in the different churches, and many of them I never got to see. Some were quite far away, but others I was delighted. I would walk in and find the pieces arranged in such a way that they became new to me as a result. One of the most interesting experiences that happened around this installation was the Bat Weekend we held at St. Sampson's Church in Cricklade. And Jane Isles is going to tell you a little bit more about that later. At the end of its tour, the installation went up to St. Peter's Church in Wintringham, North Yorkshire, and it is now there permanently. And the reason for that is that the church was basically rescued by its bats. Here it is at St. Sampson's in Cricklade, laid out in the chancel, which has a huge lantern above it with light coming in. So it's an absolutely spectacular sight. And again, a very large space, very grand space. And the piece just looks so beautiful there. People could walk up to it, they could walk around it, and it was a very successful installation. Here it is at St. Peter's, its final resting place. This is a Churches Conservation Trust church, so it's not used on a regular basis, but it is open to the public and it remains consecrated. And so walkers and other people who are going past the church will come in and they get to see the installation now when it's a very quiet and beautiful spot, lots of light pouring in through the windows. And again, with the white walls and the stained glass, it's just a beautiful setting. Another ancient church, this one in Cornwall. It's a very big church, and this one made a fantastic site for the installation. Just beautiful. And here it is on the right in its original setting, St. Michael the Archangel in Compton Martin. And you can see how the transparency of the piece interacts with the church. So the door behind that panel is an actual door, and yet there's a panel that you can see. In the panel you can see there's a photograph of a door, and all of this kind of where you stand and what you look at is very important to me as an artist. Your perspective changes as you walk around the piece, and it incorporates its setting, and that gives you a completely different experience because you're dealing with reality and a reproduction of reality. And again, the bats are dealing with all of these things as they fly through the church and make their way out through tiny cracks to the outdoors. Their experience is going to be very different to our experience. So I was trying in many ways to make people think about what it's like to be inside these churches, perhaps at night. And the bats themselves, obviously we have no idea what their experience is like, but I just wanted to unsettle people a little bit, make them think differently about what it was like to be in an unfamiliar space, and give them a sense of interaction with that space. And on the left is a panel which I created from a Friends of Friendless Churches church, Clonfair Kilgettin. And that one is a church which is very dear to my heart. It's not one of the Bats in churches, but I wanted to add it to this installation because the reason I got involved with Bats in churches to begin with was because of the director of Friends of Friendless Churches, Rachel Morley, doing a talk more than 4 years ago about the Bats in Churches project, and I was inspired enough by her to get involved. So this is a little bit of homage to that. I'd like to talk a little bit now about bats and fundraising, which seems like a funny juxtaposition, but it's an important one because most grants nowadays require outcomes. You need to be able to tell the person who's funding you how you're going to use the money and how that will attract new audiences. And I can promise you that bats can help. At our 2023 Bat Weekend in Cricklade, we attracted over 500 visitors over a 3-day weekend. We had no idea we were going to get that many people. It was a wonderful chance to meet people in the community. People were coming from far and wide to see the exhibition, but also to take part in the activities that we held on Saturday. The church raised hundreds of pounds in cashless donations that week. We didn't ask people to contribute. It was just out of the goodness of their hearts, which was a wonderful way to celebrate bats. We had an entire day on Saturday. You can see Phil in the background talking about bat audio. We had an education bat who came all the way from South Wales, and Noctule was incredibly popular with children and adults. We had stands from the Wiltshire Wildlife Trust and the Wiltshire Bat Group, and the exhibition, of course, was there. And people spent quite a bit of time learning about bats and talking to people about what they could do to help, because many of these people are local and had no idea that there were bats not just living in their church, but they were living right around them. So it was a wonderful opportunity to introduce people to the world of bats and also to make some money for the church. St. Peter's in Wintringham, which is the church where the installation is now permanently sited, is another excellent example. As a Churches Conservation Trust church, it does not have a regular community. It's not open for services regularly. And in fact, it had become quite neglected. They first discovered they had bats there, and at that point began to talk to the community about the bats and the work that was being done, which meant that people got interested to the extent that their active volunteers went from 2 to 30, and they now have a dedicated friends group. And you can see in the photo here, they've had events, they've had talks, and it turns what used to be just a building into an experience where people can interact with wildlife. They can learn about not just what's going on in the church, but in the area around the church. So it's a very important educational experience as well. This is a picture of Griff, the Noctule, who came from South Wales to our day at St. Sampson's, and he's been an incredible ambassador. Every time people meet him, they become absolutely infatuated with bats. So we want to thank Griff for everything he did to help, and thank you for listening to my part of the talk. Now we're going to hear from Phil Atkin talking about the bat audio he did for the installation, and after that, Jane Isles will be talking about the Bat Weekend in St. Sampson's. Thanks very much.
Hi there, I'm Phil. I'll be spending the next few minutes talking to you about how we generated the audio soundscape for Eileen's On a Wing and a Prayer installation for the Bats and Churches project. Eileen decided very early on that the installation should be a multimedia event with the large-scale immersive visuals accompanied by an ambient soundscape of bat calls. The goal was to give visitors a haunting and contemplative experience. Those of you who have ever been on a bat walk are probably thinking, what? Contemplative? Bats sound like machine guns or drum machines. What on earth were they thinking? So let me wind back a bit. If you've been on a bat walk, you'll be familiar with this sound, which is a common pipistrelle recorded through a bat detector. Yeah, kind of slappy and clappy and not really contemplative and ethereal at all. Here's a common noctule, again recorded through a bat detector. Honestly, I can never tell if that sounds like Jimi Hendrix playing a wah-wah guitar or if it's somebody being hit over the head with a sock full of custard. Not suitable sounds at all for peaceful, ambient, contemplative soundscapes. Maybe a nightclub, but not a church. So what's going on? Well, in brief, your bat detector is lying to you. These are not the sounds of bats that you're hearing. These are the sounds of bat detectors. Bats generate ultrasound. Their calls are way too high frequency for us to hear. And that's why we use bat detectors in the first place, because we do need technology to be able to hear them at all. We need a means of turning a sound that's too high for us to hear into something that we can hear. The easiest way to do that is with a process called heterodyning, which takes two signals at different frequencies, and when it combines them, it generates the frequency difference between those two signals. So let's take a look. Here's a bat detector tuned to 50 kilohertz. Typically, you hold a bat detector in your hand and you tune it into a frequency, and that's the frequency that you're hoping to hear bats at. 50 kilohertz is a good kind of mid-frequency for the most common UK bats. Soprano pipistrelles call at about 55 kilohertz. Common pipistrelles call at about 45 kilohertz. So 50 splits the difference. So we have our detector tuned in to 50 kilohertz. Here comes a bat calling at 51 kilohertz. If you remember, the heterodyne detector generates the frequency difference. So 51 minus 50, 1 kilohertz. We can hear 1 kilohertz. We can't hear 51. We can hear 1. So we've turned an ultrasonic sound that's too high to hear into something we can hear, which is brilliant. So the detector's doing its job, turning stuff we can't hear into stuff we can hear. So if the bat raises the frequency of its voice by 1 kilohertz, it's now calling at 52 kilohertz. What happens? Well, the detector then generates the difference in frequency again, 52 minus 50. The detector is generating 2 kilohertz, and we can hear 2 kilohertz. So once again, the detector's done exactly what we want. It's turned something too high to hear into something we can hear. Everything's brilliant. Or is it? Let's think about this from a musical perspective. Musical pitches work in ratios, not in differences. So the bat's voice has gone up from 51 to 52 kilohertz. That's about a 2% increase in frequency, about a third of a semitone. So that's a third the size of the smallest recognized interval in Western music. Tiny, tiny difference in pitch. The bat detector has generated a sound that has gone from 1 kilohertz to 2 kilohertz. It's gone up a whole octave. So the bat generated a tiny increase in frequency. The detector output a massive increase in frequency. And that's why everything coming out of a bat detector sounds kind of slappy and bangy and explosive, is because the bat detector is massively amplifying differences in frequency. And once again, that is not what bats sound like. So bat detectors, the bat detectors which are in use by pretty much everyone, heterodyne bat detectors, generate extreme distortions of the sounds that the bats are generating. How can we record the bats and play them back in a way that doesn't have those extreme distortions? The answer is actually really easy. A technique that eliminates this distortion is time expansion. Now, time expansion sounds like we're breaking the laws of physics. It's nothing as dramatic as that. We just make recordings of bat sounds and play them back slowed down, which both makes the sounds last longer, but also drops their pitch and also preserves harmonic relationships, so we can hear how the bats actually sounded. How much do we need to slow the bats down to hear what's going on and to also make it sound beautiful? We'll take a familiar sound, a human voice, and slow it down by a factor of 2, 4, 8, 16, and see quite what that does to the sound. Here we go. Here's me, normal speed. Bats are amazing. And half speed. Bats are amazing. And quarter speed, and we're sounding a bit weird at this point. 1/8 speed is a bit Godzilla-y. And at a 16th speed, a human voice has really turned into a motorbike ticking over. A dramatic difference in sound. It's unrecognizable as a human voice. But if we slow down our bat calls by a factor of 16, we actually get into the realm where the bats sound like birdsong, and they actually sound musical. Again, one of the benefits of powers of 2, by slowing down by a factor of 16, we're preserving octaves, so if the bat sings a C sharp, we will actually hear a C sharp coming out of the recording when we're playing back at 1/16 speed. So how do we go about recording the bats in order to then slow them down by a factor of 16? The answer was we had to use a lot of recordings. We needed to make sure that we captured enough bat recordings, and we had just one chance to do it. The ultrasonic recorders that were provided by the Bats in Churches project were limited in number. The budget of the project meant that they didn't have a huge number of recorders to just throw around, and they could only be deployed within certain predetermined churches according to project rules. We didn't know if those churches would contain bats, and we knew we had to capture bats in order to generate the soundscape for Eileen's project. So I built up a large number of very inexpensive ultrasonic recorders, and we deployed them in a large number of churches. So over multiple weekends, we deployed them at least one in at least 6 churches. The process was we would deploy the recorder on a Friday, record overnight, Friday and Saturday, and collect the recorders on Sunday, look at the recordings, analyse them for back calls, rinse and repeat. And there were a lot of recordings, which is great, because we could then take the most interesting, the most exciting of the recordings and retain them and assemble them into the soundscape. For interest, this is the church in which we recorded our very first lesser horseshoe bat. I can't remember the name of this church. It's somewhere in Wiltshire. And it was a very old, very damp, beautiful old church. And it came up with the gem of a bat. So we were delighted with that. The next steps, having captured a whole bunch of bat recordings, was to assemble and mix those recordings into a coherent whole. I wanted to, and I did end up generating an hour-long recording. It was assembled in Logic Pro on my Mac, and the intention was by putting it onto a CD, it could then be looped into the installation locations using the existing technology that the church has had in the building. With many hours of bats successfully recorded, it was then a relatively tedious process, to be honest, to assemble and mix and prepare the final 1-hour recording. Very much an iterative process. The recording had been me in and out of the churches with recording units. The mixing and final sign-off of the mix was very much a joint process, and Eileen had the final yay on the mix because it was her project. And I'm really pleased with the results. The number of species we managed to record was brilliant. Common soprano pips, ceratines, brown long-eareds, a whole bunch of myotis. We had Dorbentons and Natteras and Brants and Whiskered. And the stars of the show for me were the lesser horseshoes, because it's always such a delight to bump into them. I've very deliberately not played you any 16x time expansion bats until this moment, because I wanted the big reveal of the beautiful soundscape. So here we go. excerpts from On a Wing and a Prayer by Eileen with a little bit of knob twiddling by me. So there we are. I hope that's been of interest. Let me hand over now to Jane Isles, who did an extraordinary job organising the Bat Weekend at St Sampson's in Cricklade. She's the administrator and the church organist at St Sampson's, and here she is.
So Jane, if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your roles here in the parish.
Well, my name's Jane Isles and I'm the organist here at St Sampson's. I'm also the parish administrator for the benefice, which is 4 churches quite close by.
St Sampson's is a very historic church and Cricklade is a very historic town. Can you give us a brief history of the area and the church?
There used to be a church here from about 900 AD, which was an Anglo-Saxon church, and some of the remains are still here, little bits around the church that you'll see. And then it was built, this particular building then was built by Westminster Abbey. It used to belong to Westminster Abbey. And it was built just after the 1066 battle in about 1083, I think. And it's been added to. The tower was built in the early 16th century. And we've got the Lady Chapel, which was added. So yeah, it's very historic. And Cricklade itself is an Anglo-Saxon town and still has the original street layout. It was fortified and during a period when they were trying to fight off the Vikings, I understand. And so some of those ramparts are still visible today. It's on the Thames and it used to be navigable from London. There's a wharf on the way out of Cricklade. So it has quite a history.
It's still very much a living church, though, and you have services every Sunday and have been, very successful as a church, right?
We are very successful as a church. We're very lucky. We have a very good vicar. She's very welcoming, very positive, and scoops everyone up. So we are a growing church, actually, which is really great. And she has made such a difference and to the community as well. It's a very close-knit community, Cricklade. And the church community itself is very tight-knit.
Thank you. Now, there was a survey done in the Cotswold Water Park, a bat survey done about 15 years ago, and at that point, St. Sampson's was one of the churches surveyed. And we know from that that there was a colony, a maternity colony of brown long-eared bats here. And I've just checked and there are still bat droppings in the church. So I assume that there are still bats here. Have you encountered any during your time here?
We do see them occasionally, especially at night. Don't see them much in the winter, actually. It's in the summer mostly that we do have a few flying around. And I sometimes practice the organ late at night, and they're definitely about. I arrived, I guess it was quite a small one, really, but it went so fast you can't really tell. And our organ tuner sadly found a dead one a couple of years ago. It's fallen into one of the pipes, we think, and it was still in quite good condition, so that had only died fairly recently.
Well, St. Sampson's is just one of many, many churches in England. Over 60 to 90% of historic churches in England have bat roosts. And so it's no surprise that there's one here. And they change over the year. So when a maternity roost starts up, that might be in May. During the winter, you may have bats roosting for hibernation. And there may be bats here at other times of the year using different bits of the church. As you say, we have serotines using our church porch. Pipistrelles might be in your roof, and you might have the brown long-ears here indoors. One of the reasons the interiors of churches are so popular with bats is because they have lots of crevices for resting and for roosting. And there's also a quiet, calm interior. It's protected. Plus, the churchyards are filled with the insects that they want to eat, so that's perfect for them. And if you can walk outside St. Sampson's, have a look around, it's surrounded by greenery and lawn. So again, it's a perfect setting for church bats. So I know, Jane, that you're interested in wildlife. What inspired you to do a bat weekend?
Well, we were inspired by you, Eileen, really, and Phil's love of bats, and the beautiful photographs that you took of them. And we knew that you had done a bat exhibition at another church. And I just thought, what a lovely opportunity to find out a little bit more about our church and its colony of bats, and to get lots of people into the church and engaged with finding out a bit more about a creature that is hardly ever seen by most people.
And can you describe to us how the weekend went? On Friday, that was specifically about the school pupils, right, at St. Sampson's?
That's right. So on the Friday, while the school was still open, obviously, we had about 2 or 3 classes who came in, and Eileen and Phil took them round and gave them demonstrations. Then on Friday evening, we had an official opening of the Bat Weekend, and the Great and the Good were invited to that, and we had drinks, and there was Eileen's exhibition. So that was really lovely. That was something that we hadn't really intended to do, but it worked very well. And then Saturday and Sunday, we had so many people in the church, stalls, the Wiltshire Bat people, and we actually had a bat called Griff, and he was just the star of the show, really. People were just fascinated by him because obviously, as I said, people just don't see bats in their normal life. So to see one close up, I think, people fell in love with him actually, and just wanted to watch him, and he was a big hit.
Now, I know that over 500 people attended for this 3-day weekend, which was quite remarkable. And I actually spoke to one man who said he'd lived in Cricklade all his life, but had never set foot in the church until the weekend. So in many respects, this brought in a group of people who might not have thought about visiting the church, but because of its emphasis on wildlife and nature, responded to that. So also, I know that there was quite a lot of money raised, both for the church and the awareness was raised. That's very important because you want people in the community to know that your church is sensitive to wildlife and also sustainability. And you're an eco-church, isn't that right?
That's right. We've just gained our Silver Eco-Church Award, actually.
So if you were to give advice to somebody who might be interested in doing an event like this, is there anything in particular that you've learned or that you think people ought to be aware of?
Well, first of all, I would get Eileen and Phil involved because they were absolutely brilliant and were so proactive in the whole event. You need to get the community involved as much as possible, so advertising, inviting people who might not normally step into the church, try and interest them in what's going on, put on activities. I think advertising was one of the big things we did. That needs to be done to attract people. The school, I think the school knew all about it, and they advertised it amongst the parents. It was then their newsletter. So I think, and the children had such a great time. Some of them came back over the weekend with their parents. So yeah, there were lots of people involved in it, but definitely get Eileen and Phil involved if they ever have the time.
Well, I'd like to actually thank Jane, who was the most amazing organizer. This never would have happened without her. And one of the things I'd like to say about the school as well is that the children sent the most beautiful thank you cards to us. So the education that you provide is sometimes, you don't realize how long that will stick with the young people, because about 6 months later, or maybe it was even a year later, we did a bat walk in another bit of Wiltshire, and one of the young girls who had been here at the bat event came to the bat walk with her
how
mother.
wonderful.
And that's the sort of thing you really want to do, because as children become aware of the world around them, bats are one of those things that they might not be aware of, and yet they're fascinated by them and they respond really well to them. So yes, for me, what was particularly exciting about this weekend was the range of people. They came from lots of different surrounding towns and villages, all different age groups, and they all came to learn and to have a good time. So I think it was a hugely successful event.
Yeah.
And again, something that took a lot of organization, but in the end it was well worth it.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. I can hear you, but they can't hear you. Our next speaker is already here. So thank you very much, Phil and Eileen, for putting together this video. I was told they would send me a video. I hadn't watched it because first I didn't have time to watch all the videos, but also I kind of wanted to be part of the audience as well and discover the video at the same time as you guys and gals. But this was fascinating. I saw some of the comments in the chat. I was saying the same thing. It's incredible to see how sort of art, the church, technology, and bats can all work together to create a really cool thing. And this kind of reinforces my, I've had this belief for a while that when you put two people with very different perspectives on the same topic, you come up with the result is an amazing collaboration. I've seen this with scientists. I've seen this here. So combining art and technology to create a multimedia exhibition on bats. All of that is really amazing, and it's amazing that so many people out there are doing this for the bats. So thanks again, and we will swiftly move on to our next speaker, Ma from Lebanon, who will be talking to us about wind farms in Turkey. Yeah, when you are ready, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Maha. I'm a Lebanese PhD student at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, Turkey. I'm really happy to be part of this Bat Appreciation Day event, and honored to share with you some of the work I've been doing as part of my Rufford Foundation project during my PhD. My presentation today is titled Understanding Bat Mortalities in Wind Farms, a case of a wind farm in Turkey. In this project, I aim to explore how wind farms might be affecting bat populations and whether certain factors are drawing bats towards turbines. I hope this contributes to the broader conversation about how we can balance biodiversity conservation with a transition to renewable energy. So before diving into the impact of wind farms, I want to take a moment to highlight why bats are so important. Bats are one of the most diverse and widespread groups of mammals in the world. They play incredibly important roles in ecosystems. First, many bat species act as pollinators, helping to disperse nutrients across landscapes. They are also natural pest controllers. They consume huge amounts of insects, which help farmers reduce the need for chemical pesticides and supports healthy agriculture systems. However, despite their importance, bats face serious conservation challenges. According to the IUCN, over a third of bat species are either threatened or data deficient, and about 80% of assessed species need conservation or research attention. The major threats include habitat loss, climate change, and human-made infrastructure like wind farms. Also, it's important to note that bats are slow breeders, so they typically have only one pup a year, so their populations recover very slowly when impacted. As the global demand for renewable energy has increases, we've seen a rapid rise in the development of wind farms around the world. And wind energy is often seen as environmentally friendly alternative to fossil fuels, and in many ways it is. However, it's not without ecological consequences. There have been documented fatalities of both birds and bats due to collision with wind turbine blades. Beyond that, wind farms can also disrupt local wildlife habitats and interfere with migratory routes. And bats in particular are turning out to be more vulnerable than we expected. One major cause of mortality of bats is barotrauma, which is like sudden changes in air pressure near the spinning blades can cause internal injuries in bats, even without physical contact. Additionally, researchers have proposed several attraction hypotheses. So, like, why are bats going to wind farms? Why are bats present in wind farms? Some of the hypotheses suggest that bats may be drawn to turbines by insects, by heat emissions, or even simple roosting curiosity. There are new hypotheses like olfactory reasons, and there's so many hypotheses about this matter. So understanding these impacts is essential if you want to continue developing wind energy in a way that is also safe and sustainable for wildlife, especially for species as ecologically important and vulnerable as bats. As I said, there have been growing concern globally about bat fatalities in wind energy sites and wind farms. Numerous studies have shown that wind turbines can significantly impact bat populations. But despite this, there's still a lack of research in the world, and in Turkey especially. Even though the country has been rapidly expanding its wind energy infrastructure, the gap in knowledge is what motivated my study. We need to better understand how bats behave around wind turbines, especially whether they are more active around, like after the turbines start operating. Some of the key questions guiding my research included: are bats actually more active around operating turbines? And if so, what's attracting them? Could it be insects, lights, sound, or even the heat generated? By addressing these questions, we hope to generate insights that will help us protect bats while still supporting that transition to clean energy. My study was carried out at a wind farm located between Istanbul and the Bulgarian borders. I used a combination of acoustic monitoring devices to detect bat presence over time. I focused on identifying not only bat activity, but I also noted environmental and human-related factors that might be influencing bat presence in this wind farm or in this area. For example, I noted nearby light pollution, weather conditions, and presence of insects. The wind farm I worked in had 34 turbines distributed across the area. In this slide, we can see like the zoomed in image of the wind turbines. There's 34. And in addition to monitoring directly near the turbines, I also included a control sampling point in the study design. I carefully chose this control site to have similar weather and environmental conditions at the turbine locations, things like temperature, wind, and elevation, but it was far enough away to avoid the turbine-related effects. The control site was located where it was not exposed to turbine lights and where noise from the turbines couldn't be heard by us. This helped us isolate the true impact of the turbines on bat activity rather than other background factors. To monitor bat activity, we used a total of four bat detectors throughout the study. We used two different types of acoustic detectors. On some visits, we used the bat logger detectors with microphones. On other visits, we used the Songmeter mini bat devices from Wildlife Acoustics. Both types of detectors were placed near the turbines and at the control site to ensure consistent coverage across the different sampling points. These devices allowed us to collect a large amount of data on bat activity over time, and the placement of these detectors initially, to capture differences in bat activity under different conditions, we placed them in 4 distinct locations, each representing a specific scenario. For condition 1, we placed detector near a non-operating turbine. This helped us understand baseline activity without the influence of blade movement or sound. Condition 2 was near an operating turbine, where the highest number of bat carcasses had been found in previous year under this turbine. This allowed us to investigate whether increased activity might be contributing to higher fatality rates. Condition 3 was also near an operating turbine, but one with low number of carcasses found nearby or under the turbine. And finally, we had our control area. This setup was initially proposed to monitor and compare bat behavior across different turbine activity levels and fatality histories, as well as against like, as I said, a control area, a neutral reference point. During each visit, we started recording from 1 hour before sunset until 1 hour after sunrise. The detectors were set to be triggered by bat calls and were placed at different locations near the turbines and programmed to record over 2 consecutive nights each visit. On the left, we can see it's not that visible here, but a map showing the turbines with high number of carcasses according to reports of previous years. And on the right, it's a map showing the turbines with low number of carcasses found under them according to previous reports. So the survey ran from late June to mid-November last year, covering the peak bat activity periods in summer and fall. We made 5 visits in total. we like also noted the weather conditions. We noted the conditions 1 hour before sunset on setup day, and then rechecked the weather at the same time the following day. We also noted any overnight changes like rainfall. As for the weather conditions during the summer months, like from late June till August, the temperatures ranged from 25 to 28, with wind speed around 4 meters per second at sunset. And I want to add that we noted the weather conditions and wind speed when we went to the field, but we also have data of the temperature and wind speed all the night we recorded. We took the data from Vintuski. And for the bat recordings that we recorded, the bat sounds we recorded, I analyzed them using Bat Explorer and Kaleidoscope Pro, which was provided by Wildlife Acoustics through a fund. And any sound that weren't bats, like dog sounds in the wind farm or other animal sounds or crickets, or other background sounds, were treated as noise. We found high bat presence across the entire project area. The peak activity was in September, while November had the lowest activity. In condition 2, which is when the turbines were operating and there was higher dead bats found under or in the area near this turbine, we observed consistently higher bat activity. The control group showed general lower bat activity compared to the other conditions, and the condition of the non-operating turbine and the condition of the operating turbine with low number of carcasses, they didn't show any statistically different bat activity, like they were similar in the bat activity. And we identified from sound analysis at least 15 different bat species in the wind farm area, including high collision, like high risk of collision species like Pipistrellus pipistrellus, Pipistrellus natusi, Nyctalus noctula, Nyctalus lesleri, and Hypsigosavi. We also collected bat carcasses during daily visits. Like, I didn't go daily to the wind farm, but there are like bird watchers that work daily in the wind farm 7 days a week. So they collected bat carcasses from under the turbines. In total, they found 88 dead bat under the turbines. But some of them were in a very bad condition, so that only 72 of those were bring to me, and I analyzed them in the lab. I extracted their DNA, and of the carcasses collected, we found 51 Pipistrellus natusi, like after sequencing the DNA, 51 Pipistrellus natusi, 9 Pipistrellus pipistrellus, and 12 Nyctalus lesleri out of the 72 carcasses. And the number of the dead bats found under the turbines varied from month to month. August had the highest number of dead bats found, with 23 bats. So the question of whether bats are attracted to wind turbines or if they are just passing by is still pretty complex and needs more research. Like, it needs to research before construction and after construction, and it might differ from region to region according to the habitat in that region. And what exactly attracts the bats to the wind farms? Is it light? Is it sound? Is it like smell insects or something else. We don't have a clear answer yet, at least from this study, from this small study. But based on my visits, like I can say that I noticed we still don't know what exactly attracts the bats to wind turbines. But I noticed that the red lights on top of each turbine are really minimal. Like maybe for us are minimal, maybe for bats they are not minimal. I don't know. But compared to the lights that were at nearby projects, were really minimal. There's 2 projects very close to the wind farm I worked in. One is a gas project and one is a nuclear powered plant project. And were lots of lights for security reasons in these 2 projects. And the lights are very clearly noticeable from far, like from a long distance. And as I said, the projects are very near, they are not far from the wind farm. So now I'm not saying that these visits alone are enough to draw conclusions, but it's possible that maybe the bats aren't attracted to the turbines because of the minimal red light. Maybe they're actually escaping the overly bright areas near the wind farms. It's a new hypothesis or a question. I also noticed, it's not clear in this photo, but I noticed lots of flies and insects that are on the turbines during my visits. I tried to capture a clear, like a good photo of it, but it didn't come out that clear. However, the bird watchers that work there daily confirmed that there were a remarkable number of flies and insects, not just in the area of the turbines or in the wind farm, on the turbines, like on the structure of the turbines. So maybe it's possible that the insects are just more noticeable on the white turbines because they are white. The bird watchers notice them. We don't know, but the high number of flies definitely caught our attention. That's all about my visits to the wind farm. I still have data to analyze about, like statistical data about this project, but I also wanted to add like a part of the Rafford project. The fund that I won from the Rafford Foundation, I wrote a children's book called Pistrella, A Bat Facing the Wind. The story follows Pistrella, a bat, and her family as they face the challenges of wind turbines and try to survive the changes in their environment. It's not the final sketches of the book, and maybe when the book is the story is finished, but the drawings are in the final edition, in the final steps. So when I finish the book, I can share it with you if you're interested. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Really interesting. And yeah, please do share the book updates because children's books about bats are always amazing. There's not enough of them. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to that one. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat, but either way, the next contribution is a video from, I believe, one of your colleagues, Kerem, who, it's a relatively short video, but he had some thoughts and perspectives to share with you all. So that is what we will be listening to now. Now, we are running about 15 minutes late, which honestly is a lot less than I was expecting. So, yay. But yeah, we will be back with Marisa shortly after Kerem's video.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kerem Ali Boyla. I'm a biologist and ecologist, and currently work as a ecological consultant. And I'm the founder and manager of a CAP Ecology consultancy company. Actually, I'm a bird person, and birds were the first step for me to get into ecological consultancy. Before establishing the company, I spent over a decade from 2009 until 2021, almost 13 years, as an independent ecological consultant, working on various biodiversity-focused projects across Turkey, and focusing on the impact of wildlife, of wind farms on wildlife. And my journey with bats started as a student when I joined the speleology club at Boğaziçi University in 1999. I volunteered for a project called Eurasian Bridge, bat research in northwestern Turkey. It was guided by two friends of mine, and I had a chance to see many crowded roosts of various species of cave-dwelling bats. So it was my really first contact with bats, and it was a really close contact. And after many years, in 2015, I returned to bat studies, and this time with acoustic monitoring tools. At the time, Turkey had very limited capacity when it came to acoustic bat detection. After those initial work, we took a significant step forward in 2020 and acquired own detectors and developed in-house capacity, created the first acoustic monitoring team in Turkey with experienced staff deploying the detectors, conducting static and mobile surveys, and analyzing the sounds. I can proudly say we are probably the leading company in bat research, acoustic bat research in Turkey. Since then, we conducted about research at more than 20 different sites across over 15 cities, including in Afghanistan and Cuba, covering regions from western and southwestern Turkey to eastern parts of the country. If you talk about Turkey again, now we are the number one. Actually, we have the biggest in-house capacity, but also we have the biggest database of bat sounds in Turkey. It was very hard to develop such kind of local capacity, thanks to a PhD student and my dear friend Maha Salame, who has played a significant role in the development of our bat work. Unfortunately, we faced many challenges. Scientific studies on bat populations in Turkey are extremely limited. We barely know about the basic distribution of the species, and we have barely any information about long-term population monitoring or even migration behavior. For many bat species, we really lack basic knowledge. We don't know where they occur, whether they migrate, and how large their populations are. And the systematic efforts in Turkey to map species distributions are really limited. Despite these challenges, we collected robust and repeatable data and followed strict procedures to collect acoustic bat research. And I think we're going to contribute a lot to the bat activity of Turkey. So we discovered many new things. I would like to mention some of those. One of the milestones was in 2020. We were doing a survey, a long-term survey, acoustic survey, at a wind farm along the Black Sea coast, actually between Istanbul and the Bulgarian border. And we discovered a previously unknown migration route of Pipistrellus natusi. Natusi is Pipistrelle, along the northwestern Black Sea coast. This is probably something expected for many bat researchers, as there were so many other cited references about migration between the Baltic and the Balkan countries. But this was also marvelous to find out. And also this migration was so critical. So to analyze that information was also critical to actually shape the exact measures, mitigation measures that has to be applied at that wind farm. And thanks to acoustic data and carcass studies, we really discovered what's going on there. And thanks to that also, we started the first ever mitigation strategies, the turbine curtailment strategies for 2 wind farms in the same area in the region. Along the way, we also made several noticeable discoveries regarding bat populations and their distributions. For example, Nyctalus lyceri is now known, it was known to confirmed to the mountain forest of western, sorry, I need to put it again. Nyctalus lyceri is actually only known from the Black Sea coast, a very narrow strip of the Black Sea coastland. But we confirmed that it occurs widely in mountain forests of western Turkey, even as south as Aydın and Izmir provinces. The second discovery was really surprising. Nyctalus lysopterus, which is Europe's largest bat species, as you know, quite unexpectedly was found in non-forest high-altitude habitats, even in mountain steppe areas, especially in September and July-September, between July and September. And also we confirmed that Pipistrellus pipistrellus is the most common species of bats, and that is recorded as in the mortality surveys. And there is another views of acoustic bat surveys. Of course, the budget constraints remain a significant challenge. In most cases, we can only afford to do the most basic surveys only for 3 seasons in a year instead of 4 or 5 or 6 seasons, and with just 2 consecutive nights. But we also had a budget in some projects where we had 10 consecutive nights, and it made a huge difference. So now we are aware that we should do at least 5 or 6 days of surveys, and we try to convince companies to do so. We currently own at least 13 detectors of 2 different brands, and we became familiar with the devices. We know which brand is better in certain for certain its features and what they have strengths and weaknesses. And also we encountered various technical issues, and we came over by developing also a technical capacity to manage those gadgets and also to analyze the data. And we also have developed some ideas and recommendations, maybe for those who are really in a position or who are in a position to influence the development of those guidelines that we commonly refer, such as Eurobats guidelines. I know it is very basic, and it is very good to start with a solid research and survey methodology, but it should really be updated and enriched to encourage more ambitious and more powerful, impactful studies of bats, and so that we can allow more conservation activities. And at our office in our company, CAP Ecology, we also invested a lot in the infrastructure because we wanted to keep a big bat sound library. So aside of managing 2 different sound analysis software, we also built a 32 terabyte computer with RAID 2 storage and with a high capacity with memory, etc., to keep all our acoustic database at one place. Our goal moving forward is to deepen our research using this rich acoustic dataset and expand collaboration both within Turkey and internationally. In addition, we also aim to establish a genetic database, which we do in collaboration with Boğaziçi University, and we want to work with partners to investigate genetic variations within species, especially in critical geographical areas such as Turkey, which will help us to understand the population structures and the evolutionary history of the species. So on this Bat Appreciation Day, I'd like to emphasize just how important it is to continue pushing the boundaries of bat research. With more collaboration, more research, and more public awareness, we can just do justice to the complexity and beauty of bats and ensure their conservation in Turkey and beyond. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all for Turkey for today. Our next speaker is Marisa. I have managed to do some rejiggling of the pictures now, and now we have 2 speakers at the same time. It's great. So yeah, without further ado, I'll let you introduce yourself and start your presentation. Yep. It's looking good on my side, yeah. Oh, we're having some difficulties. Please bear with us. Oh, and Ma's answering questions in the chat. That's great. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second.
All good.
Yeah, okay. Now if you're ready,
Yeah,
I could
there you go.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Marisa Tietke. I work at the Natural History Museum in Berlin in Germany. And today I want to tell you some stories from the field. So I work in the Neotropics, and once or twice in the year, I go to the Neotropics to do fieldwork and collect data. And my broad topic of interest is vocal communication, social behaviors, and also sexual selected behaviors. And for that, I study bats. So I have 2 study species. One you can see here is the Greater sac-winged bat. It's a very small insectivorous bat, which is also very common throughout Latin America. And since the year 2021, I'm continuously going to the field to work with this species. And mainly when I'm there, I'm collecting acoustic data with microphones, but then also behavior data and do video recordings. And here you can see pictures of me in action, pictures of me directly at the net, taking a bat out. And then afterwards, then usually I weigh the bats, measure the bats, sometimes take wing samples, depending on the question and the project. But that's one of the best parts of my work, is just catching a lot of bats in the net. And for my observations with the bats, I also need to identify them visually without catching them every day. So for that, in our group from Miriam Knörnschild in Berlin, we use a very established method by putting very small little plastic rings on their forearm to identify them. They have different colors and sometimes also numbers. So then from afar, we can tell them apart and have a context for their behavior. And because we do long-term monitoring with the bats, we also know that the bats are not harmed by this method, and they behave normally and also stay in the roost for a long time, even years and years after we come back to the same roost, to the same place. The bats are still happy and alive and not disturbed by these little plastic bands. So in here you can see the plastic bands. This is a photo of a bat colony I'm working with in Costa Rica, currently right now. So on the top left corner, you can see courtship display. The flying bat in the air is a male, as you can see also by the forearm ring, because the bands, the rings, which are on the right forearm, always males, and then bands that are on the left forearm, they're females. So the courtship display is also one of my current projects I'm looking into in more detail. It's very complex and it has 3 different components. So there's a visual part to it, but there's also acoustic part and also olfactory parts. And then the bat on the wall, just sitting there, is a female, and she's judging the courtship display. And one of the olfactory part in this courtship display is also tied to the little sac wings they have in their wings, where's also the name coming from. So here you can see a harem male, a dominant male, and his very prominent sac wing. And in this sac, the bats collect different liquids from their body during the day. It's a mixture from liquids from glands, but also urine. And then they kind of mix it there. And then they move their wing and move it up and down very fast. And this is kind of transported towards the female. And by that, also the female judges the quality of the male. And also, like you can see, the bats of this species, they don't cluster together like a big ball, like a lot of bats do, but they really like the distance. So they're usually hanging in the same order, in the same spot every day. They're very territorial, and they each have their space in the group, and they also like the distance. But then when there's one bat coming too closely, there might also be conflicts, as you can see in the middle lower picture, and they really don't like if the space is taken up by another bat. And usually there are not so many physical conflicts, but sometimes there are, especially between males. And then on the right picture, you can see two males and an escalated conflict. There was one male who came too close to the one harem from the other bat. And then it ended up that the one bat is biting the wing of the one bat hanging down and just having the bat in his mouth. And this is an example of a roost of the colony where I found the bats, but they can also be found outside of big tree trunks or other human-made buildings. And here you can see the picture what I just showed you from the inside. So usually I use different cameras and also a microphone to record the bats and be there and try to understand their social behavior. And I hope you can see it on the left picture. There's the big camera standing there, and then on the wall, the little black dots are all bats. And this species is especially interesting for acoustic studies because this species actually sings. The males sing, and they have two types of songs. There's a territorial song, which they sing twice a day, usually in the morning and in the evening before they fly out to forage. And then there's also a courtship song, which is part of the whole courtship display during the courtship season, which is once a year, which I'm currently investigating. And of course, I'm not only, even if I work with the one species, mainly, I also encounter a lot of other bats doing my fieldwork. And this is a very common bat species. It's a long-tongued bat. It's hard to tell the exact species. I can only say it's like Glossophaga species, but you need to have them in the hand and look at certain characteristics, for example, at the teeth, to really know which species it is. But they're nectar-feeding bats, and here you can also see a very long tongue of the bats, and they go to the flowers and drink the nectar. And they often share the same roost that also the greatest heckwing bats share. And here's some more pictures. So they're usually in bigger groups, very social, and they're also very important. Not only they're feeding on nectar, but they're also very important for pollination of flowers. And here you can see two beautiful pictures of two bats that I caught after they have been visiting a flower. And you can see the different types of nectar. So one is more yellowish and the other one seems to be more oranges. And there are also another species that's often encountered is the gray sackwing bat. Of course, they also like to be in groups, and they belong to the same family as the greatest sackwing bat, and they're also quite vocal. And here's a video of me crawling in a cave. Maybe you can hear the sound a bit. It's yeah, me looking for new bat species. And then in general, I do a lot of crawling and climbing just to find new bat roosts, as you can see here. A lot of walking and hope to find new bat colonies. Here as well. So on the left picture, there's a half tree still standing, but it's a perfect roost for the greatest sackwing bats that I'm working with. And the little dots here, the black dots, these are actually the bats. And the other pictures, me climbing into a tree after carrying a ladder kilometers through the forest. So sometimes very exhausting, but it's always worth the work. And here's some more pictures to give you an impression of the fieldwork works, what I usually do. So either you sit below trees, or when you're netting, you're in rivers during the night, try to catch bats. Or sometimes you just need a lot of patience and have a hand net, and you just want to catch this one bat. And then it takes ages, but then mostly in the end, it works and it all pays out. And here you can see 2 fish-eating bats from the Neotropics, the greater bulldog bat and the lesser bulldog bat. They're really, really impressive, and you mainly find them or catch them when you put out a net across a river where the water is not flowing too fast. And they're super fascinating because they eat fish. They catch it with their large feet that you can see, especially here on the right picture, when they kind of slide on the water surface and then catch the fish from the water. And also when you catch them, they really smell like fish. So they're super fascinating bats, and also have super cool, fascinating colors. And then other cute bats, I often encounter the tent-making bats. For example, the Honduran white bats. They're very popular also because they're white and it's super extraordinary. And they modify leaves and make themselves like a little tent and roost in it for a while until the leaf is not good enough, and then they find a new leaf as a group. And then again, a picture of the long-tongued bat, which I showed you before, just drinking some nectar water, because after we caught the bats in the net, sometimes they, of course, they're a bit scared, and sometimes also they can lose energy. So then we feed especially the bats who have a high metabolism with some sugar water to get them fit again when we release the bats. And here is another example from a bat species from the Embalonorid family, also the same family as the greater sac-winged bat, but it's a lesser sac-winged bat. So it's a sister species, and they also have the sac wings in their wings, the sacs in their wings. But usually they live in smaller groups, and they're much harder to find. They're not so territorial. And also, as you can see, they're very good camouflaged, like you can see in the next picture also. Maybe you can find the bats and tell me how many there are. So they're sometimes really hard to spot them when you're just walking in the forest, try to look up and check all the branches and all the trees, and then have to zoom in full to kind of see if the bats are there. And I can tell you it's like 3 bats. One is here, one is there, and there's the third one. And another example of very camouflaged bats is the proboscis bat. A colleague of mine from my lab, Lena Dressler, is working with this species, also in Costa Rica, and it's also a species hard to spot. Here, in this case, it's a bit easier because there's work of Lena Dressler, and she also marked them with this forearm bands, similar to the method that I use. So it's easier to spot like the little colored dots on the trees, but when they don't have it, it's like they're really super hard to find. And also they don't move much, only when there's like a little bit of wind, then you might see the bodies moving. And yeah, so my work is very diverse, and I work in different vegetation zones. So from tropical forest to tropical dry forest, and includes a lot of different stuff. So a lot of looking for bats and climbing trees, but then also sometimes you decide, okay, so we want to today have a day of just looking for bat roost, and there's a map. You look at the map and be like, oh, we can do that round, and maybe we use the bikes so it's faster. But then you forget to look at the topography of the area and forget that it might be super hilly. So you start out with a bike and then realize, oh, okay, so maybe it's not a good condition to go with a bike, but you still continue because you really want to find the bats. And then after a lot of hills, a lot of rivers and swamps, and even more steep hills, then at some point you come to the conclusion maybe you should stop riding the bike and maybe walk next time. But sometimes it takes time to come to this conclusion, and you reach points in the middle of the forest with a bike where nobody would bring a bike, but you would do. And then also, if you do field work, you have some curious visitors. Like the picture in the middle is a big iguana. and he came into my room and I didn't realize it. And then suddenly in the night there were super weird noises and I was like, what is going on? And then I found this guy and was like, okay, now you have to go out. Or you have like spiders joining you while you're sitting on the ground and just ringing the bats and weighing them. And yeah, maybe the spider wanted to have a ring too, would have been pretty, but yeah, it was only for the bats this time. And then of course you also encounter a lot of snakes. This is a beautiful boar, and some of them are more dangerous. This is a Fer-de-Lancer, very aggressive snake, which is in the tropical forest, but still from afar, beautiful. And here's a video of me, a very unexpected encounter. It's a tapir. I was sitting on the ground doing acoustic recordings in the middle of the forest in front of a tree with the bats. And it was a very pleasure visitor. And they don't have good eyesight. So I suspect that at the beginning, the tapir didn't realize I was there. And then because they smell quite well. At some point, maybe the wind changed a bit and then the tapir realized, oh, there's somebody. But it was so exciting to be so close to such a wild, super cool animal. Also a bit scary because they have a lot of power. But yeah, the tapir was super friendly and it was a very nice encounter. And then for some projects, also for the one project, together with another colleague, we had a monitoring project of echolocation. We wanted to record echolocation calls, and we had microphones on the roof of a car, and we're in the countryside, also in Costa Rica, and try to record the echolocation calls of bats. And we didn't only have dog visitors, but also we had like some cow visits. And the recording schedule wasn't go as planned, and then sometimes you cannot go anywhere, do anything until the cows are away, and they stayed there for quite some while. But also one sad thing I experience more and more is the impact of the climate crisis, of the climate change, especially recently in the last years during my Feld season, I experienced more and more extreme weather conditions. So especially a lot of floodings. So especially in the picture in the middle, you can see the tree, and the tree usually isn't in the water. So is it a river, but the river is not as wide and as big as this is on the picture, but everything flooded so much, and then all the trees were underwater. And also, as you can see on the picture on the right, on the bottom right, all the streets were completely flooded. You couldn't go anywhere. You were stuck for a few days until the water was gone. And then this in combination with a bit of wind, it's easy that there are a lot of tree falls, and you have to be super careful to be in the forest, because 1 second there's a 6-meter high tree next to you, and then the other second is just on the ground laying there. And it's also quite dangerous because they fall quite quickly and you wouldn't expect it. And also with that, of course, some bad roosts get destroyed. And in the last season in Costa Rica, which was last November, December, and then this January, I found a lot of dead bats also. And this is super unusual because I've been to this exact location a few times before, always to the same season, in the same months. But I never found dead bats before, because usually when they're predated on, they're eaten by a snake or by a bird. Then you don't find them. But in this season, it was super often, like once a week at least, I found a dead bat either hanging on the wall like this or also on the ground. And when I inspected the bats, they looked kind of fine. So they had no wounds or anything. It didn't seem like an attack, but rather they starved. And this is also a Glossophaga species, the ones with a long tongue, which feed on nectar. And I suspect that probably all the rain, which was for a lot of months there was like very heavy rains, and the rain washed out the nectar from the flowers, and probably when the bats arrived at the flowers there was no like nectar left in the flowers. But this is just like what could have happened. I'm not sure exactly why these bats died, but this is my hypothesis, because they look quite thin and then the rest was fine. So this is of course super sad, and probably something that I and a lot of people that work in the tropics, and the local people of course like will experience more, that the whole ecosystem is doing like way worse, and it's affecting of course not only bats, but I see it mainly then in the bats, and this could be a good indicator of a whole ecosystem of how it's doing. But then I want to go back. I stay with the same bat species, still the long-tongued bats. It's very interesting to see that there are more and more observations of these abnormal pigmentation of their fur, and this can go like from very small white spots like here, also to bats that are completely white. And this is a greater saguin pup. I found it with another colleague of mine in Panama doing our work, because we also work there with Psychoplex bilineata. And in one colony, one day, it was during the pup season where all the pups were born. And one of the normal pigmented mothers, which are usually super darkish, she had like this white pup and was super unusual. And we also wrote a small note about it. And we observed this pup for the following weeks. And it behaved normally and was part of the colony, but it's super rare to see, or this was the first observation where there was this bat pup with normal skin, as I say, normal, and then, but almost completely white fur. And then I want to go to my second study species, which is also a very interesting species. Not that vocal, but interesting in another way. It's the spectral bat, Vampirum spectrum. It's one of the biggest, it's the biggest bat species in the whole Americas. It's very, like when it opens its wings, it spans like 1 meter, and it lives in family groups. So here on the pictures, you can see a female, a male, and then the offspring. And they're also very rare to find. They're endangered because one of the reasons is also they need hollow trees, for example, as a territory, and they need a big territory to forage. And why? Because they're carnivorous bats. So they mainly feed on birds, on also big birds, like the size of a dove, and also smaller mammals. Can be rats, mice, but also other bats, like basically every other small mammal that they can find. So this is also very fascinating and not very often in bats. And here I show you a picture on the left of a few feathers that I collected. So I found this one roost in Costa Rica a few years ago with this roost of Vampirum spectrum. And I started using this also as a study species and did a project which is still ongoing. And part of the project is also collecting feathers which are on the ground, which just fall off when they eat the prey. And you can see they're quite big also. And then on the right, it's not my picture, but I put a picture of Vampirum spectrum eating a bird. It's made in captivity, but it still like gives you a good idea, like how they forage and what they eat. And sometimes you also find little bones of mammals. I think this is like from a rat, but it's not so often. So my guess is that they also eat the bones. Sometimes I have videos of them from the bats in the roost eating, and then you can really hear bones cracking. So I guess they really eat almost everything of the animal, but sometimes I also found bones, which is really cool. And the bats, like I said, they're always in this family group. And once the offspring is grown enough, the offspring leaves and finds another roost and tries to find a partner. And I have this bed roost, and I did some video recordings, and this is a recording of a behavior that I called social roosting. It's 4 bats, a male, female, then a bigger pup, which is also male, and a small pup, which is at this point just a few weeks old and is still with the mother at the belly. You will see it in a second. And it's also something which have never been observed before in this bat species. So you can see the social roosting behavior. So here on the right, the one is stretching the wing out to the right. That's the smaller pup. Maybe 4 or 5 weeks old. And then left next to it is the mother, the female. And now you can see the smaller pup searching for the nipple to drink some milk. And I could really watch these bats for hours. It's like when I put the camera into the tree and filmed them, it was for me like the best TV I could ever wish for. It's like, even though it's not like happening a lot, it's still for me super fascinating, for them being super cute all together in this like ball-like position, always hugging each other in this position. And also what I found from my videos is that they do very interesting and extraordinary behavior. Wait, before I tell you this, I said, will you show you some pictures? So on the left, you see the pup on the belly of the mother. The pup is still very small. And the one bat opening its mouth is the father, the male, and you can see its very asexual glands in the mouth. And then when you go to the bottom right, you can see the pup is already a bit bigger, but still at the belly with the mother. And then on the top picture, the pup is already a bit older, but still drinking milk from the mother, and also super rare sight. And I feel really lucky that I was able to capture these moments, these pictures. So going back to what I wanted to say before, these bats show an extraordinary behavior, which is prey sharing behavior. So they have the roost, and usually they fly out during the night and forage. But these bats, they do this, but sometimes when there is a younger pup or just pups offspring in the roost, one bat is hunting prey and brings the prey item back into the roost and then gives this over to the pup and shares the food so the pup can eat the food. And I suspect this could serve for the pup first to learn how to eat kind of a complex prey item, like with everything. But also maybe the hunting of birds is not so easy and something that has to be learned. And maybe a pup, even if it's already a bit older, is not always successful. So this could be also additional, that the making sure that the pup always eats enough by this prey sharing behavior. And in the first video, so I have 2 prey sharing videos for you. It's only 1 minute each, so it's not so long. And one video is a bird. Bird is brought back to the roost, and the second video is a small mammal. So the one bat that already has the prey in his mouth just came into the roost, and the other one was already in the roost, and now is taking over the bird. And now I suspect I don't have identifications on the bats, so it's something just what I can suspect. But I suspect that the bat that now has the bird in its mouth is a pup, an offspring or older pup, and just got the prey from the adult. And then in the next video is the same context, but just with a different prey item, the mammal. Here again, the one bat approaching was already in the roost, and is now approaching the incoming bat. Then the bat with the prey item then immediately starts eating, and then both of them go back to the main roosting spot of this roost, where also then the other two bats, which I suspect is a female and the youngest pup, are already waiting. And then two more videos to show you of these beautiful bats. This is a short video of a play behavior. It's a social play behavior between two bats. And it's super nice that they played right in front of my camera and I got them so close. And also sometimes there's a play behavior which I classified as play with food, because in the roost, which is a hollow tree, there are a lot of big cockroaches, and then sometimes, for me, it seems like they try to chase these cockroaches, which also looks very funny. All right, and last but not least is a video, is the only one that I got of this behavior, is a fight over food. In all my videos where there was a prey item brought back to the roost, it was shared with another bat quite voluntarily, quite fast. But only the one time I witnessed a fight over food, and it was also directly in front of my camera, which made me very happy. And now I want to show it to you. It's also a small mammal, mouse or something. Hard to tell. And then finally, the one bat won, and it's over. They also showed some other further super cool and interesting social behaviors, but it is now for me for today. My little field stories. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm thanking my lab, of course, in Berlin, from the Natural History Museum, my supervisor, Miriam Knötschel, and all the people that have been in the field with me and helped me with the data and worked together with me. And then, of course, Niels, for inviting me here to this event. And don't hesitate if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone said there were some cute family hugs in one of the videos. That was very cute. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the videos. It's really interesting to see all these behaviors. And also I like that you included some typical field stories that are all quite relatable, where you start off with this great idea and then it turns out to be a terrible idea. But yeah, that's just field work. So yeah. Okay. I'm still not entirely sure how long the delay is between those. Actually, there's a delay between the Zoom and the stream and this thing. So we'll give it a second for people to ask their questions. But if not, are you able to hang around a little bit more? Maybe in the YouTube chat, and you can ask the questions there if needed.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again. And best of luck with the rest of your research then.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the plan now? Oh, now it's me again. Okay. I have another idea. Let me just do this. There we go. Hi, I'm back. So how is everyone enjoying the stream so far? Feel free to let me know your thoughts in the chat. And also, because there seems to be quite different people to what we had at the beginning of the stream. So please let us know where you are tuning in from. I'm assuming that people are going to join as they start waking up, because we had a lot of Aussies and Kiwi earlier this morning. And then now I'm assuming there's more Europeans and sort of Africa, Western Asia around there. And then we'll have all the Americans from all the Americas later today. So I'm going to do a little switcheroo because I'm in charge of this thing, so I'm allowed to do these. I'm going to swap the UE talk by me with a couple of videos from South America, so that we stay in the sort of South America kind of region before we move on to Western Asia. Then we have a break and then we stay in Western Asia. So kind of making this make a little bit more sense. And also I can breathe a little bit because this has already been a long day and it's not even the end of the day. So which one is it? It's this one.
Hi, my name is Carlos Bravo. I have a degree in biology. I am adjunct research in Instituto Alexander von Humboldt. I am 24 years old. And today I want to share my experience working and researching with bats in Colombia, a country that has given to me the most meaningful opportunities in both in my professional life and personal life. Colombia is the second most diverse country in the world when it comes to bats. As of 2024, around 222 species has been recorded in our national territory. That means we have almost a quarter of all known bat species on the planet. This number is not only impressive, it is also shows the enormous potential we have to discover and learn much more. However, Colombia has experienced internal armed conflict for decades. It is greatly limited biological expeditions, especially in places that could be among the most biodiverse in the world. I'm talking about regions like the Serranía de la Macarena, Serranía de la Lindosa, the Amazon, the Chocobayo geographic region, and even part of the Guayana Shield, which extend in our country. These areas were for a long time inaccessible or too dangerous for scientific exploration. Studying bats in Colombia has been both a huge opportunity and an enormous responsibility. Each ecosystems in the country, from coastal cities like Cartagena and Barranquilla, to high-altitude páramos like Sumapaz, the largest in the world, or the grasslands of the Anstors Plain, has its own unique set of bats. Many of these are endemics and others have not yet been described. On every field trip, you can encounter the unexpected. What fascinates me most about working with bats is their ecological versatility. Some species pollinate, others disperse seeds, some control insect populations, and yes, there are also hematophagous species. This diversity of ecological roles makes bats key players in maintaining healthy ecosystems. During my work, I've been lucky to join many field expeditions. We set up mist nets at sunset, spend the whole night collecting data, taking samples, observing behaviors. I remember one night especially well. We captured a species that had never been recorded in that region before. It was a moment of excitement, of deep respect, and a powerful connection with nature. As a young researcher, I've been often faced challenges, a lack of resources, limited equipment, or funding, but that hasn't stopped me. Beyond that, the technical side, this experience has allowed me to meet incredible people, local communities who open their territories and share their knowledge. Researchers from across the country who support each other, and students who feel inspired when they see that it's possible to do science in Colombia. A fundamental part of working with bats has also been the social component. Unfortunately, in my country, bats are still stigmatized. Many people associate them with disease, with darkness, or they are simply afraid of them. Changing that perception has been one of the biggest challenges, but also one of the most rewarding goals in my work. I participate in educational activities, community talks, and workshops with children and teenagers. Something that has deeply moved me is seeing how people, once they understand the role of the bats in nature, begin to admire them and care for them. I truly believe that knowledge transforms. There is still so much to do. Much of Colombia remains unexplored in terms of bat biodiversity. We need more taxonomic, ecological, genetic, acoustic, and social studies. We need to add more voices, more hands, and more hearts to this collective effort. Colombia is already known as a country of birds and orchids, but I dream that someday it will also be recognized as the country of bats. We have everything we need to achieve that: incredible biodiversity, a wide range of ecosystems, talented people, and above all, many stories still waiting to be told. On a personal level, working with bats has been a transformative experience. It has taught me to be patient, to be curious, to work as part of a team, and to value every moment in nature. It has taken me down unexpected paths, given me lessons you don't find in books, and allowed me to contribute just a little to building a country that recognizes and protects the biodiversity. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope you get to know Colombia. Hi, my name is Carlos Bravo. I have a degree in biology. I am a young researcher in Instituto Alexander von Humboldt. I am 24 years old, and today I want to share my experience working and researching with bats in Colombia, a country that has given to me the most meaningful.
Hello, my name is Gonzalo. I'm a bat specialist from Chile, and I'll talk to you about our association Bats of Chile, Murciélagos de Chile, PNUCE. PNUCE is a non-profit organization. It was founded around 2018 here with the aim to give education to the society, to produce important research about bats, and to protect them, to help the governmental entities or wherever to protect and to make consciousness about bats. We are 18 people, professionals from all Chile, from Arica in the north at 17 degrees of latitude south, even to Navarino Island at 56 degrees of latitude south. We are working on education, research. We are working with wind farms. For example, we have in Arica. Arica is in the north of Chile, near Peru. We have Carol. Carol, she is a biologist teacher, and she's working with education of kids in her region, and she worked studying bats and desertic environments. With her, we capture, for example, Platalina genovensium in the year 2013. After 17 years that no one saw that species. So that's very interesting. And then in 2017, we captured that one, a new molossid for Chile, Bromops davisoni. Then in La Serena, we have a group of professionals, Renzo Vargas and his team at the University of La Serena. They are actively working with different national parks as Fray Jorge. Fray Jorge is a super interesting place because it's a temperate forest, cold forest in the desert, very close to the sea. It gets the humidity from the clouds that arrive from the sea. They are studying bats at that place. It's super interesting. In Valparaíso, we have Javier and Dominique. They did last year a study involving local communities to teach about bats. They studied which species were inhabiting different places in the region. They work hardly with the communities, with the government, to implement measures to protect bats in new urban landscapes. Then in Santiago, the capital city of Chile, we have Ignacio. Ignacio works a lot with wind farms. He's developing measures to avoid the impact of wind farms on bats. Also, in the year 2020, he wrote with other colleagues this book, Bats of Chile. It's a super interesting book. It has all the known species here in the country. Then in Biobío and Ñuble, where I am, we have Fulgencio Lizón at the University of Concepción and me from Conservat. I work on wind farms and also in bats and forest. I love to go to far places to search for new populations, new species, to know where we have in the high mountains of the Andes, for example. And Fulgencio works with bats and forest crops. And that's very interesting, which is the impact of forest crops on bat populations and how we can do it better to protect those populations of bats. In Valdivia is a super nice place in the south of Chile. We have Sophie. Sophie works with education in schools, in different communities there, and also with bats and temperate forest. This is a super nice place with beautiful forest, native forest. And finally, we have Senabet in Navarino Island, south of Tierra del Fuego, very near to Antarctica. She's working with bats on subantarctic landscapes. How they live in that places which are very complicated for them. Bats are mostly tropical. So she's studying how those bats we have there live, and they use torpor to protect them during winter, what they eat. She's doing an excellent work at that place. That's our organization, PNUKE. Thank you.
So, that's it for South America. For the day, actually, yeah. No, there is a... Never mind, we'll go back to South America later today. Ignore me. So yeah, we had from Carlos in Colombia and then from Gonzalo in Chile. It's really interesting whenever people work in really harsh environments, like Tierra del Fuego, which is, I mean, it's not maybe not that harsh for what we consider harsh environments, but for bats, yeah, it's not great. So yeah, it's amazing that people are doing research over there, and yeah, high up in the Andes, all that stuff. It's really interesting to me, and I'm sure it's interesting to lots of other people as well. If you are joining us just now, we are talking about bats all day. I will show the schedule in a second. And yeah, feel free to let us know where you are tuning in from, because it's interesting to see sort of where the audience is from. And yeah, also if you want to, I don't know, say what you do with bats, do you even work with bats, or are you just interested in them? You can just make the chat active. You can discuss amongst yourselves as well. This event is about sharing bat knowledge, but also meeting people. And so you can virtually meet the speakers, but then you could also virtually meet other audience members. So shortly we will have a break, and then we will have these talks. So Armenia, Eswatini, USA with John Flanders from Bat Conservation International, then a contribution from the Ukraine Bat Rescue Organization, and then traveling further east to the Indian Himalayas, and then further east still, and we'll end up in Texas. So all around the world in, what is it, 2 and a bit hours. It's great. It's better than traveling by plane. We have the technology. After that, we will have another round of talks. So from now on, the schedule is going to be pretty packed, which is why I've decided to make this break a little bit longer than initially planned. So it is going to be 50 minutes, 50 instead of 30. And I'm scrapping my talk on UAE. I might fit it somewhere if needed. If not, I'll organize it some other day. It's not like I cannot make sure my own schedule matches my own schedule. Anyway, so yeah, later on we'll have a few more contributions from the US. One about a bat rescue center, essentially operate out of a house by some fantastic people in Austin. I met them doing my world tour. They're amazing people. I'm really looking forward to that talk. And then another contribution by a BCI researcher. And then we're going to have most of the world's continents. We're going to have Ghana, USA again, Brazil, Peru, Bangladesh. It's just missing Australia, but we've had those in the morning. As a reminder, so you are now watching it live, but if you're unfamiliar with YouTube live streams, if you come back to it after, you can rewatch it, and you can rewatch any part of it. So it will all stay on YouTube until Google goes bankrupt, basically, is my plan. I'm not taking it down. we also won't run into some of the copyright issues we've run into in the past with videos that had, you know, when you build a video with well, video editing software, usually they have built-in music. Some of that YouTube thinks is subject to copyright, which is, you know, their choice. So we had some issues with that in the past. We won't have this time. It's great. So there's no reason why this video won't stay up until the end of time, because if Google goes down, it is the end of time. What am I talking about? I don't know. But yeah, I'm hoping you are enjoying this, and we will be back shortly. this. I mean. Okay, so we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready for next talk with Tata from Armenia. Yeah, without further ado, you can
Oh, 1 second. Okay, 1 second, please. Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you today and to celebrate Bat Appreciation Day. My name is Tatevik Harutyunyan, and I'm a PhD student from Yerevan State University from Armenia. And I'm studying bat behavior and ecology. And today I want to introduce you the fascinating world of bats, their role in ecosystems, diversity, and their diversity, especially in Armenia, and to show a little, to speak about a little about my study I conducted in Yerevan, our capital, and whether you are already a bat specialist, enthusiast, or just curious, I hope you will leave today with appreciation for these incredible animals. So let's start with the basis. What are bats? They're unique among mammal because they are the only mammals capable of true sustained flight, and their wings are actually modified hands with elongated fingers supporting within a thin membrane. And the name of their order is Chiroptera, which means hand wing. And with over 1,400 species, bats are incredibly diverse and living nearly every type of habitat. And despite their importance, they are often misunderstood or overlooked, and that's one reason why days like today are so important. And bats are found in nearly every part of the world except the coldest regions. Their diversity is truly astonishing. Some, like the finny bumblebee bat of Thailand, for example, weigh less than a paper slip. Others, like flying foxes, for example, and who can have wingspans over 1.5 meters. Generally, there are two main groups of bats in the world: microbats, which mostly eat insects and use echolocation for navigation, and megabats or fruit bats, which really more on vision and are important pollinators and seed dispersers in the tropics. The global diversity reminds us that bats deeply integrated in ecosystems, from the rainforest of Burena to the rooftops of the Yerevan. And bats plays a crucial role for ecosystems. For example, insect-eating bats can consume a huge amount of insects every night, including mosquitoes or crop pests, and reducing the need for pesticides. Fruit bats or nectar-feeding bats pollinate plants like bananas, mangoes, or agave, for example, which is used for making tequila. They also help forests to regenerate by dispersing seeds across large areas. And because they are sensitive to habitat changes, they serve as bioindicators, and their presence or absence tell us a lot of about the health of the environment. Bats are well known for their microbats, are well known for their unique ability to navigate and hunt in complete darkness. And they do this using a fascinating system called echolocation, which works like a biological sonar. And when a bat produces high frequency sound waves, it calls usually ultrasonic waves, which means that these waves are too high pitched for us, for human ear. And these sounds travel through the air and bounce off objects like trees, buildings, insects, and then the bats listens the returning echoes. Based on the time delay and change in frequency of these echoes, bats can figure out how far away an object is, or how big it is, and even the what is it's made of. And the ability allows bats to build 3D models, 3D image for the environment using sound. Some species can even detect objects as thin as a human hair. For example, the family of Rhinolophidae. And echolocation is especially important for eating, prey capture, and navigation in the environment. Many bats eat insects. They are active at night, and echolocation helps them track, case, and catch prey in mid-air, often with incredible precision and in the darkness. Echolocation can help bats navigate throughout complex environments like dense forest, caves, or urban areas. They can dodge branches, buildings, or even each other during flight. They can communicate with each other via echolocation calls. It's especially important during the breeding season or mother communication with their puppies. And despite their value, the bats face numerous threats. Deforestation and land conversion destroy their natural habitats. In urban areas, light pollution disrupts their behavior, and buildings often replace natural roosts like caves or tree hollows, for example. And also climate change can affect bat food sources and hibernation cycles. Some species are also suffering from diseases like, for example, white nose syndrome, which is a fungal infection that has devastated bat population in North America. So we need to act urgently to protect them, not just for the sake, but for the health, for ecosystem and agriculture. Now let's shift our focus to Armenia. Armenia is a small country with rich natural diversity. It is in the Caucasus biodiversity hotspot. You can see here in the map. One of the world's most biologically rich yet threatened regions. And Armenia is very geography from high mountains, ranges to river valleys and semi-desert zones, which supports high diversity of bats. And we have 30 species bats from 4 families here in Armenia. And despite this richness, bats here are still understudied, especially in urban settings like Yerevan. And as I said, although we know that we have a high diversity, but we have limited data on how they interact within urban environments. With increasing urbanization, it's essential to understand how bats are adapting or struggling in cities. And this is why I decide to start with our capital, with Yerevan, and to focus in Yerevan and explore how bats are distributed here and the factors affect their population and presence here. And I think it's more than just science. It's about informing conservation efforts in a time when cities are growing so rapidly. And about our study in Yerevan, we take some acoustic, we collect acoustic data here by using acoustic recording devices. Here you can see I conducted from 2019 to 2021 during my master thesis. And we put devices in different districts in Yerevan. We focused places, mostly green spaces, spaces near water ponds and near the factories, also near the human buildings to see the differences and the activity and what's are going there. And we have such results there, and we looked that we have investigated that we have 9 species here in Yerevan, which are synanthropic species, and they live well and together in human buildings and we found them during the whole every season here, you can see. And also we looked whether the type of and we also found here 3 species which are migratory species. It's because we found only during the autumn. We record them only during the autumn, which means that they use Yerevan temporary and only for resting, let's say like this. Yes. So also we looked at whether the types of buildings in different districts had any effect on bat species diversity. And interestingly, we didn't find any significant correlation between building types and bat species bat species and bat diversity, but we find some correlation, and we saw a clear pattern between green species, green areas, green spaces, and bat species number. So we can say with this that in urban settings like Yerevan, bats are more closely associated with vegetation, green spaces, more like than with buildings. But now we are continue our monitoring and actively collecting bat calls to see the changes in the future, which changes can be there in Yerevan. So also as part of Western Asia Bat Research Network, I took part in field works where we gained hands-on experience and developed a range of skills and fieldwork skills, and we learned how to safely conduct non-letter bat sampling and perform bat virus surveillance to support threat reduction. We also protected proper use of personal protective equipment during the capture, handling, and sampling. In addition to field techniques, we improved our skills in data collection and management, species identification, and acoustic monitoring using different bat detectors. We learned how to work as a team in challenging fieldwork conditions and how to apply ethical standards in wildlife research. I also collected some acoustic data for my PhD work during these works, which helped me to strengthen my understanding of their activity in these parts and habitat use. And this project has not only enhanced my technical and analytical skills, but also it depended my communication commitment to bat conservation and collaborative research across region. Now I'm a PhD student and continuing my work in different regions in Armenia. I'm collecting bat acoustic data in order to understand their behavior via echolocation calls. Also, I collecting some DNA samples to identify the bat species diverse in different parts of Armenia, and by comparing, also I try to understand the bat diet and to understand what they are eating, and to trying to compare these patterns, and I hope I will identify potential behavioral changes and factors driving them. So, and here I want to show some short videos which which I take there during our study. And the second one. And this is a small cave like this in Weisdorf region, and we have more than 800 caves there, and most of them are still under studied, and we are going to try to investigate the different maternity colonies, if there will be and other species there. So that's all. Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone. Okay, so now we have both. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. It's really interesting to learn about sort of the lesser known countries. Having visited Armenia myself last summer and done some bat work there, I can vouch that it's an amazing country with so much still to be discovered. So yeah. Okay, our next speaker is already here actually, so I'll just do this. There we go. To anyone who joined us later today, welcome to this Bat Appreciation Day live stream. I hope you are enjoying the talks. Feel free to post in the chat where you are tuning in from, what you do with bats. Do you even work with bats, or are you just interested in them? I want to know what the kind of people who attend this this event, because this event is it's my brainchild. Well, yeah, I want to know what people think. I want to know what kind of people are joining. What people might want to see from future editions, things like that. Yeah, let me know. Okay, so our next speaker being here, I can try to
Yes. Am I starting now or on the dot?
Sorry?
Am I starting now? Now, like now.
You can if you are ready. If you need some more time, that's fine because we are early. That's true.
Oh, okay. No worries. I can start. It's fine. I was just making sure.
Okay, yeah, no, if you are ready, yeah. If not, I have stuff to fill in blanks anyway. If you need to do something.
No,
Okay.
just tell me when. Just tell me when to start, and then I'll begin.
Okay, then you can start right now.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I wasn't sure if I'm live or not yet, but okay. Thank you very much. My name is Veli Mande Ndluli. I'm from Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, but I was doing my PhD in South Africa at the University of the Free State. I just finished. I graduated last week. So the work that I'm going to present now was based in South Africa, where I was undertaking my studies. So today I just want to share a little bit of a story about something that I am very proud of, an achievement that came out as I wasn't expecting that I would be able to do it because it was not part of the PhD per se, but I was proud after we had accomplished it. So I'm going to be walking you through a process, the process of how we went about writing a children's book that educates children and adults about the importance of bats in an area called QwaQwa. So the book itself is called QwaQwa's Heroes After Sunset. But then this was, it became part of my PhD, which was supervised by Professor Taylor, Professor Mona Jem, Dr. Braden Hand, and Dr. Rakoto Arivelo from Madagascar. So I felt I needed to mention that, but then let's begin. I think most of us are already familiar about the importance of bats. Bats are they are very widespread, and because they are distributed globally, it is not surprising that they are important. They provide important ecosystem services around the world. But despite this being the case, bats are actually getting threatened each and every day. And there is different reasons for this. There is the human activities which result in habitat degradation for the bats. There is climate change. And there's also the negative perceptions that people have towards bats. And you will be surprised how most cultures, not all of them, but most cultures will have a certain perception that is kind of negative towards bats. And this is where I kind of like took interest, especially when I was doing my PhD, because my PhD was trying to look at how these different threats, mainly climate change and human activities, were affecting bats. But I was curious, like, what about the perceptions? What about what people think about bats? What can we do about that? Can we be able to assess what people think about bats in the region where I was doing my study? And would it even be possible to change people's perceptions towards bats in this area? So then somehow that became part of my study. And then I tried to assess the perceptions of people towards bats in primary and high schools in the local area of QwaQwa. And then after assessing their perception, I wanted to see if I could change their perceptions from negative to positive. And I could only do that using an intervention. But so we selected these 4 schools in the area. And within these 4 schools, we focused on students that were doing grade 8. And in high school, they're doing grade 8. And then in primary school, they're doing grade 7 and grade 6. And then what we kind of did, we just went there, asked them a bunch of questions about bats, and then taught them. And then when we're teaching them, we call that the intervention. But then the intervention was accompanied with posters to make sure that the students had the relevant information even after we had left. And also, we wanted them to engage with us as we were doing the research, because I would go to the school, collect bed samples and bed poop pellets, and we wanted the students to see us working to kind of like see that, okay, there are people that interact with beds in such a manner, and we're hoping that would strike probably an interest towards beds. And then after that, then we would ask them the same questions we'd asked them before and assess how they felt about the beds. So this is kind of like showing the work that we did. We put up some bed boxes in the schools so that the children could see what we were doing. That's the questionnaire that we were using to ask the students to kind of see how they felt about beds. And then, yeah, and that's Professor Taylor there explaining something to a student. And this was shortly after the COVID era. That is why we are all wearing masks.
How I was about to highlight how good it was, how good the technology had been so far, and then this happened. So
Recording stopped.
okay, we'll stop that. Now we do need to get a speaker back. Join. Oh, I need to join this again. Yeah, how is everyone doing? I'm doing what I can to fix this, and then we are going to, oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. So, that's me. Assign placeholder. Okay. We don't have an image though. We do now. Okay. Veli, are you back? Yes, great. I apologize for this. Zoom crashed on my end, so sorry about that. But yeah, if you could reshare your screen, and then we'll resume the presentation. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but you know.
Sharing is not turned on, please.
Yes.
Please turn on sharing.
It should work now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Delete this.
Okay. There.
Okay. Let me just right here. Okay. Again, apologies about the little interruption. We are now resuming our normal.
Yes. So yeah, the project basically was to get the students to see us doing the research, and then the students themselves can understand, or they can change their perceptions, the negative perceptions that they had towards bats. But that was fun. The project itself was fun and successful. But the question remained, what would happen after the project was finished? That was the problem now, because we had gone there, done this good intervention, taught the students about bats. But those students, in a year or two, they would be out of the school. And then what about the new students coming in? Like, what happens then? So that's basically why this idea came about. My anxious mind was just like, well, they're just gonna forget everything and life will go on as though no intervention had ever been done. So I was like, no, I cannot let that happen. We need to make sure that what we have started lives on, even when we are no longer around, even when the project itself is done and I'm no longer there. But I need to make sure that I leave a part of the project with the schools. And then, yeah, we were discussing this, and then it was like, maybe just write a book then, because, write a book that is going to teach the students what you taught them during the intervention. And the good thing about books is that they last, so you will be gone, but the book will be there for a long time. And the message inside the book will stay the same. So no one is going to distort that message. And you won't need to come back to teach the new students. You can just leave the book with the schools, and then every new student can go to the library and read a copy for themselves and learn more about the bats. And it was such a good idea. We were also excited. The Mountain Bat Lab, that being me, Alexandra, Professor Taylor, we were all excited, like, yeah, let's do this. I mean, what could go wrong? Like, we had this good idea, except we didn't have funding. But, it's fine. We can do without funding, I guess. Well, no, but I had never written a book before. I mean, I could learn. So the area where the study was based is close to Lesotho. The common language is Sesotho. So I could write the book in English, but if you wanna make it more relatable to the students, you wanna also have a version of the same story in their local language, which unfortunately I cannot speak, like I said, from Swaziland. And the fact that I was doing a lot of things during my PhD, I didn't know where I was going to get the time to actually sit down and come up with a story that would engage the students. But anyway, we had to do it. Like, we had to do it. So for the fundraising, we came up with the idea because my prof had connections. He knew a guy, Melin Tuttle. Most people will probably have seen some of the pictures that he has taken of bats around the world. We decided maybe if we could invite him, because he was coming to South Africa anyway, we could invite him, and then he could give one of his famous talks, and then people could come and listen to the talk, and then the money that they pay would go towards the book, towards publishing the book and stuff. So we're like, yeah, cool. We're just gonna invite this guy from America who has never heard of us, and he's going to say yes. And then he said yes. And then he's like, oh, okay. We were not expecting that, but such a good gentleman. And then the University of the Free State was fully behind this. They helped us with organizing this fundraising research. We also had the Afro-Mountain Research Unit. They were also like, guys, we're going to give you a little bit of funding to make sure that this fundraising event is successful. And there was another foundation called PIX Foundation that helped us with this. And this event was so successful that we got more than half the money we needed to get the book published. And then, yeah, most of the money came from the fundraising, and then we also used some of the money that we had for the project itself. And then also the university tried to help us out with some more funds to make sure that the publishing process was a success. And then, yeah, so I basically wrote the book, but like I said, I had never written a book before. When I gave it to my colleague, Miss Alexandra Howard, she read it, she laughed, and she was like, "We cannot publish this Monday." And I'm grateful for her saying that because I had never written a book before, I was putting actual places in the book, trying to make the story relatable to the students in the area. So I was putting in real names and like real people and real places, like I didn't know that you can't do that. And then turns out you can't just do that. You can't put people's names in your book, even if you have good intentions. So I was happy. Probably I would have gotten sued for money that I don't have, or went to jail. I don't know. And then Prof. Taylor also proofread the book. And then the late Miss Felicity Keats, who used to be a publisher, she also proofread the book. So if you notice on the screen, there's some artwork that I have shared. All these artwork is from the students that
Okay. So sound is back on my end, but not okay. Something with the Zoom meeting then. Right. Okay. Apologies everyone for another technical issue. It's crazy. It's been going on just fine for over 6 hours, and now I don't know. It's like a child who needs a nap. Okay, so let's can I going to try to reconnect the oh man. This is all incredibly frustrating. Yeah, I don't need the recording. There we go. Okay. Now let's link this back. Oh, yeah. Can someone tell me when you lost sound, because I didn't see exactly when it dropped. I wasn't paying close attention to the levels. Audio is back. Yeah, audio is back for me. It wasn't back on the Zoom meeting, unfortunately. So yeah. Is it back? Oh, okay. No. Yes. Okay. It is back through Zoom. Okay. Attempt number 3. Oh man. Okay, Veli, we seem to have sound now. I apologize that something seems, yeah. I don't think Zoom is enjoying your book very much, but I am. So yeah. I will bully Zoom into doing what I wanted to do. Okay, so you go here. If you could share your let's see, what is this? Oh yeah, I have to turn it on every time. I'm sorry. Yes, it is now set to on. Before the photos with the students and books. Okay. So if you can try sharing again, please. Okay. Yeah. So apparently it was before the photos with students and books. So before this one, I think. I think so. We shall.
Is this where you last heard audio, or should I go back a bit further? Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay. So I was saying, after we had published the book, and we were lucky because we were able to donate about 50 copies of this book to each of the schools that were involved in our project. And you can see me handing over the books there to the different teachers that
Yep. We lost Veli again, but this time Zoom didn't crash. So it looks like it's all, none of it is working, but we've had 3 incidents, 3 different symptoms, 3 different causes. I apologize for this. We are going to maybe at some point fix this. Going to do this. Okay.
We seem to have now. I apologize.
Why can I hear that?
Something seems.
Veli, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, can we try again, but without your video, please? Because I think it might have been a bandwidth issue of some sort. Just going to do that. So, okay.
All right, thank you. So yeah, I was saying we're able to donate the books to the different schools. We donated about 50 copies of the book to each of the schools, and we also gave some of the students who had the outstanding artwork, who provided the most outstanding artwork. We are also able to reward them with a copy of the book. But funny enough, we were honored when the chief of the area actually showed up during one of the ceremonies, and I was also able to hand him a copy. And initially, his name was in the book, but I had to take it out after Alex told me I can't put people's names in there, real people's names. And then the person who I actually put in there actually attended and got a copy. So it was a bit funny, but of course he doesn't know that he was actually there initially. I just went now with chief, because he's the chief of the area. So in the book, I just refer to, the chief of the area. So yeah, that was basically it about the book. And yeah, there are a lot of people that I'm grateful to who helped us a lot, especially my supervisors and other people from the community like Dr. Mpora Mujane and the people who helped us install the bed boxes. And yeah, I'm very grateful to a lot of people, and that's basically the story of Kwakwa's Heroes after sunset. Thank you. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Again, apologies for the technical issues. I'm not sure what happened. But like I was telling the audience, it crashed 3 times for 3 different reasons. So it was just something's up. I'm hoping that it was just a temporary glitch and that the rest of it will be fine, maybe. But yes, we shall cross our fingers. But yeah, thank you very much. And honestly, it's an amazing project. We had a couple of people today talk to us about books for children. I've seen a couple myself. It's always amazing when these are written and brought to life, because it's really important. There's so much that you can do by showing children what bats are really like in terms of changing the mentality of even adults, because they'll talk to their parents, and it's just, yeah, it's really fantastic effort. So yeah, thank you for this. Thank you for coming here today. And yes, we shall move on to our next speaker. If you kind of hang around the YouTube chat for a little bit, there might be some questions. I can see some comments saying it looks like a fantastic book. And they were happy they could hear the end of the presentation. I think we all are. Yeah. So hopefully this is all the glitches we're going to have today. Knock on wood. We'll see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, hi John. Good. I am attempting to. Oh, hang on. The one thing I can do now is this. Do this, and now they can see you. Okay, and now I can do my other shenanigans. Okay, so you are here. That's good. Can I ask you to share your screen, please? Sure. Okay, sorry. There we go. Seems to be working. Don't want to jinx it though.
It's right. There's a lot of work that goes into this.
Honestly, I was about to type in the chat, hey, I'm so glad the system is working this well, and it crashed 2 minutes later, just full. Yeah. I mean, only Zoom crashed, but for the audience, it's still all the content. It's just, for me, it's 1 in 3 pieces that crashes, but it's still the whole thing. So it's kind of, But yeah, we should be good to go now, if you are ready.
I'm ready. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, no, thank you once again, and thank you for setting this up. It's an amazing opportunity, I think, for people to learn about bats all around the world. I'm going to put a little different spin on this, if that's all right. I appreciate it's Appreciation Day, but I also want to appreciate the people who are looking after the bats, people like yourselves, but also people in the field who are doing amazing work. I've not put my name on this slide deliberately because I can claim no credit for this, but I really want to celebrate the people who are doing work around the world. But I'm going to focus on one of the projects that we're doing at Bat Conservation International with all our partners in protecting Hildegard's tomb bat. Now, actually everyone in this photo is currently in the field working on this project, which is why they couldn't be here today. But I think, again, I really just want to give a shout out to all the dedicated people working on projects such as this. And I'm a big fan of conservation optimism. I think we need more of it right now to keep people sane. And I just want to celebrate the work that's been going on in this project as well, because a bit like Nils, I don't want to jinx things, but things are going spectacularly well because of the community support that we've been getting. So you may have heard myself, Isabella, David, or Paul speak about this project already. So if you have, apologies, but Hildegard's tomb bat is a really rare species and it's becoming rarer by the day. Its range is along coastal Kenya and hopefully still in Tanzania. Interestingly, we have no records of it currently in Tanzania, just museum records. But it has had significant threats from deforestation and cave disturbance, where we really have two hotspots left. There are 3 caves left in Kenya that we know where this bat exists, but 2 are really where the 2 core populations are that support about 70% of the global population. And here's a map just to show you the extent of their known range. So you can see in Kenya, we've marked Kapoga and Makuru Cave at the top, Three Sisters Cave at the bottom near Shimoni on the east coast of Kenya. Tanzania, we've kind of put on with a crosshatch because they might still be there, but we just don't know. But we're really focusing all our efforts on these 2 big caves and Makuru, which is the 3rd known cave. And the interesting thing with this is the different conservation strategies we've had to implement to really stop any further loss of habitat and potential sort of species numbers as well. So I'm going to start at the top and then we can cover the Three Sisters Caves at the end. But Kaboga Cave was an urgent thing for us because I was actually in Kenya with Paul and we were going to Kaboga Cave because it was the safe cave of all the ones there. And I will never forget the situation. We're walking over this slight hill and Paul is a very talkative fellow. And as soon as we got to the top of the hill, he just stopped talking. And I took this photo as we were standing there and you can see this wall. And this was the first time Paul had ever seen this. And unfortunately, the landowner who owned all of the land on this side of the picture, unfortunately passed away. And the land went to his children who didn't live in the area, weren't using it. So they started subdividing the land and selling it off. And it just shows how fragile these ecosystems are and how we always have to be on high alert for any change in situation. This was the safe cave, but partly through them just not appreciating how important this land was for bats, this land was starting to get subdivided and sold off at an alarming rate. This part of Kenya, especially after COVID, is extremely desirable as people want to get out of the big cities like Mombasa. So anything people can do to buy land and develop properties in this more serene part of the coast, they are jumping on it. And you can see here, Kaboga Cave, I've just marked, the entrance is where that green dot is. This was a construction that we were seeing in August, and this was from December 2023. This is when I had to do a 2024 update. The pace of this was just phenomenal. And the entrance to Kaboga Cave was 6 meters from the edge of these walls. If I go to the next slide, you can see Kaboga Cave, the entrance is just down in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. And you can see here, just with this new photo that we've used, the speed in which all of this is happening. You can see in the top of the photo, more land is being developed, more land is being cleared. So this was an exceptionally urgent situation, and more of this bat's habitat was being eroded. We had extreme sorts of fear of that another parcel of land was going to get developed. They were going to dig down and break into the cave, which would essentially just destroy it for the bats. And another fear was someone would just buy this plot of land, clear it, backfill the cave, and just put a property on top of it. Remember that the 2 caves with Kaboga and with the one down in Ficarini, about 70% of the known global population in these 2 caves. We potentially could see half of the like global species decline with the loss of this one cave. And it was kind of getting worse by the minute. Every time we visited the site, we were just seeing more land clearance, and just more habitats being lost. These bats emerge early. They do fly high and fast, but at the same time, they need significant trees around the roost, because every sunset you get the crows, you get other birds of prey coming down, and the bats are using the trees really as an escape path, so the birds just don't know how the bats are getting out of the cave. Any more sort of loss of the trees, we'd really start to see higher predation rates on the bats, increasing the stress levels, and then we just start to see decrease in numbers. We installed a camera trap at the cave, and we were through.
Yeah. The issue is that I have to keep the same Zoom link. So, and there is no longer there's no more breaks.
Yeah, you know, you've got a
No.
good schedule.
It's a very busy schedule. So I'm not entirely sure what the how to deal with that. I think I just need to keep an eye on the audio and yeah, leave the Zoom meeting and come back with the live streaming software whenever it drops. Because
Yeah.
that just fixed it right now. Which is annoying, but I mean it works. Didn't break anything. Maybe. What's that looking like? So I think we might be live again. Let me check YouTube. Hello. How do I? Okay. Analytics. It says excellent connection. We seem to be back up. Okay. That was surprisingly smooth for a full live stream restart thing, which makes the issue even more frustrating. But hey, okay. So if you are ready to resume, we can do that. Why can't I hear you? That's odd. It's very odd. Can you try speaking again? Yeah, no, it's not working. What? But I could hear you just now. What just happened? What happens if you speak now?
Right. There you go. So that was actually me that time. I don't know what happened.
Oh. Okay, you freaked out.
Yeah, no, sorry, that was on my side. Yeah.
Okay, all good, all good. We'll get there eventually.
There we
Oh,
go.
okay.
Right.
Cool.
Hopefully
So
this is working. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, just conscious of time, I'm going to just carry on where we left off. So apologies for people just seeing me mime some of the last bit. But one thing I just wanted to raise on this before I move over to the next part of the project is one of the unexpected things we came across on this project is the issue of land rights and land ownership. Now, some land is community owned, some land is privately owned, but a lot of the private land, while people have used that land for just generations, they may not have had the title deed. And Mukuru Cave, which is the third one that I spoke about, Now, which was an interesting one because it was on a family land. They had no intention of doing anything with it. They loved the bats. But there was more and more incursion of mining around their property. And it's only when we started understanding the issues of land ownership in this part of Kenya, we started speaking to this family and found out that they didn't actually own the title deeds to the land that their family have used for generations. So one of the other parts of this project, we have now working with local lawyers to make sure this land stays within this family and they can protect the bats. And they've actually welcomed this because they recognize that we're helping them protect their land, but they've now created their own community-based organization. They call it the Bat Eye, to protect this other cave. So now we've got these two caves protected on the north part of the coast, which will hopefully provide some resiliency. And now we're going to start looking at how we can create these buffer zones and actually create more resiliency so they can start either exploring and finding other caves that still may be out there or connect the north and south caves together. Oh, let's go backwards. Here we go. Now, the other site I want to talk about was the Three Sister Cave complex down in Fikurini. This is the other one of the two main sorts of strongholds for Hildegard's tomb bats. This is a different situation. There's no threat of development. This is all community land, so it's not private land ownership. The people from this region collectively own this land. But they have a separate issue because there's been really little impetus on helping work with this community and help them understand what their needs are, help them provide sort of sustainable agroforestry techniques. There's been a lot of slash and burn in this area, and as a result, the level of tree cover has just diminished. This is a drone footage we took. You can see this is a small patch of trees here, small patch of trees here. This is all scrub. While it looks fairly green, there's really nothing here for anything to really use. But it didn't used to look like this. It used to be pretty much continual forest. As a result, every rainy season, because of the lack of trees, they're just losing all the soil content and it's washing away every single season, which is creating problems because now there's little ground soil to grow your crops, and it's just getting into this vicious cycle. One of the reasons why, and this is where the bats in the cave have been saved, is because it's actually also a religious site. So they protected the trees around these sites because of that reason. But now I actually get to show some bat content. This has seen some amazing bats in this cave. It really is a stronghold. While we're protecting Hildegard's, which is the bat on the far right of this image, there's also the African trident bat, which is in the middle. There's Macronyctus vittatus, which is one on the far left. There's some incredible diversity, and it's just beautiful. So you get rhinolophus, you get rosettas, you get some smaller vespers in the cave as well. Most of the people from this community do not appreciate how diverse this cave is for bats and how important it is for them. So one of the things we started to do is actually be more deliberate and get extremely good photos of the bats flying, also good headshots as well. So we can actually print these out and show them and give them to the communities so they can just see the beauty of them whilst we're explaining the issues that bats face and also the problems of increased disturbance causes to them. Now here's sort of, you can see some of this bush down here and the remaining trees. Charcoal is a necessity. People use wood burning stoves all the time, so there's a high level of deforestation. So one of the things we really want to do is just figure out how we can make it all sustainable. And with the community participation, they've done a phenomenal job at setting aside land to do some reforestation projects to create this buffer around the cave. And just within the last 18 months, we've seen incredible sort of resiliency from just the land in bouncing back. The trees on the whole are just growing at a rapid rate, already starting to lock in more soil, and we're seeing just the landscape benefit from these actions. And the community's seeing this as well. We hold community workshops whenever we're around, just so people can understand why we're doing this and why it's beneficial to them as well. And that's the key for us, to making sure that any work we do isn't just beneficial for the bats, but it's beneficial for the communities in which we're working with as well. We're working with other in-country partners. This is Wingate from a company called Leaf, who's doing a lot of work training the communities in how to establish tree nurseries, what native plants to plant where, when, and how. And we have our own bunch of volunteers now who are starting with all the reforestation activities. We have just finished building a tree nursery that can hold up to 5,000 saplings, and we've provided sort of water catchment facilities and water storage facilities to we can actually maintain this. And this is one that I'm really happy with this. This is a same photo I took sort of 2 years apart. This was basically rock when I first saw it, and now we've got all these trees up. But it wouldn't be possible without the community involvement, participation, and just their really commitment to this and recognition that we can live in harmony with wildlife, which is these. And if anyone wants to learn more, we have a whole video series of work we'd be doing in Kenya, also Jamaica and Fiji. So please check it out and enjoy. And again, I just want to finish with thanking Niels. You've done a phenomenal job pulling all this together and allowing us to share all our stories about bats. I could talk for hours, so having 30 minutes was tricky, but I very much appreciate the opportunity. Oh, I can't hear you, Niels. I don't know if you can.
It's my fault. It's all good. So, as I was saying, thanks again, John. It's very nice having you on this live stream. Having visited some of those caves myself, I can attest that they are indeed amazing. And it's great to see that everything is being done to protect them as well. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I can also attest that you can speak about bats for hours. I think we all can here. But that's why we're here. That's why we do these things. But yeah. But yeah, thanks a lot and have
Awesome.
a good day.
Yeah, thank you very much. See ya.
Cheers. Bye. Hi, Lona. You are live if you unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so we've had some technical issues in the past 2 talks. I'm hoping that these are now fixed and that yours will be somewhat smooth, but we'll see. So when you are ready, you can share your screen and I shall share it with the people.
1 second.
I love the bat plushies at the back, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, they can't see the one next to the black one, but I have that one. It's the blue and yellow one.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I shared. I hope you can see it.
Yeah, it is now being streamed as well. Okay, I just need to resize it a little bit. So, can you go full screen?
Mm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. So okay. Let me just cool. Yeah, you should be.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me for this wonderful event. My name is Alena Prilutska, and I'm co-founder of Ukrainian Bed Rehabilitation Center. And today I want to tell you a bit about our bed conservation work in Ukraine, our achievements, and some challenges what we have now, and would be happy to tell our story. So we are situated in the eastern part of Europe. In Kharkiv is situated in eastern part of Ukraine. That's where my center is based, and this is one of the biggest cities in Ukraine. And unfortunately, we are close to Russia nowadays, and we have some problems with them. But I will tell about that later. So Kharkiv is quite big city with a lot of modern high-rise buildings, and these buildings attract beds, especially for the past 40 years. Some of our European beds, such as Noctius, they changed their behavior and they started to hibernate in cities. That's why we have this big problem of beds hibernating in cities, because they see our buildings as rocks. They are very similar to rocks with small caves, with small crevices, and they started to hibernate in these buildings. But unfortunately, they hibernate very often close to flats, to people, and very often people don't like such neighbors, and they want to get rid of them. Even though all beds in Ukraine are protected, still people can kill them or make some bad things to them. We have 28 bed species in our country, mostly Vespertilianid and 2 species of Rhinolophyte beds. And the most common of them is Nyctalus noctila in the right corner. They are very common, and in most cases, in 80% of our findings, we have exactly Noctius. The second very common species is Pipistrellus culi in the left upper corner. We have big colonies of them on the windows, and we have a lot of them in our bed rehabilitation. The rest species are more or less rare, but in general, we have up to 14 species in our bed rehabilitation center. The main threats to beds in urban landscapes are anthropogenic traps, human-made buildings, different kind of buildings, and especially when beds migrate in autumn, in spring, but mostly in autumn, they see open windows in our buildings, and they try to find a place where to stay for a day. And very often they are trapped inside those flats. And as on this picture where I rescue beds from a flat, because when they get into it, it's very difficult to get out from the flat. And quite often we have cases when people do renovation works, and very often in winter, this renovation works, and they open some parts of the windows, and they can find hibernating beds inside of them. And in that cases, we come and rescue those beds. But sometimes when they are trapped between 2 window frames, they can't go out, and they just need our help. Or sometimes people can directly kill them because of fear, because of some superstitions. They just throw them away from the balcony, from the window, and very often on the frost. In Ukraine, we have quite severe winters, so bats die quite fast. And yeah, you can't release them in winter because winter is quite cold. And sometimes indirect killing, when people try to help bats, for example, they put it in this bucket and they actually wanted to rescue them, but because of overheating, bats died and it was too late to rescue them. Sometimes we find, I mean, people and we find bats trapped inside elevators, and they are very dirty of this oil. As you can see here in the picture, the first one is the bat just after finding, and then we wash it in several times with water and some chemicals, and tried to remove all this oil from the fur, and very often we find people find and bring them to us bats with different kind of injuries, broken forearms, different kind of bites, damages without eyes, or wind membrane fractures, very different. So why we actually started to rescue bats? In the beginning, I and my colleague Anton, who is in this picture, we were bat researchers. We were just studying bats in field, and yeah, in beginning of 2000 years, we started to deal with bats which people found on the streets, or when people called to us to the university and asked, like, can you take bats which we found during the renovation work. So we started to rescue such bats, and actually this is my home fridge on this picture. So I brought bats to my home because it was in winter and I can't release them, so I put them into a fridge, and they continued to hibernate in my refrigerator and in Anton's balcony. So that's how we started our bat rescue and conservation, because we just can't pass by of those bats which were in troubles, and we wanted to help them. And later, in 2013, we got a support from a local private zoo, Filman Eco Park, and it helped us to establish a Ukrainian bat rehabilitation center. This is the only center in Ukraine, and I guess this is the biggest one in Europe, in Eastern Europe for sure, but maybe even in Europe, because we rescue huge numbers of bats. And we started only 2 of us, and now we have group of people. We have quite big team. They are biology students, veterinarians, and just volunteers, different kind of people in our team, and we spread our efforts, spread our idea of bat conservation and rescue to other cities of Ukraine, because not only in Kharkiv they suffer from this coexistence of humans. So I started to build a network of volunteers in partner organizations, in museums, in zoos, and now we have quite big number of people all around the country, but still we need some of volunteers in other cities. One of our uniqueness is our aviary. It's called a bat collider. The name, it has such name because it has round shape, so bats can fly non-stop in this circular cage. It's quite big, 20 meters in diameter, and it's situated in such a forestry area very close to Kharkiv city. So we can train our bats after injuries. We can conduct behavioral research, some scientific work and rehabilitation work in this area. For example, in summer, like now, the period like now, we have a lot of beds on lifelong rehabilitations. Those beds which we can't release back to wild because of fractures, and they continue to live in this area in such semi-natural conditions, and we train them to fly, and also we train bed pups in this area to fly, and then later, if they success, we release them back to wild. So this is our three main parts of our work: rehabilitation of beds and treatment. Outreach activities, we do a lot of outreach across the whole country because number of rescued beds depends on attitude to beds. And we continue our research as in field and in laboratory. So how this bed rehabilitation looks like, I try to describe it in pictures. Usually people just find the beds in their flats or on the ground, and they call us. We have a helpline, and they call us and describe what's happened. And then one of our team member or volunteer goes to that bed or a colony. It depends how many beds there are. And if it's in Kharkiv, and take it and bring it to our office. If it happened in other city, not in Kharkiv, we have a network of volunteers, and then we give contacts of our volunteer, and they rescue bed or bed colony in their own city. And if it's a bed colony, like a big number of beds, it can be from dozen of beds up to 1,500. That was our record. So then the volunteer transfer this colony, or we go by car to that city and bring it to Kharkiv. So the main hub is in Kharkiv. And in the center, we check the health of the bed. We do some measurements such as weight, because weight is very important for body condition. We ring almost all of beds. We ring with special bed rings, which has special number, and ringing center, Kiev, Ukraine, is written on the ring. So if someone or even we recapture that bed, we can know the origin of that bed. And then it depends on the weight of the bed and the season. In winter, we usually start to hand feed weakened beds with insects, with mealworms, with cockroaches, crickets, different kind of insects, because during all these winter arousals, beds they lose their body weight, and they can't continue hibernation without enough fat reserves. So we continue feeding them up to 2 weeks. And after that, when they have good body condition, good weight, we put them into refrigerators. Currently, we have 8-9 refrigerators. It depends on the number of the beds, but in general, around 8. We put them into a textile bags in groups, so beds can breathe freely, and they hibernate in a fridge around 1 month. Each month we have a check, and we check the body condition. If it needs feeding, we start feeding again. If not, just watering and continue hibernation. So our bed rehab center is very similar to a hospital, where we have patients and we check them regularly, their condition. And after hibernation, usually it starts in November till March. After hibernation in the end of March, beginning of April, we release all bats back to wild. I mean, all those who can fly. Yeah, if bat has some injuries or fractures, we can't release it. We keep it in our center till it heals or till the end of life of the bat. That's a short, small graph of what we had in the beginning and what we have now. So we started with several hundred of beds, and now we have several thousand of beds. And last year, 2024, we had around 5,000 to 5,000 of beds. That's from all around Ukraine, not only Kharkiv, but whole country. Numbers are growing as more popular and more well-known we become, more beds we have. And we rescued more than 30, even now 35,000 beds of 14 species. This is a map of our country, and as you can see in blue, all regions are covered. It means from all regions we had calls to our helpline. We consult people what to do, how to rescue people, or how to transfer it to our center. And yellow circles, these are groups of found beds which we got to our center. So mostly this is eastern part of Ukraine, but now it's a central one too. This is a short video. I don't know if it works. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, but I wanted to show that we have calls to our helpline from all around the world, not only Ukraine, but from many other countries where Ukrainian-speaking, Russian-speaking people encounter bats, and they call to our helpline and ask what to do. So we consult those people, and we log all of the records of the calls to our and we have bed pups of two kinds. First, people, we have orphan bed babies when people bring them to us, and we also have bed pups which were born in our center. Sometimes we have a pregnant female. This is noctule, a pregnant female which has some injuries. Unfortunately, we can't release a female, but for example, it gives birth to bed babies, and then we release back to wild those babies. We have Nyctalus, Pipistrellus, Septesicus, and Vespertilio bed pups. Most of them, they survive, and we release them back to wild. Recently we published our bed rehabilitation tutorial where we summarized all of our 10 years experience, and it's on our website. And we have many unique surgeries because we have really great veterinarians, and they made some unique surgeries such as cesarean section. We had cases of hernia, eye surgery, teeth surgery, and other kinds of surgeries. So our beds are lucky to get a second chance for survival. As I said shortly earlier, we do a lot of outreach work, many lectures, public lectures in schools and universities. We publish some materials such as stickers and books, souvenirs. Of course, the key role is has media. Thanks to media attention, we got this we got this support for our bed rehab center, so we try to take part in all broadcasts, TV shows, and programs to reach people. We organize many outreach events such as Bed Night and Bed Week, and of course bed release festivals when we release back to wild all our rescued southern beds in spring. And usually it's not only Kharkiv, other cities. This year we organized bed release festival in 11 cities across Ukraine, and it's really very, very popular. People come to our event and we give a chance to release bed from a hand, so people can handle it, and of course in gloves, and release them back to wild, see live beds in their hands or at least very close to them. And this is the most powerful tool to change their minds, to change their attitude towards these nocturnal animals, and I found it very, very powerful. But of course, since war started in 2022, we had a lot of challenges. And as I told you, we are too close to the border, so we feel war from the first day of it. And in the first few days, it was actually a hibernation period. It was February, and we had 2,000 beds in care at that time, and we were afraid them that they can die. So my colleague, he constructed such a self-release cage and put beds in this cage, so beds can freely escape whenever they want. Because in fridges it was too risky to leave them stay in fridges. And 1,000 of beds, they hibernated in such cage in Filmaneka Park, and we were able to evacuate them only in March of 2022. But luckily, everyone survived. It was fine, and yeah. Bed Release Festival at that year in 2022 was quite lonely for us because we can't invite people, and we released them during air alarms sounds in Kharkiv. And yeah, it was very frustrating and very difficult period for us, and we were not sure if we would survive at all. And war also had some influence on beds. For example, these are windows broken with explosions, and beds a little bit. Should I continue?
Yeah, we keep having the same issue over and over again. I do not know what is the cause of it. So I don't really have a long-term fix. I tried restarting a couple of things, hasn't worked. So the issue is that so how it works is that we have a Zoom meeting with the speakers, and then the live streaming platform is inside that Zoom meeting and just pulls the audio and the video from there. And something seems to be going wrong with somewhere there. I am not sure exactly where, but it is very very annoying. So yeah. Okay. I mean, this does work, but can you try speaking again, Lalona? It doesn't work. I'll try leaving again once more, and then coming back, and then okay. Yes. Okay, so it is back. The sound is back as well. I don't know how long it's going to last. So, yeah.
Is it back?
Yeah, it is back. Yeah. So you can keep going if you want. I'll let you know if it crashes again.
Okay, I will try to finish in 5 minutes. Okay, so we continue our research and research projects. We save all of bat carcasses of all died bats because it's very important and very it's very important to save all this museum collection. And we published our findings on our rescued bats all across the country in such a data set on Global Biodiversity Information Facility. So we share our data, and it's easy to use it because we understood it can be lost. And we continue to organize our annual Bat Release Festival. So this year we organized these festivals in 11 cities around the country, and people really liked it. That they came, thousands of people came to our festivals, and they had a unique chance to hold the bat and release it back to wild. We organized International Bat Night in many cities across Ukraine.
this. Yeah, they can't hear you, but thanks again. I'm sorry. Leon, how do you feel about this? Because I don't know if you followed the previous talks. Yeah, so you are aware of our issues, right? Yeah, so do you still want to give it a go, or what's the... Okay. Okay. I'm going to... I don't even know what I can try, because I've tried a lot of things already. Yeah, but the thing, it has been a long day, but there's a lot more talks coming, so I'm getting a little bit frustrated and sad that is yeah, I'm not even sure I can do the whole event, to be honest, because I can't keep interrupting people every 3 minutes because the sound dropped out. That's not it's an appropriate way of running a stream. So yeah, I wish the technology works a little bit better. Okay, so what I can try is this again. What's weird is that it's fine pulling the video from the Zoom meeting. It's the audio that it can't pull, which I do not understand. I mean, it's working fine now, but in a minute it's going to drop out again. So, yeah, I'm not sure. No, so I am beginning to suspect that the issue is actually my computer. Because I've basically excluded every other variable. It's just this one left. I could switch computers. Yes. Can we do that? So, Leon, I'm going to shut everything down. And so in about 2 to 3 minutes, you can join the Zoom meeting again. Same link, same everything. And then we'll set up everything. Yeah, getting people into the Zoom directly is going to be a bit of a pain at this point. So I would rather stick to the YouTube thing and just try to make that work. Yeah, I'm also talking to the audience right now because I can talk to them, but you can't talk to them. It's all very confusing. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to restart everything, just move everything across computers. It's going to be a big pain. But yes, those who want to go to bed, I think this is a good time to go to bed. We will be back in 5 minutes or so. That is what I'm aiming for. So again, apologies for this. Use this time to grab a cup of tea, coffee, drink, whatever you want. Go for a wee break. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. So, turn this off. Use this. And then hopefully, it works. This is rather depressing, but yeah. So, I think it works. Yeah, I think we are live. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I can start, right?
My apologies. I did not mean to go live this abruptly, but yeah, moving stuff over to the other computer was non-trivial, but we got there in the end. So I'm hoping that this works better. Yes. So you can tell me when you're ready. Yeah, if anyone's still watching, there's 3 people still watching, so that's fair enough. But yeah, again, apologies, but yeah, there will be people watching the replay and everything, so hopefully it will be better that way. Okay, I'm hoping some people come back with during the live stream, but okay. So let's carry on, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I hope my screen is visible. And yeah, I think first of all, I'd like to thank Niels, you for giving me the opportunity. And also I'd like to congratulate you for bringing together all these bad researchers from across the globe. It's a humongous task, I know, but yeah, it has to be done. So anyways, my presentation is about my field experiences from the field in Darjeeling, Sikkim, Himalaya, and also about bat diversity from historical records as well as from recent surveys we carried out from the landscape. So to give context to the landscape, Sikkim, Darjeeling, Himalaya was once a part of the, although now a different entity, was once a part of the Kingdom of Sikkim. But now it's a part of India, and it's sandwiched between Nepal on the west and Bhutan on the east, and on the north it's bounded by the Tibet Autonomous Region. And so talk about bats in India. There are about 127 species of bats in the Indian subcontinent that has been recorded, and 70 species of which show taxonomic affinity to the Southeast Asian bats. So it's very close to, and that's also because it's probably close to like Southeast Asia, although geographically India is considered to be South Asia. And in the Northeast, we have around 68 species recorded. And from our studies, we have, from our literature review, we have 54 species of bats recorded from Darjeeling, Sikkim, Himalaya, of which 43 is from Sikkim and 51 from Darjeeling. And the landscape itself is very diverse, with an elevational gradient covering 120 meters to above 8,000 meters. And I think it's partly like the Kanchenjunga mountain is part of this landscape. And so the society here, the people here predominantly have an agrarian society, wherein they depend on different farming practices for their livelihood, and also there's an increasingly growing tourism industry where people do tourism for alternative sources of livelihood, and which is good for bats, I think, because they can actually bank on this for ecotourism purposes and all that. And so my work in this landscape primarily focuses on the socio-ecological production landscape, majorly in the tea cultivation system, the farm-based agro-ecosystem, terrace rice cultivation system, and the large cardamom system. And as you can see from these images, there is a lot of private forest areas, and I think that's a plus point for supporting biodiversity. According to the Indian State of Forest Report 2023, the Darjeeling Sikkim Himalaya landscape has about 55% of its geographical area under forests. So when we look into the history of bat studies in Darjeeling, Sikkim, Himalaya, we have a lot of bat records. And I think this is probably because of the naturalists, even pre-independence during the colonial period. And so as you can see from here, there's quite a lot of records from from the landscape. And how we came by this is from literature, we look at the places and kind of generate GPS coordinates provided. Like we find the places and then get GPS coordinates for this. And then so after that, we create a circular plot of radius about 5.5 kilometer and create a heat map using kernel density estimation. And as you can see in this map, some of these areas are actually very species rich, and it goes as much as 24 species in an area, which is remarkable for this landscape. So what we find is that there are 7 families of bat species recorded from this landscape, with the highest representation of Vesper Tilionidae family. So for our field survey, we use we look at roost sites and also mist netting for sampling for sampling bats or make an inventory of bats. First is we use mist nets. We use mist nets to catch bats. And so for mist netting, we usually start around 5 o'clock in the evening. I think that really depends on the season, but mostly it's during the early autumns before winters, and then springtime when there's no rain. And so this mist netting usually ends around 10 or 11 o'clock, depending on the weather as well. So this site was in Darjeeling. It's a tea state. It's actually 2 tea states, Selimbang tea state and Siok tea state in Darjeeling. It's in between these 2 tea states, and so the interesting thing is that of all the sites that we do mist netting, this was the place where we captured the most number of species. We actually captured 7 species of bats in a stretch of less than, say, less than 1 kilometer. So this you can say this is a microhabitat in sense it is a stream, and so this microhabitats such as this are important for bat species because they are used for foraging, because there are a lot of insects flying around. It's an open space, and also they can use the water for drinking at the same time. So moving on, and another source where we capture bats is from the roost sites, but it's a little bit tricky because there are a lot of bats, as you can see from this image. So we have I think I'll talk about the constraints later on, but we only have mist nets to capture bats, so it's a little bit tricky because if all these bats come into the mist nets, I don't think we'll be able to handle it. Yeah, this is one of the roosting sites, and actually this photo is from an abandoned tunnel for a hydropower project in North Sikkim. And roosting sites can be natural as well as man-made. So this is the man-made roosting site in a way because it's abundant. And so another example of a roosting site is our caves, our natural caves. And this one is from Darjeeling in a place called Sirakala. And for people from India, they might know about Singalila or the Sandaku trek. And this actually is a very famous trek in the Darjeeling Hills. And so another interesting thing about this place is that this, as you can see from this image, there's a lock in the door. So this place is protected by the locals. So they open it only once or twice a year to do their puja. Or rituals, as they call it, or in English they call it ritual. So like in Hindi you call it puja. So this they open it only once or twice a year, but sometimes they open it like maybe once in 3 months to clean up the place. But other than that, it's pretty safe. So what we found inside this is roosting site of Rhinolophus affinis species, and I'm pretty sure there are other species that use this place as roosting site. Just that we visit this place only in one season. So sites like this, and in the local language, the Nepali language, they call it gufa. And there are lots of places like this all throughout the landscape, and more or less the level of protection is similar, and these are very crucial for the survival of bat species in the landscapes. And besides misnetting and roost survey, we also do acoustic recording. And this is actually a part of Bat Conservation International Student Scholar project that I was working on, where I was looking at the effect of landscape fragmentation on bat diversity. And so acoustics, talking about acoustics, it's very interesting in a way. Unlike like bird species, you can actually I think my colleagues have talked about this, but you can actually identify bat species from their echolocation codes. But the issue right now in the Indian context is that we don't have a call library, and I think there are people working on this. So once we have a core library for the Indian subcontinent, I think that it'll be very useful, and also an opportunity for people who are not actually into ecology but interested in wildlife and or wildlife in general, and bats in specific, to get involved in kind of like monitoring bats in India. And so while talking about community participation, whenever we do misnetting, we actually invite the locals to come by if they are interested in it. And so this is a photo of a local lady where she was really interested, and I think this is really good for engaging the local communities to actually make them aware about the kind of species that are present in their landscape, because once like bats are very bats, you can't identify bats when they're flying except unless if they are really big. And so it's I think Alona has talked about this, like once you handle bats in your hands, like it gives you a different feeling, and that's what it does for the local people where we do misnetting, and this is one opportunity where they can be involved. And so by involving them like in terms of like letting them handle, if not like while removing the bats from mist nets, you can actually get them involved like while releasing the bats, and this is in a way good for to engage the local people for the conservation of bats. And so talking about citizen science, I was working on the State of Indian Bats report on citizen science, and what I found out was really interesting, that there's actually a lot of data on bats from observation from citizen scientists, and there are actually around 2,000 more, close to 3,000 observations from the Indian subcontinent of citizen science reports in iNaturalist, and I think it's about 60% of the records. It amounts to 60% of all the bat species found in the Indian subcontinent from the iNaturalist record, and I think there's a lot of potential for people to get involved in monitoring and monitoring bats in the Indian subcontinent. And So these are the families that that was from the INET record. There are actually 9 species of bats that were recorded from iNaturalist. Although like there's bias in large species such as the Pteropodidae, which can be easily found, and if you look at it, there's an exponential increase in like the number of observations for Pteropodidae. And so, but nevertheless, I think this is a good platform for people to get involved in bat monitoring and conservation in India. And so, talking about constraints while doing bat survey, I think besides the obvious financial constraints, there are actually technical constraints and also like logistical constraints, because most of the equipments come from abroad and we have to import it. So say for example, just even a mist net, you have to buy it from abroad, and so like as you see in this video, we might put the mist net a little bit early on, but yeah, chances of them getting broken are high if there's a lot of bird species coming in, and so you have to kind of take into account like while writing projects, and the other constraint. The other constraint obviously is there's no core library, and which would be very beneficial if there had been a core library to actually involve the local communities in sort of like okay, so okay, anyways, so far our study have recorded 12 species of bats from 56 individuals. The fruit bat, Sinopterus sphinx, has a large proportion of recordings, and I think this probably has to do with the mist nets, because they actually they do not rely on echolocation so much as the others. And also I have a lot of tons of recordings from the landscape which I need to analyze, and we have written a paper about how citizen science can be used to actually document bats' presence and also like roosting sites presence, and I think this would be very useful for community outreach as well as for monitoring bat population as well as the diversity. And the other thing which is really important for the landscape is to study bat-human interface, and especially this is important in the context of One Health, how we affect bat population and also bat diversity, and on the other hand, like how yeah, it works both ways, because we can affect their health, and also we can they can affect our health, and not to miss out on the threats. There are intentional threats, as in and then there are unintentional threats, as in like to give an example, the intentional threats that are posed by the local communities would be say for example because of superstition, like they might feel that bats are a bad omen, and I've talked to a few of the local communities, say for example if a Sinopterus sphinx comes into or roosts in your banana trees, like they might cut down because they think it's and this is exacerbated by the COVID scenario, but I think to demystify bats is very important, and then unintentional would be like recreational purposes, like when people go to caves to explore the caves, or like in this tunnel, the local communities that come and come for a picnic in this river, or maybe sometimes they know that there are bats inside, so like they'll come in like if the kind of like local government, say the Gram Panchayat or whoever is in charge of this, could have a health advisory both ways. It will be very nice because this population of bats might be stressed out, and also like these people, the people who come here could also be exposed to certain elements of nature which might not be good for them. So it works both ways, and I think it's really important to involve local communities for the conservation of bats. And to end my presentation, I'd like to thank all these people. It would not have been possible without their help, and it's a limited work, but it needs a lot of people. So I'd like to thank them. That's it, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
And
I am happy to report that there were no technical issues during this presentation.
okay.
So thanks everyone for your patience, and thank you, Leon, for your great presentation. Yeah, it's great to hear about stuff coming from the Indian subcontinent, as you call it, because there's so much diversity there, but there's still so much that we can discover. And it's kind of interesting how your hope for library echoes pretty much everyone else from India or anywhere in the region I've ever met.
Yes.
So I think at some point you will get there. It's going to take a lot of people and a lot of effort.
Yes.
But yeah, I am hopeful because what I've seen so far, here and there, it's mostly small scale projects. But hey, small scale plus small scale plus small scale. At some point, you will get a big scale
Yes.
output or outcome. So yeah, it's honestly exciting to see. So thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, now we are waiting for our next speaker. So I'm not entirely sure what to do. So if there is no speaker, it's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Let me. No. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. But I don't know if there are any questions. Oh, okay. So seeing and holding bats never gets old. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, hi, Teresa. No need for mental breakdown. Will bat researchers have a lot of patience? Thank you, thank you. I guess I don't have a lot of patience, especially when I have patience with bats, but not with me. So the issue is me. So yeah. Anyway, how can we know which bats are in our area? That's a good question. It's a big question. Because it depends on where you are located. Leon mentioned iNaturalist. That is a good reference that works in most places around the world. So without knowing where you are from, that is kind of a good starting point. If okay, if you are in the US, there's quite a few good resources you can find online for your state. If you are in Australia, the Australian Bat Society probably has some good references. Europe, you can start with Eurobats. Then you could try through Eurobats, you can find out kind of who works with bats in your country. Well, you can have contacts in your country. Yeah, it kind of depends on where you are, but I would start with a Google search with your location. So either country, or if you are in the US, use the state instead, and then go from there. There's a lot of places where the information is going to be incomplete. For example, if you tell me I live in Nigeria, finding out which species are in Nigeria is a challenge in and of itself. But if you are in a country with more research than somewhere like Nigeria, so no, it's something up on this end. So hi everyone, I'm back. I don't know why. Yeah, I am back, but you are not back, Teresa. It's just me. Oh man. See, I thought switching to a more because I thought I was running out of RAM on my other computer, but this one's got 96 gigs of it, so this one cannot run out of it, and it's still not fixed. So I am desperate. I genuinely have no idea what to do.
Because I can. Oh, interesting. Seems to. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's something with. Because it's something to do with what I was really starting to enjoy before it started completely going wrong. But it was the supposedly smooth integration between Zoom and my streaming software. So we are both back now.
Okay, hi.
And
I don't know for how long. So yeah.
We'll try.
Yeah.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you should be able to screen share now.
Oh, okay.
So
Screen share. Yep. Let's see.
and then I need to do some
shenanigans over here.
Cool. Thank you for having me. Thank you everyone for being here.
So they can't see your screen just yet.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let me just do this. Okay.
We still have sound, so there's that.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep.
Yay.
Okay. So if you are ready to go,
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
If the sound drops again, I will interrupt you and tell you because you won't notice.
Okay.
I will only notice because the levels will drop. It's like one green bar on my screen I have to monitor all the time. yeah, it's
Well,
great.
thank you for doing all this, Nils. It's a huge undertaking. I appreciate that. And I appreciate being invited. And I know everybody appreciates your hard work. And I think we
Yeah,
understand the
yeah.
technology issues. So don't worry about it. I think it's a great thing.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So, yes, thank you again for everybody being here. I'm really excited to connect with the bat community and share some reflection stories and hopes for the future of bat conservation. I hope it'll just be encouraging and fun. My friend Katie Mannix has asked me to share some, or she asked me to work with her on a blog, on her environmental blog. So that's kind of what's guided my sharing today. My path to conservation was not straightforward, and I did not start out in conservation or anything to do with bats. And I did not expect to land where I am now. But when I look back, the through line has always been connection. And that's kind of what I want to talk about today, the power of following your passions and the surprising way that things can come together and how all of us are part of a much bigger, beautiful web than we often realize. Although I think in the natural sciences, we get to encounter that more frequently than most people. So that's really cool. So I have a background in photography and film, and this is my proof. And I've always been passionate about animals, and this is my proof for that too. And I've also been passionate about nature. This is a photo I took of my dad on a backpacking trip when I was 9. And I unknowingly began my career in bat conservation when I was brought in to archive Merlin Tuttle's enormous collection of bat images. Here I am in the cold freezer with all those slides. There's tens of thousands of incredible photos, and I poured myself into that work. I scanned images and I listened to his stories, and I started to learn about bats through that. And I didn't know very much in the beginning, but curiosity led me, and I was very quickly finding myself immersed in a whole new world of bat conservation and bats in the natural world that I had not thought of before. I managed that collection for over 9 years, and I also began building the digital infrastructure. Here's an old picture of our Instagram way back when. If any of you guys were there at that time, shout out to y'all. I launched and grew our social media, our public interest, helping shape the outward identity of the mission. And the platforms grew from just a few hundred to over 75,000. We gained visibility, podcast features and exhibits and partnerships, community collaborations. And the work expanded. I was creating educational programs, curating exhibits like the Smithsonian's Lights Out, Recovering Our Night Sky. This one's up through December of this year, so go see it if you haven't yet. I was helping with the budgets and donor relationships and organizing eco tours and leading on major communication efforts. So I built out our video production pipelines and oversaw fieldwork initiatives that took us all over the world, from the United States to Zambia, Thailand, Panama, Mexico, Costa Rica, Cuba, South Africa, Mozambique, Ecuador, where I just took pictures with plants. No, I'm just kidding. Here's a picture Allison Yates got on our trip to Cuba. She's a Girls Who Click ambassador photographer. So we're providing opportunities for people to have unique experiences and engage with the communities wherever we go. So here's the community researchers and filmmakers with Jose at Reserva Los Cedros in Ecuador. This is where we're working on surveys to present a case that we ended up winning to protect the reserve and the surrounding land. But on all these trips, collaboration with the local communities brought international attention, and that's really important, and it felt really powerful and personal every time. I think it's one of the most important things you can do when you travel. And at the core of all this is the connection. So that word can mean a lot. It's a link between the people and the place. It's the bridge between art and science, and it's what happens when we feel awe and curiosity about something that we didn't understand before. It allows us to connect. It opens that pathway for us to connect with something new or reconnect with something. And I felt this really clearly through travel. It was one of the most formative experiences. This is in Zambia in Kasanka National Park. This is where Kasanka Trust works hand in hand with local communities. Our support our visit supports their work. So, or when we travel in collaboration with these kinds of entities, the work and the visits support their work, where specifically in Kasanka, they were working to make the park self-sustaining through tourism, and while also supporting local communities, individuals, conservation education, rural development, and protect the biodiversity and strengthen the local economy. And these kinds of partnerships are key. Conservation does not work without community, and showing up with respect and resources makes the real difference. In Thailand, we visited a small village that protects the rare painted bat. That's not what this picture of. This is at Khao Chon Phrang, but it's a great example of showing the community efforts and how we're bringing attention to what they're doing and how that's supportive to them. But in the Painted Bat Village, again, because of our visit and partnership, it helps supply the community with essential infrastructure like water pumps and supports their efforts to sustainably protect their land and species. And they welcome us like family, and it's really special kind of exchange. That's the connection that I'm talking about. Even here in Austin, Texas, which is where I am visiting you all from right now. This is where I'm based. We have a colony of 1.5 million bats living under Caucasus Avenue Bridge, which I bet most of you probably know about. People coming from all over the world to see them get to have this unique experience with the bats. It's a magical example of the connection and of harmonious existence with the bats. It's this coexistence with nature. It's the connection with nature that allows people to understand things in a new way, like bats, which maybe they were afraid of before. Local bat groups like Austin Bat Refuge educate visitors. They're down at the bridge every weekend. They protect the bat's habitat, turning the city spectacle into a learning opportunity, which is, again, connection. One of the most challenging times that I had in my career was during the onset of COVID, where I'm sure you all remember bats were scapegoated as the cause of the virus, which was an unfounded and harmful narrative. The origin's still unknown as far as I'm aware. If you guys know anything, you can let me know, but it was really intense as our team had to pivot really hard. You know, we're working on our operations, but then this came from left field, and suddenly we were fielding all these interview requests and correcting misinformation and working to protect not only the bats, but also public understanding and public health. So I personally helped advise on responsible messaging in global media and editing captions and articles, image use to ensure accuracy and fairness. It was super intense, but it reminded me how important good communication is in this field and in any field, but especially in science communication. We have to be able to speak to all people. It's really important to be able to communicate what we're researching in perspective to how it relates to a person who's not in science, who may not understand the science language. I believe that animals can bring us hope, especially bats. I'm a little biased, but I did participate on a South by Southwest panel called Animal Influencers as a Way Out of Climate Fatigue. And we explored how unassuming animals like bats, octopuses, bobtail squids, Luna moths can break through the noise and help people see the world with new eyes. And these animals are weird and charismatic and deeply compelling. And when people feel wonder, they feel connected. And when people feel connected, they're more likely to care, and then they're more likely to act. So bats in particular, in my opinion, hold this special kind of mystery that makes them easy scapegoats, but it also makes them powerful conversation starters. So sharing the truth about bats, helping people understand their lives, their roles in the ecosystems, and their beauty is one of the most direct ways we can help bats and help ourselves. Education is not just an aside, it is conservation. And so lately I've been working with the intersection of art and science and immersive tech, and one of my favorite projects is Echovision, and it's a mixed reality experience that lets people see with sound, and just like bats. So you get to echolocate using a bat-shaped HoloKit headset, And participants can echolocate through visualization and explore the world from a bat's perspective. We've used AI to compose bat calls of like mating and fighting and social calls and feeding into beautiful soundscapes that reflect their environments. It's really wonderful and impactful and fun to see people find their bat voices. I also advise on conservation organizations, storytelling development, strategic growth, like Horses and Hieroglyphs charity in Luxor, Egypt, building the foundations of a nonprofit to continue the good work, and igniting curiosity. So collaborating with Girls Who Click, who I mentioned earlier, they're an organization who support young female photographers. And I've been working with celebrity photographer Matt Link, who's organizing his photo catalog, much like in the beginning of a story. So these are another connecting the dots, connecting from the beginning to now, designing a book of his bests with Pentagram 508 Creative. And so I'm kind of rushing through this because I want to help y'all get back on time, but I'm really passionate about helping people do their best work for wildlife, for ecosystems, and for each other. And I've learned a lot in the process. I'm super grateful for all the opportunities that I've been given and the opportunities I've been able to provide for other people. That's part of the connection through line, that like, while I'm blessed with these opportunities, I want to be able to provide them for other people too. I've learned that you don't need to be a scientist to make a difference in science. Curiosity, commitment can go a long way. And that conservation isn't just about protecting animals or habitat, it's about protecting the stories, the people, and the relationships that help them and support them to survive. And that building bridges between disciplines like art and science, or digital and analog, and local and global, that's where some of the most exciting progress can happen. So I'll answer any questions if anybody had anything, but let's connect. There's my email, my Insta, and then some of the organizations that I mentioned. I encourage you to go find them out. And if you have any ideas for ways that we could connect, or want to brainstorm or anything, I'm super open to opportunities and exploring that with y'all. I'm really, really grateful for this bat community. It's such a cool group of people, and it webs out into so many different other fields. So thank you, Nils, for putting this together, and thank you again for all of you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You're right when you said that you don't need to be a scientist to contribute to science and everything, and all the notes that followed. It's really important that people kind of wrap their heads around that, and that is kind of the one of the guiding thoughts behind this event, is trying to, because there's academic conferences about bats and stuff like that people can go to, but they're quite expensive. You have to travel for them. The level of knowledge expected from people for the talks is quite high as well. Whereas with this, the point was to kind of, hey, look at what you can do with bats from your own home or just nearby. There's a lot of stuff that can be replicated relatively easily without needing to be a scientist, without needing to have a background in conservation. Someone like you who just ends up doing it, and then you do all these amazing things. And then we end up meeting at bat conferences and whatnot. So it's just, yeah, I like it.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I think
thank you.
also the acoustics is a great way for people to do that. Like
Yeah.
if you get the Echo Touch, like you don't have to be doing any research. You don't have to be teaching anyone anything. You can just look and be curious, and that's a connection with nature, and that's a connection with bats. And then maybe you'll look something up, or maybe you'll look up somebody who knows something about it, and it can lead through that. But that's just like a fun tool. And that's the same thing with EchoVision. Like anybody can download EchoVision that has a Pro iOS, and you can use the app to like echolocate, and it uses the LiDAR to sensor around so you can see what it's like. So you use your voice to echolocate like that. So it's just like experiencing the world through that just opens up a whole world of curiosity and connection that I think it's so powerful.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know Austin Bat Refuge is next.
Yes,
I'm actually here right now, and they're out there and they're ready. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to that place or not, but yeah.
Yep, I'm actually at the refuge. There's a bunch of little bats behind me. I guess you can't see it because they're
Yeah.
blurred
Are
out,
you in the
but
living room?
I'm in the bat studio. Let's see if I
Oh,
can.
okay. Because when I was there in the living room, there was some couple of bats in a hammock in the living room, just
Yes,
cute. Yeah,
those bats have
the ones that were
sadly
retired from a
passed.
zoo. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, but back here I'm in the so these are
Oh,
all bats.
this is new. Well, new.
Yeah, this
It's
is
been
new actually.
it's
This
been
is
5 years
new.
since I was there, so yeah.
This is
But
new since
I
you've
mean,
been
I'm assuming
here.
that's what Lee
Anyway,
wants to talk to us about. So yes, I
Lee
will
and
try to
Hillary,
do.
the president, is here and they're out there getting ready, but I'll just for fun, since we're here
Yeah.
and doing it, I'll do this. This is the refuge. Let's see. I think they're ready for you. That's Diane.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hello,
Hi.
Diane.
Listening to part of it. Oh, thank you. It's great. Feel free to switch over at any second.
Yeah.
But no sweat.
I think yeah, Lee will have to turn on his camera at some point.
Okay.
And if he can hear me or anything.
I can hear you. I don't know if he can, but I can help
Okay.
make this happen. Now I'm in the bat. You're on. They're on. Thank you guys so much.
Cool.
Thanks, Nils.
Yeah, I can see you.
Good to
Awesome.
see you
Thank you.
too.
Yeah, cheers. Bye.
All right, bye.
I can figure this out. Hi. Okay. Maybe. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Okay. Okay. Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Okay, great. All right. And then really quick, we also had a video that we wanted to show. Do y'all need to put that on for us? We did send the link in an email, but or do we need to put that on? I'm not sure. What's that? Okay. Let me just get with Lee really quick. They don't have the link. Do you want to try to still show the video or
I
we're
wonder
just
if we
on
can
with him
play
right
it.
now?
Can we play it on our screen? Just share our screen and play it?
Yeah, if we can figure out how to do that.
Just share our screen.
Sure. Will you open up your email and just copy paste it in here?
Hi, Nils. Yeah, good to hear your voice, see your face again. I tried to copy it.
Hold on, that's not it.
If we want to share our screen, we could do that, right?
I don't know.
Just
send the link here. Let me try.
Yeah.
Link is on
Okay, this is working. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're gonna see if we can. Where did you get the link? Was it in your email? Can we just copy paste? This one right there, that's a live stream. Oh, hold on, go back to. We need to find our reply here.
Probably in the inbox. I mean, choose the photo.
Okay.
Maybe we should just go live.
Oops.
Mm.
We sent them.
Also, we're looking for the link that we sent them to the video. So it would have been a reply.
Let me try to see if I can locate. Oh,
Okay.
but also, hey, the person who helps me with the admin who got in touch with you,
Sorry,
I have the link. I have the link.
Oh, you have it? Okay, great.
Yes. Because yeah, like I said, the person who helped me with all the admin stuff, she's far smarter than me at this, and she had put it all in a spreadsheet. It was great. She's amazing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Great.
yeah. We still have sound as well, which is crazy. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah.
Except for the airplane we just had flying over. Just a
Yeah.
little bit noisy out.
So let me just. Okay, 6 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Okay.
But the tricolor is somewhere. I might
Okay.
have dropped your stuff in it.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to watch where we step. Just in
Oops.
case.
Do you guys want me to show the video now while you get everything ready?
Yes, yeah. Mhm. That would be great.
Okay.
Central Texas is rich in bat species. At Austin Bat Refuge, we primarily see 9 different species. The bats that live in Central Texas roost in caves, hollow trees, tree canopies, or even bridges. Some live in palm tree fronds, like the northern and southern yellow bats. Eastern red bats hang out in pecan trees, often looking like leaves themselves. Large colonies of Mexican free-tailed bats have made their home in several bridges. Here's a good look at a Mexican free-tailed bat, the iconic bat of Central Texas. The bat that lives in Congress Avenue Bridge, the largest urban bat colony in the world. And not just any old bat that we have there at Congress, they are the fastest living thing in the sky. 100 miles an hour in level flight, unassisted by wind or gravity. Check out those ears, the beautiful earlobes, the little ridges inside the ear that amplify the echolocation bouncing off their insect prey. The tubercles on the leading edge of the ear, which they have in common with the tubercles on the leading edge of the flukes of humpback whales. Those are devices to reduce drag as they fly through their respective elements.
Here we have your chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry of the bat world. We have a Seminole bat on the left, a female eastern red in the middle, and a male eastern red on the right. So you can get a look at the subtle color differences between the two species and the sexual dimorphism of the two eastern reds on the right. You can tell them apart by looking at them, but it's easy to confuse them. They're not all that different in coloration, and sometimes there are some who tend more toward looking one way than the other, and the two species interbreed. So there are intergrades between the two species, so it can get really confusing. But for the most part, this is a pretty good look at the three different flavors of foliage roosting bats that we commonly see here in Austin. Seminole on the left, female eastern red in the middle, male eastern red on the right. All of them little scamps and troublemakers and wonderful little bats. Just a real joy to work with.
Eastern red bats can have quite the hairdo. They also have white patches of fur on their shoulders and wrists, as shown here. Red bats give birth in early summer, having an average of 3 pups. Here's a shot of some pups in the Austin Bat Refuge flight cage.
Here are two species that frequently get confused. This is a big brown bat in front. Queenie's got a little bit of vitamin powder sprinkled around on her muzzle.
By doing this,
Hey, Diane.
it still works. It's great. Yeah. So, do you want to introduce yourselves first?
Sure. I'm Hillary. I am the president here at Austin Bat Refuge.
I'm Lee McKenzie, co-founder of Austin Bat Refuge.
And I'm Diane Odegaard, co-founder of Austin Bat Refuge.
So I think you were just watching a video that was put together by our former president and a longtime friend of the refuge, Lisa Ramey. But we're going to have some bats here in person for you to take a look at, lots of local species, and just tell you a little bit about what we do here at Austin Bat Refuge.
Yeah, so this is our iconic Mexican free-tailed bat. This one is going to be released tomorrow night, and she's got a little bit of red lipstick.
I'm going to turn our video around here so you get a bit of a better picture.
There we go. Yeah, she's got some red on her ear so we can identify her. And these are the ones that are under Congress Avenue Bridge here in Austin.
Show the camera.
And they are the ones that eat tons of crop pests every single night. And the ones that can fly almost 100 miles an hour in level flight. So these tiny little bats, and this is an adult, by the way. This is about the regular size.
The famous free-tail.
A free-tail. Can you see the tail? This is why they're called free-tailed bats. All bats have a tail, but these guys have a really short little patagium there that the tail sticks out kind of like a little mouse tail. And that's about the only thing they have in common with mice. Their feet are just astonishing in their ability to hang on and also to groom themselves with these little brushes that are on the sides of their first and fifth toes. They groom themselves just like cats do. And this girl wants to fly. She's just not happy sitting in my hand, and we're going to let her fly in a minute. She looks like she's kind of trying to box us.
She's batting you.
She's batting.
Yeah.
That's right. She's actually batting us. All right, sweetheart.
Cool. And I don't know, did you talk about the paint that she has on her ear? I think some people might be curious.
Yeah, so we have some red on her ear so we can identify her from the others at a quick look. And what we use is long wear eyeliner, in this case, something that's supposed to last on humans for 2 or 3 days. And it tends to, it tends to last on the bats for long enough so that we can get them out here flying and then release them in a few days. But it's kind of decorative.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. You want to go? Oh, yeah. Oh,
yep,
yeah. That's what she was interested in. Here she comes. They're beautiful flyers, have a long, narrow wingspan that allows they're aerial hawkers, so they fly and forage up high in the atmosphere, and they can go up as high as 2 miles up in the atmosphere to catch the moth migrations.
I think she'll be flying for a while, so we can catch up with her later.
Totally.
Did want to show this little bat while we had her out. She's a tricolored bat, one of those, the second smallest bat in North America. It's a full-grown tricolor. She was found on the right next to Congress Avenue Bridge, actually at the South First Street Bridge, next bridge over, but just laying on the sidewalk. She had a traumatic head injury. You can still see the residual blood from the hematomas in her ears. So it's starting to resolve. When she first came in, her tongue was black from internal hemorrhaging, but her tongue is now a nice bright pink color. We're really pleased to see her recovering this well. They're about to be listed as endangered species, and it's wonderful that somebody found her and called us. We are the alternative to needless euthanasia for local Austin's bats, for the local Austin bats. And that's our main mission here, is to prevent needless euthanasia. The Austin Animal Control policy is still to euthanize every bat they're called to protect. And we've reduced needless euthanasia by 60% over the last decade due to just public outreach and a public awareness campaign to call us. So this little bat has a second chance now. It's really a privilege to be able to rehab her and get her back out in the wild. So she's a cool little bat. Love their feet and their little dino tails. They're so cool.
Yeah, and you've seen two great examples of two bats in very different conditions. One looks very nice and strong. She probably won't have to be here for very much longer. You saw how well she was flying all over the flight cage. And then, we've got our little scruffy tricolor here. Normally she'd be looking a lot fluffier, but she just got a little bath. We do have to help them groom a little bit more when they are feeling more under the weather like this. But our work can take on so many different forms and shapes, and these are two great examples of what we do. So
why don't you show them some red?
Sure, yeah, we can talk about red bats, which are probably our second most populous species here in Austin. And there we go. They're these beautiful little red bats. They're hanging in a mulberry bush right now. You can see some of those little premature mulberries growing there. But they hang just like little fruits there on the trees. So this is a tree dwelling bat. They feel safe and comfortable under a leaf. The reason why they're brown is so they can blend in with our oak trees. We'll find them at oak trees and pecan trees around here. So they kind of stick out against the green mulberry leaves, but you can kind of see. I'm going to step down from the ladder here and kind of show you the flight cage again. You can see the open structure of the flight cage. Normally, it will have a lot more foliage around, but especially we have some leaf fall from some of the oak trees here. So in the summertime, we'll have, 50 or more moms and pups of just the red bats here in the flight cage, and they blend in so well and do what they do best. One of the things they do best is camouflage with those red leaves. So one of the things that we do each morning during the summer is walk around and try to find these tiny little guys. And you can see by my hand how small they actually are. So when we're trying to find and spot 50 of those during the summer, it can be quite a challenge. But we have great interns that we hire every summer that are dedicated and brave the hot temps and the humidity. But we have Bart right here. He was found by the creek, Barton Creek. A lot of times we'll name our bats after kind of where they were found. You can see his little butt blanket there. So they take their tail membrane and they wrap it around their wing as a little comfort blanket there. So you can see that tail membrane when they're flying sticks out and spreads out, and they can use it to help them fly, but it also doubles as sort of a little sleeping bag too. So I think that's one of their cutest features. There's a lot to love about the red bats. And then we've got the Seminole bat here. So in East Texas, if you aren't familiar with Texas, Texas has a very diverse landscape. So you might think of Texas as just desert, but in East Texas, we have pine forests. And that's where you'll find bats like the Seminole here. And so they're related to the red bats, but they have more of a brown color to them. So this is Pinecone, and she's named after, you guessed it, a pine cone. That's her camouflage, is to be able to blend in with more of the pine features of the pine forest. So yes, we can show you a female red. So like a lot of different species of animals, bats do have sexual dimorphisms in some of our species, and most notably, in my opinion, in the reds. So you can really see in the males that we had over here, they are more red, and she is a lot more blonde. I'm not sure if that translates, but we have her up here in what we call the witch's hat. It's one of the features we have in our flight cage to allow our bats who are staying here with us for a little while to kind of be able to blend in and have a comfortable place to hide away. Because if you notice right now, it is a very open feature right now. Usually we have grapevines growing in all over the top of our flight cage, so it protects them a little bit more from birds, grackles, birds of prey. What's that? It makes them feel a lot more comfortable to have much more tree shade, because a lot of those predators are birds. So, but right now we're giving the flight cage a little bit of a revamp. We're putting on some metal wiring around the flight cage to give them a bit more protection from animals that might try to chew through. So that's why you're not seeing a lot of the grapevines up here right now that we would normally have to keep them comfortable. But we do have this, which she's very readily adopted. And she feels nice and safe. You can see her all curled up in her little tail blanket too. So she's very, very comfortable up there.
We show him Spike.
Yeah, we can. We're gonna move on to Spike, who is one of our yellow bats. We're gonna.
Can I ask you
working
to
in the flight cage?
explain?
You notice a lot of our ladders here. We hang a lot of our bats on the ceiling, so it's a lot of climbing up and down ladders. So I'm gonna climb up another ladder here.
Can I ask you to
And
explain
I'm
a little
going to show
bit
you one
what
of my
we?
favorite bats. And
Can you
he's
hear me?
living in a palm frond here. So we have like the witch's hat over here and some other baskets. Our yellow bat Spike really prefers his natural habitat, which are these palm fronds. So we have some of these hanging in our flight cage as well. So I'm going to lift up here. Let's see. Yeah, Lee's going to help me out here. Okay, and you can see him right there, tucked away in between the fronds. So I'm gonna see if he wants a little bit of water, see if he'll wake up for us a little.
Asking a question. Can you
Oh,
hear
sure. No, I did not hear a question, but
Oh, okay. Yes, I was asking a question. I was wondering if you could briefly explain kind of what it is that Austin Bat Refuge does. Just sort of where do you get the bats from? Who
of
gets
course,
in
yeah.
touch with you about the bats? Sort of the general, because people may not be aware of the Bat Refuge or
Of
even what a Bat
course.
Refuge is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before we get to Spike, let's talk about that because I think that's very important. So, do y'all want to talk a little bit about the refuge and how you kind of got started and
Sure.
yeah.
So yeah.
From the founders themselves here, and we'll zoom in on a little free tail while you
Actually,
do
this
that.
is Hubble.
Oh,
This
this
is
is
the big free tail. Let's talk about this bat just for a minute because he gets a little antsy.
Okay.
I need a mealworm. Yeah. This is a bat that does not belong in this part of Texas. This is a West Texas crevice roosting bat, and it's a free tail, but a totally different species and genus from the Mexican free tail bats. that live here in Central Texas. So this guy his common name is actually Big Freetail, which is certainly the case. He's about 3 times bigger than our Mexican freetails, our Tiderata brasiliensis. We don't know really how he got here.
Back in the shade.
Yeah, let's do a shade.
Sure.
Yeah. So he ended up somehow in a building on the UT campus, and he was on the floor in the basement by the elevators in this building. This is the astrology building with a telescope. I mean, astronomy building with a telescope on top. So we named him Hubble. He could have gotten here on his own. Dr. Lauren Ammerman says that sometimes these young big freetails will start flying and just keep flying. It's possible that he flew all the way here. He might also have hitched a ride with somebody from the McDonald Observatory out in West Texas, somehow gotten into a truck or a vehicle. But we're really thrilled that we got this bat instead of Austin Animal Control. He actually wore off his thumb claws trying to climb the tile walls of this basement where he was for many, many hours. And so we're keeping him until he fully grows back those thumb claws and can climb as well as he needs to. And then we're going to somehow get him back out to West Texas and let him go in his more natural habitat.
Yeah.
But it's been a thrill.
Yeah, that's always our goal too. Austin Bat Refuge is a 501c3 nonprofit who is responsible for bats all over Texas. So if somebody finds a bat in their community, instead of calling an exterminator or animal control, they can call us and we can teach them how to contain the bat or assess whether or not the bat is in a wrong spot or something like that. And then if it is a bat in need of help, we will take it in, rehab it, which will include, medicine, medical care, grooming and feeding. And then once they're ready to be released, which we assess by watching them fly in this wonderful flight cage, they test their wings out, then we release them. So that's always our goal, is to get them back into their natural habitats, back into the wild where they do what they do best for us, which is a lot of things, pest control, among many, many other things. So the refuge part of our name is that sometimes bats are not always releasable. And that is honestly worst case scenario for us. We don't want to keep bats, but sometimes bats are non-releasable, and we give them a comfortable home to live out the rest of their days. Our longest living bats can live, up to 18 years. So we don't want to keep a bat that long in captivity. We want to get them back out into the wild. So we do our best to, yeah.
So these are the Mexican freetails can live up to 18 years. Many other bats in North America can have longer lifespans. The record being a Brandt's myotis, a little insectivorous bat that was recaptured in the early 2000s at the age of 41 years in the wild.
Yeah.
Some of the U.S. bats, the little brown bat, can live 30 or 35 years. So they're long-lived and generally very slow to reproduce. So someone asked about how we got started with this, and that's always a question that people ask. And Lee always says it's my fault and then turns it over to me. I have often rehabbed wildlife in my spare time for decades. And after meeting a woman who was a bat rehabilitator here in Austin, the only one actually, we became friends and became her, she was our mentor. And we learned everything that we could from Barbara. Her name is Barbara French. And she and I worked at Bat Conservation International for many years. And when Barbara left Texas in 2009, suddenly we were the only bat rehabilitators in this area for many, many miles around. So that is still the case. So the other wildlife facilities do great work, but they rehab pretty much every wild animal around here except bats. So they bring them to us or send people to us, and we take the bats.
So it looks like it is 11:30. If we have time to talk about one more bat, I think we have reached the end of our time, but 2 more minutes. Okay. So this is Spike. Do you want to talk about Spike?
Oh,
Yeah,
sure. He's a northern yellow bat. He's one of our favorite species. They may be experiencing a range rollback here in the Austin area. We didn't get any yellow bats for the first time last year, and we think it's a result of the extreme weather we've been getting. We've had extreme freezes that have killed most of the palm trees in our area. They only roost in the brown skirt under the green crown in a palm tree, and there are far fewer palm trees in our area nowadays. So we're imploring everybody to please not prune the skirt of a palm tree, and that applies anywhere in the world during baby season. So during the late spring, early summer, anywhere in the world, we would really implore people, please don't prune or trim the dead palm fronds beneath a palm tree. That's the only place these species have evolved to roost.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us today. For anybody who wants to learn more about what we do, you can go to austinbatrefuge.org, or you can visit us on Instagram, TikTok at Austin Bat Refuge, and then we're also on Facebook, Austin Bat Refuge. So thanks so much.
Thanks for having us. Thank you so much, Nils.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to echo this, pun very much intended, by saying you should absolutely follow Austin Bat Refuge on social media because their content is amazing. They post updates all the time. It's just great. They do great work. So yeah, thank you very much.
So much.
It was great catching up, and hopefully next time we'll be in person.
Thanks, Nils.
It's great to see you
Take
again.
care.
Cheers. Bye. Okay. Now, okay. Anna, are you here? Awesome. Can you turn on your video and start sharing your screen, please? Okay. I'm going to hope that everything will just keep trucking because so far it has been working, but so this works. Okay. Can you go full screen with that? Yeah. Yeah, let me just because it is a little bit cropped, which is not great because we can't see everything on your slides, but yeah, obviously not great. Let me just do this, this. Okay, cool. So
Okay. Okay. You're welcome. So I just go ahead, right? Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me to this International Bat Appreciation Day. My name is Ana Ibarra. I work for Bat Conservation International, and I am based in Mexico. And what I want to share with you today is a little bit of what we do, or the conservation work we do in Mexico, especially for migratory nectar-feeding bats that range from central Mexico all the way to the southern US. So today I'm going to present a little bit of what we do, building partnerships to deliver landscape scale conservation and restoration for threatened bats and people. And it's what we call our Agave Restoration Initiative. I'm going to show you a little bit of a video, and a short video is like the context, the story, and then pretty much I'm going to share a little bit of more details about it. there are bats in there, but this is a lot of conservation and how we work with people to fulfill conservation for bats in Mexico and southern US. So hopefully this works. Yes. Okay. Should I just skip it? Is just the video? Okay. I can just go ahead and I can finish the story with the rest of the slides. No problem. Okay, so let me see, how do I switch? Okay, so what the video is all about is in Mexico we have three main nectar feeding bats. They are migratory, and these are the Mexican long-nosed bat, the lesser long-nosed bat, the Leptonycteris genus, and then the Coryneicteris genus as well. And what happens is we have detected through the years there has a serious decline in the population, especially for the Mexican long-nosed bat, and that's mainly due to the loss of foraging habitat and the loss of roosting sites. And foraging habitat for these migratory bats, especially in northeast Mexico, is agave habitat. They depend, the females migrate pregnant from central Mexico all the way to southwestern United States, and especially in the northern area, they depend heavily on agave blooms or agave flowers. However, in yeah, is it working? Okay, perfect. So the conservation challenge. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, so I'll just go ahead. And so thinking about helping the populations of nectar-feeding bats recover in Mexico and how we support the foraging habitats and the roosting, the priority roosting sites, BCI, but also at the same time supporting the communities that live in this landscape and that we share with these bats. BCI launched the Agave Restoration Initiative, which is further the sustainability and resilience of these corridors, not only for the bats, but also for the people that depend on these landscapes. And how we can go from this to bats being able to find this while they are migrating from central Mexico to the southwestern of the United States. And so what we're working on is restoring healthy landscapes for bats and agaves along the migratory corridor, but taking into account the need of the local people that depend on this landscape. And what we're doing is a multi-approach conservation strategy and restoration strategy. And what you can see here in this map is it goes all the way from central Mexico to the southwestern the United States. And you can see in the shaded areas, these are the migratory corridors of these two bat species. And the different icons show the different approaches that we implement in these areas, depending on what the bats need and what the people are also need. So for example, at the bottom of the screen, we have two priority roosts. These are the mating roosts of the Nivalis or the Mexican long-nosed bat. And this is where the females and the males meet in our winter, and they mate, and the pregnant females start migrating north. And along this corridor, we have other priority roosts. And in the roost, what we mostly do is protect the roosting sites, prevent manage like improper management of roosting sites, like people that go in and start just disturbing the roost, so the bats remain in this roost, or the roosts remain usable for the bats. But as we move to the north along the migratory route, there are other needs for the conservation of bats and their habitat. So what we do is we support the restoration of habitat that has been degraded due to improper management or cattle grazing or agricultural practices. And in order to do this, we build the restoration efforts from the ground up, starting with seeds. So we collect wild agave seeds, and in collaboration with the local communities, we produce plants locally from local sources, agave plants, that will go back into the wild once they're ready at the nurseries. But we also support conservation efforts, like where the habitat is good enough and the agave populations are doing well. We promote like exclusion areas that prevent cattle from going and grazing and degrading the habitat. And we support this through monitoring efforts and training, capacity building, and supporting some sustainable sources of income, like local jobs, local community-based enterprises, all along this migratory corridor. But everything starts with bats, and it's geared towards promoting the recovery of the populations and the conservation of the populations of these bats. And these are just only a couple of examples. For example, this is their mating, the main mating roost in central Mexico, and we do monitoring of the population there. There's not a lot of need of agave there because bats rely on other food sources, but the roosting cave is under threat because of urban development. So we're constantly monitoring the population and the threats, and we use different sorts of technology. Like, for example, we partner up with like a company that runs drone monitoring, and they do all the habitat assessment and diagnostics. And as we move north, and agaves become the main source of foraging for these bats, we are running nurseries to produce plants that go out to the wild for restoration. And these are examples of like exclusion areas where we exclude cattle and grazing. So to agaves can thrive and replenish the populations there. And we support this through environmental education. This is another example of like we have environmental education for kids, but also for adults and public events and outreach activities to socialize what we're doing and why we're doing it, especially in the communities that are directly affected by land degradation and also have direct capacity to establish conservation actions in their territories. Some of these things, I am a bat biologist, but I ended up learning a lot of cattle management and agricultural practices and green businesses. And what we're doing here in this area is also, this area is in Northeast Mexico, and there is a priority roost near these communities, and the communities are interested in sustainable and regenerative cattle ranching, and that's what we are supporting. In a sense, they are investing in conservation, and we are investing in developing or supporting them developing the capacity to sustainable managing their resources. And one big thing in Mexico, especially, is like conservation has to be tied to people. If people cannot meet their needs, conservation it's impossible. So we try to align our conservation efforts and strategies to the development goals, and we are trying really hard to achieve that. And all of this has not been easy, and it's a large landscape, and therefore requires of the collaboration of a lot of people. And what we're doing is we are working in this collaborative network that we call the Northeast Mexico Agave Restoration Network. And what you can see here is every 2 years, we aim to have our meeting of the whole network together to discuss how we're doing, how the bats are doing, where do we want to go, what are the needs, how we can share the capacity among all these networks. And we have around 60 organizations and ejidos or landholders that participate in this network. And that's the only way that this has been possible for us to protect and conserve the bats, through working with the people and the communities in this area. And so it's just that for us, the human dimension, me being an introvert bat biology, learning to be a people person, it has been very rewarding that conservation turns out to be, they're really interested in conservation. And once they start learning about bats, more closely about bats, and appreciate them, they are the stronger supporters of conservation, not because it's good for their lands, but also because they start caring about the bats. So, and this is just a couple of examples of people that we started working with them many years ago, and now they're running their own conservation efforts, and we are just kind of providing assistance or advice or just friendship and keeping the relationships alive, because the conservation depends on them. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that. And these are contact information for the 2 people in BCI that run the Mexico program. And if you want to reach out or have questions, you are more than welcome.
Stop
sharing, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can stop sharing. Yeah. So thank you very much, Anna. It's actually quite nice to have you on this time, because I believe last time I did this live stream was in 2022, and we had Kristen on, or was it the 2021 one? I can't remember, but I've had her on in a previous edition, so it's quite nice to have the other side of the team. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. We can, if there are any questions in the chat, just feel free to ask them. There is a significant delay. I think it's almost a minute delay between the stream and or between what we see and what they see. So yeah, but maybe you can stay a little bit longer and watch the YouTube chat in case there's any questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, I can say, I can
thank
say
you
a
very
few
much.
minutes. Thank you, Niels. Bye.
And as I said to the other people, apologies for the technical issues. Yeah,
No worries.
thank you. Thank you. So, Mike, can you hear me? Hello? Hi? Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you. That's great. Okay. I'm going to do this. Yeah, can I just check that the sound works? Can you say something? It's very quiet on your end. Is your microphone muffled or something? It's better if you hold it really close to your mouth. Is that okay? Oh yeah, no, that's great. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do this for now, so you can introduce yourself. And when you're ready to share your screen, you can do that.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening to you, those in the other side of the world, and also good morning, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mike Kaye, and then my background is in conservation biology. I'm actually a conservation manager for a forestry project in Ghana. However, on my free times, my real focus and my passion is with bats. So we do a lot of bat study, bat survey, and then a lot of engagement with bats. So I'm quickly going to share with you a few of the opportunities as well as challenges, and I call all of them opportunities with bat studies in Ghana and West Africa in general. So I don't have a video, but I have a few slides, and then I'm going to go through them. I know Neil has been.
That's better than a video, actually. We've had some issues with videos, so if it's slides, it's fine. If it's videos, it might crash.
Good. So I'm quickly going to look for my slides.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm seeing.
While you do that, I will preemptively I'm just giving a quick restart before we start.
All right, that's fine.
Restarting it before it crashes is my kind of goal right now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It is coming through. Yeah, if you just go full screen.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, it's fine. This one. Yeah, I'm going to. Are you leaving like this, or are you going full screen?
I'm leaving it this way.
Okay. Then I can crop it a little bit so that the slides are a little bit bigger for us, like this. Let's get it up.
Is it better now?
Okay.
Okay. Good. Yeah, good. Thank you very much, Niels. And then I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Actually, this is the first time I'm participating in the Bat Appreciation Day, and then getting to present from this side of the world is a great opportunity. Like I said, I'm just going to talk a little about the experiences and challenges with fruit bat research in Ghana and West Africa in general. My focus is on fruit bats because, you know, all year round, we have a lot of sunlight, rains, and so we have a lot of fruit bats all over. And then even in urban areas. So I'll also speak a little bit about some work we've been doing with a group of people on how fruit bats or bats in particular are adapting to changing landscapes within urban areas in Ghana, especially the landscape of Accra. I'll explain it a little bit. So a little bit of perspective when you talk about bats studies in Ghana or fruit bat studies. I mean, we have so many colorful fruit bats all around. Just like you see in the pictures here, we have the straw-colored, the epomorphs or the epaulets. They are all over, and even in the city, you see them. We have the Angolan fruit bats, the Zenka fruit bats, the Weman fruit bats. So, I mean, they just take up opportunities wherever we find them. I mean, it's the chances of finding bats on trees in the cities or even the rural landscapes of Ghana is very high, and it's not so difficult finding them. So, I mean, that's kind of an opportunity in its. All right, so I was talking about fruit bat species. Currently, about 13 of them has been counted and discovered in Ghana. And then we have about 16 in West Africa fruit bats. I know there are more, but as I will mention in the challenges, I mean, logistics challenges with fruit bat research limits fruit bat studies or bat studies in our part of the world. However, these ones are very visible everywhere. I mean, it's easy to spot them right in our cities. And like I was saying, out of 3 trees you find everywhere in even our urban areas like Accra and then the cities, you should be able to find a bat roosting on one of the trees. So they are quite common. These are sample of bats that has been described in Ghana. Common among them is the straw-colored fruit bat, which is all over the place, especially in Accra. You find them everywhere. And then we have the hammerhead, a very interesting fruit bat species with a very protruding mouth. It's a very wonderful species to work around with. And the very one I normally work with is the Gambian epilated fruit bats. They have the epaulets in the middle, and then they are also conspicuous. You find them all around. So it's quite interesting working with bats in Ghana, and then especially fruit bats. We have all these species and they are quite common everywhere. People know about them and it's not so difficult finding them. So I'll continue with opportunities with bat studies. And from my first presentation or from my first slide, and as I was saying, I mean, the weather here is very predictable. It's very tropical. And then doing bat studies, you shouldn't have so much challenges. Throughout the year, you are able to study bats on the field from January to December because the weather does not affect the activities of bats too much. The rains are moderate as much as possible, and then we have so much sunshine. So you can work always around in Ghana, the urban and then the rural areas when you are doing bat studies. And of course, if there is good sunshine and good rains, then there is also a lot of fruits around and even insects. So if you are studying insect bats or fruit bats, then there is always the possibility of finding them everywhere throughout the year. So, I mean, I'm just using this also as an opportunity to invite people interested in bat studies, being it scientists or non-scientists, or just going around to look for bats to come on board. I mean, you can do it anytime in Ghana. We are always available to help. I'll leave my email address also. And in recent times, since Ebola and then COVID-19, the interest in bat research has risen in the scientific community, especially in areas of biodiversity and conservation. We have seen a short up in students with interest in the studies of bats, which was not really the case in the past, because in our setting, when you talk about bats, I mean, the traditional mindset about bats is in context a filthy animal, excuse me to say. That's how it's looked at traditionally, but now the interest is changing. People are interested in studying bats, understanding bats, because of the conflict in information which came about during COVID and Ebola. People believe it was from bats, others said no. So, I mean, there has been some interest in bat studies, especially with undergraduate and graduate students all around. And with opportunities, the other thing is also the bats are very common to find in our landscapes, both in the urban areas and then the rural areas. So wherever you decide to do your bat studies, you'll find bats in caves, on top of skyscrapers. You see them on top of trees, on mountains, in the valleys, everywhere you'll find bats. And for bats of your interest, they are very, very, very easy to find everywhere. So it's always easier working with bats in the tropical West African landscape. For challenges, and I don't like highlighting so much on challenges, like I said, there are also opportunities. So if you want to do bat research in Ghana and West Africa, then you must know a little bit about mosquitoes, because it's a tropical landscape, and that in the night there are so many mosquitoes around. So you have to be really prepared. I mean, you can have your repellents, you can have your long sleeves and all that. So it's one thing you don't really need to play with, because you could be down with malaria in no time. You'll be working in the night a lot. And then this presents a lot of opportunities as well to always get prepared when you are doing bat research in our parts of the world. Also, there is inadequate literature. There is always the tendency of finding something new, and it's always interesting. We always see a lot of new things on the field. I mean, most of the interesting ones, finding fruit bats, you know, with their pups feeding or breastfeeding even while they are in flight. I saw that recently, and it was very interesting. Rather unfortunate I couldn't take a picture or had a video of it. I mean, there is always something new. You see new behavior, and then we are always documenting this. So inadequate literature always presents an opportunity for bringing up information. And our other challenge here is access to equipment, of course. I wouldn't say there are no equipment at all. There are. We have the MistNet, we have the tags, and then the radio tracking devices and all that. But they are available in limited quantities, and sometimes if others need them, then you might have to wait and go on with your studies and discussions sometime else. With disease transmission, it's well known. So we always advise everyone who is involved in bats activities in Ghana and West Africa. We always advise you take the rabies vaccination. This is what we do here, and always to be sure to avoid bat bites as much as possible. Of course, there is limited funding because we don't have so much research work in bats in here. And then there is also sometimes limited collaborations. You realize that a lot of people are doing something very small and limited in their own way. We don't have much collaboration. And then the interest. There are other species. When you are studying them in our world, there is so much interest, especially large mammals. But when you are studying small mammals like bats, then the interest dwindles a little bit from especially local communities. So when you find yourself in communities asking for information on fruit bats, then sometimes people wonder, why do you want to study bats? Why are you interested in bats? So these are some of the challenges bat researchers face on the field here. So I've gone through our challenges as well as our opportunities, and I said our challenges are also our opportunities. So I'll quickly highlight a few or something we've been doing in urban areas, and then it's basically on trying to understand how bats, especially fruit bats, adapt to changing landscapes in urban areas, especially in Accra, Ghana. I'm going to put share a picture of how the landscape of Accra looks like currently, quickly. Sorry, I think I wanted to share a picture. I don't know whether that is possible, Neil. It's in a different slide, okay, let me quickly try and do it here. Sorry about this. I wanted to do this very quick, but it appears I'm spending some time. All right. Okay. Oh, something the right thing. But I hope my presentation is still visible. Oh, good. I don't really see it from my end, but maybe I'll just describe it and put the picture across later on. So basically the landscape. Yeah. So let me try and send it to you through email. It's just 2 slides. Then maybe you can highlight them. So basically the landscape of Accra is a very developing landscape. I mean, it's the urban landscape, and then we have also a lot of trees and some urban green areas. And then these places, the green areas, especially where we've been working a lot in my previous university campus, the University of Ghana campus, has a lot of trees. And these areas become very good refuge for bats, especially fruit bats. But with the increasing changes in this landscape, because day in, day out, there are new developments in this landscape, then the habitats and then the roosting and foraging area of fruit bats are being affected. So, I mean, the start or the beginning of the study was to basically try and understand how fruit bat species, especially the straw-colored fruit bats and also the Gambian and pileated fruit bats, react to changing landscape when there are new developments, how things are changing and how they are reacting. So we tagged a few bats, and this I have in my presentation here. I hope the presentation is visible. So the picture on my right is the procedure. We captured a few bats, and then we tagged them. We use we tagged a few of them, and then we try to take their morphometrics, of course. And beyond that, we continue using the radio wave receiver to try and understand where places and areas they are visiting, as well as how they move around and then the changes they bring about in their landscape. So afterwards, we had very interesting results. From there, we've seen that there are specific trees. I mean, bats are fruit bats in our landscape are not really opportunistic. They are very specific with the kind of trees they like roosting on, and then the kind of trees they like foraging on. So, I mean, in the areas of studies, we were having a lot of mango, teak trees, and then a lot of figs. And these are very good trees for bats. They were found roosting on them most of the time. And also, they preferred foraging also on mango, fig trees. I mean, basically the same kind of trees. So, and there was also a very high roost fidelity with female fruit bats. They like staying in particular areas for a really long time. And these were really down to so many reasons. One, for taking care of their children, in nurturing the pups. They wouldn't want to be moving around so much. And then the males were always all over the place. I mean, you'll find them here, and then within a minute of tracking, they are out of sight. So, I mean, basically, they were trying to move to other roosts and try and as much as possible to roost around, to mate with other females in other roosts as much as possible. So, male fruit bats here are very, very, very volatile. They move around a lot. I mean, they are very volatile. They are always moving around, while the female fruit bats mostly stay in specific roosts or specific plants. Don't worry, it's okay. I mean, good. Yeah. So I was just talking about the result from our study, and then we realized that female bats or fruit bats are very, very, very fidel, or has high fidelity to their roosting and foraging area, which we call the tentative home range, while the males are always all over the place. I mean, moving from one roost to the other, jumping from places to places. So this has drawn us into the idea of trying to map basically the whole Accra Plains or the urban landscape of Accra to try and find the roosting and foraging area of bats, especially fruit bats, and then to present our findings to the mayor of the city on how they can plan, and also we supporting the protection of fruit bats within the city, because they are very integral part of the city. I mean, the understanding is to help and encourage people to help preserve bats, which a few people are doing, going around. We have people having bats on their ceilings and trees in their household. And then people traditionally feed them. And then when you ask them the reasons why they do it, they tell you, the family has been keeping the bats for a very long time. So it's just a mandate for them to continue it. But we want to bring this to the larger landscape. And this is why we are currently looking at getting engaged with the mayor or the city development or the city planning team. So the first step is to map the bat areas in the city and continue from there. So this is the plan going forward. And I've come together with a few of the bat enthusiasts, not really, most of them are not scientists, but just enthusiasts. And then community leaders who are willing to plan and help. And this is where hopefully I come back next year and to present a full map or a holistic landscape of bats within the cities of Accra. I think basically this is what I have. So this is a map of how the bats are moving around in our landscape. And you could clearly see that the males have a wider home range compared to the female during our study. And then the female are also loose feeder. The male try to move around a lot. And currently we've also seen the kind of trees they like roosting on and where they like foraging, the mangoes, the teaks, and then a few other trees. And the plan is to continue protecting them and giving education around. So throughout this research and study, there had been a few supports. I mean, it's a lot of support actually from the Bat Conservation International. When I started my MPhil thesis, they came in and they were helping a lot. And then we had some support from the Ideal Wild and also the Society for Conservation Biology, the African chapter. And then there is the Center for Conservation Biology on the University of Ghana campus, and the University of Ghana itself has been of tremendous help to this study. I hope I'm not leaving out anyone. And I mean, we've had a lot of local support with people telling us where to find bats around and all that. So this is us. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. And if there is any questions, I would like to take them now. Thank you, Niels.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you are more than welcome to come back next year. Hopefully the technical issues will be fixed by then, but no promises.
Good. Thank you.
But yeah, it's really great to have contributions from West Africa this time. It's a region. I know there's some research going on here and there, nowhere near as much as there should be given the insane diversity, but it's not a region we hear about a lot, and I wanted something from that region, so I'm really glad that you're here, and thank you very much. And yeah. Questions, you probably have to hang around the YouTube chat and answer them in writing if there are any. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So we are a little bit early. Oh, but this might work out fine. Okay. So this still works, kind of, maybe. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting very tired. It's been a long day already. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 23 minutes. Okay. Hi, Jen. Hello. Can you turn on your camera? Yep. Will you be sharing your screen or is it all on camera? Cool. This makes things very easy for me. Thank you. Let me just do, and I'm hoping that, I don't know if you saw all the technical issues we've been having. That is correct. And yes. Yes. Yeah, the video will be available later. So now you are live, we can see you. I will make it. Do you need a little space for props and things? I'll
That's
probably
what I was debating. I might adjust myself here so I have a little more room.
Yeah, and I will give you a full screen as well. Because currently we are sharing one screen, but I am going to give you a full screen. And I'm hoping that I won't break everything by doing so.
Okay. Okay, let me just oh. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'm going. Yes. How does that seem? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Warnicki Ellis from the Good Bat Neighbor program. I thought today I would tell everybody how the program got started and what it's all about. So I guess first I'll start with what it's all about, which is a citizen conservation program. But what's behind that is changing the narrative about bats. And how it got started is a bit of a story, so bear with me. So I've always been a conservationist since I was 2. Did my first wildlife rescue, well, I attempted to, when a bird hit our front door, and I was in the house and saw it sitting on the front step, and went and got my mom and, said, we have to help it. Luckily, it was just stunned and it took off on its own. But I always had that kind of knee-jerk reaction that when I see an animal in trouble, I want to help it. So fast forward a couple of years, when I was, I think, 4, I had my first experience with a bat. It was actually on TV. Like many people, it was a vampire movie, but a little different situation for me. It was a rom-com called Love at First Bite, about Dracula waking up in modern New York and just, being out of sorts, being lovelorn. And whenever he would turn into a bat, people are swinging at him. And at some point, he gets knocked on the ground when he's a bat. So to me, that was like seeing the bird hit the window. It was, oh, this poor animal that was flying and it got knocked down. So my first impression of a bat was that it needed help. Of course, for many people, their first experience with a bat is in a vampire movie, but not such a positive experience. I'm sure everybody is familiar with, we've got Bela Lugosi here from Dracula. Great movie, great movie. But even in this little action figure, one of his props here with the action figure is a bat, as you can see. So not everyone has such a positive experience the first time they see a bat. So what I really wanted to do was change the script on that, because my background is also in film. My undergrad was double concentration in screenwriting and directing. So something that they drill into us in film school, there are 2 big things to remember. And one of them is know your audience. Main reason that's important is because if you're making a film, especially if it's a message film, you need to appeal to your audience or they're not going to listen to your message, especially if your audience might be against what your message is and you're trying to win them over. So you need to dress it up in a way that they'll listen. So I had that in my head about bats too. So back to my conservation ways of wanting to rescue animals. So I've always felt, and obviously rightly so, that, bats are underdogs. They need our help. But I live in the United States, in an area where there aren't bats year round. I'm in Northwest Indiana, cold weather. So, you know, there's not even a chance of seeing bats year round. And when I thought, how can I help bats? I wasn't in the situation of people, especially that live where the megabats are, like in Australia and parts of Africa, that, you know, they're going to be seeing these large bats that are obvious, or, you know, even in the United States in the Southwest where it's warm enough that there are bats year round. So I thought, you know, well, what am I going to do to help bats? How can I get in on that? And I just couldn't come up with anything. I kept loving bats, and, you know, when the museum in Chicago had a bat exhibit, I went to that for my birthday. I was excited. When there was a bat festival in the state next to me, I went to that, but it was all just like being in bat. Okay, hopefully we're back. Okay, so so I finally thought I could help bats now, because bat houses were available in the big box store near me. But, you know, they're these little tiny cheap bat houses. But I thought, that's good, I can afford it. So I got myself a bat house. You know, I hadn't seen any, but I thought, hey, at least it's something. It's helping, because I know they need help, and some of it's habitat related, so that'll accomplish something. So put the bat house up, and the only thing I got was a wasp nest. And, you know, my dad went to knock that down, knocked the whole bat house off the house, went flying, shattered. But it had been up for a couple of years anyways, never got any bats. So I thought, okay, well, that didn't work out. What else can I do for bats? And there really wasn't anything. I'm also a birder, so I'm used to there being a lot of birding groups to go on hikes, and, you know, they talk about bird conservation, and there are a lot of citizen conservation groups for birds. And then also with the insect apocalypse, you know, there started being a lot of positive messaging around insects, and a lot of public outreach to, you know, get people to be more responsible about their practices that might be harming insects. So again, I saw this, you know, public outreach campaign working for other animals, and there just wasn't that for bats. So, you know, I started thinking about it, and you know, film school, I did graduate from film school, and I did make a film, a vampire film actually, but but, you know, my heart has always been in conservation. So I thought, okay, went to grad school, was getting my master's in a really cool program. I encourage everyone to check out if you're thinking of getting a master's and going back to school. It's at Miami University in the United States. It's called the Dragonfly program. And the cool thing about that, even though it's a biology master's, it's conservation focused, and they let you focus on whatever you want. So that first semester, like I said, I'm a birder, and I really love insects too, and the bats. So all my projects were focused on one of those three, or even all of those three, since they face a lot of the same challenges. But by my second semester, I was seeing in my research how badly bats were doing. In the United States, they suffer from something called white nose syndrome. You guys might have heard of that earlier in the presentations today. But it's a fungus that is waking up bats that hibernate while they're trying to hibernate. So what they're actually dying of is starvation. They're waking up during the winter when they don't have food sources. So, you know, it's not the fungus itself that's taking them out. And this had become so widespread, and unfortunately is still spreading, not just in the United States, it's spreading into Canada too now, that some of the species in the US have lost 90% of their population. And I thought, well, my God, I mean, people are doing something for birds and insects to address those crashing populations, but what can be done to help bats? You know, what can the everyday person do? So I decided to focus all my grad work on bat conservation. And another really cool thing about the Dragonfly program is that it's community outreach based. So I thought, okay, this will be perfect. And that's what I started to set out to do, was to reach people and give them a way to help bats in their own yards. But so in reaching out to people, you know, they were in a similar position that I was, that, you know, a lot of people do like bats, but they don't even know that there are any bats in their area. You know, since bats are out at night, people don't even notice that they're around. And see what I mean? People don't notice that they're around. And that's thanks to my mom, Patty McGregor Warnicki, who was a teacher at an environmental preschool. And that's something important too. I mean, when you're reaching out to people, you need to start with those young kids. So having an environmental preschool where they're talking to kids about wildlife is really a way to get to them. And like I said, that was how I got started with my wildlife conservation. When I was 2, seeing that bird, and, you know, when I was 4, seeing a bat, and both of those being positive experiences. So, you know, that's a really important factor right there. And back to the adults of what can they do, I thought, okay, so first of all, I have to mention to people, there are bats around. You might not know it. I didn't know there were bats in my neighborhood. You just have to happen to get out at that right time, you know, usually a bit after sunset. Keep an eye out and you might see some. So, okay, I've convinced people that there might be bats in their area, that they can help them at home, but how the heck are they going to do that? So I started thinking about the citizen conservation programs that work for birds, that work for insects, and bats suffer from a lot of the same challenges that they do. So I started okay. So I thought, okay, first off, the most common thing for people to help bats is put up a bat house, but that didn't work out for me. So I started looking into that and what went wrong. One of the keys is that a bat house needs to be really big, which people have no idea. This is how big we're talking. So you see that's filling up the whole screen there. And the reason that's important is so the bats can move around from the top to the bottom to adjust the temperature. They can actually overheat. They're mammals just like us. They can get heat stroke. So they need to be able to get lower as heat rises, or on the other hand, you know, get higher if there's a night that's a little too cool. And painting the house is really important too. I want to mention that to people, anybody that gets a bat house. It's so important to not paint it too dark of a color. You should paint it. They have a lot better occupancy rates if you paint the house, but make sure it's not too dark. Because again, you know, the darker it is, the more it's going to attract the heat. You want it to be warm enough, but not too hot. So just as an example, in the Midwest United States where I am here, this is like a medium gray. And around here, a lot of people are going dark gray, dark brown, black. So really look into what's appropriate for your area and don't just Google some random thing. Actually go to a bat website. So you also want to get something that's safe for the bats. I like something that is for like picnic tables, for kids' playground equipment, then you know it's not going to be toxic. So look into that when you go to get your paint. So that was an important thing. And another thing that goes on with birds and bees, no pun intended, is, to have native plants. That's a big one too. And I'm also a plant enthusiast, a native plant enthusiast. I do native landscaping. So I started looking into that. And yeah, any native plants are good. They're going to support the native insects in your area. But what you really want are ones that are going to attract the prey of your bats. And even though those megabats, the big bats you see in movies, are super awesome, flying foxes with the kind of dog faces, like I said, they're not found in many areas. So what I wanted to do was do something that could apply to everybody. The little microbats are found on every continent except for Antarctica. So something for those insect-eating bats, even though some do eat fruit and some other things, nectar or pollen, but that's another story. So planting a native plant garden, that's going to help bats out. That's going to help out their prey. So, I came up with this, it's a bat garden, because it blooms at night. So it's going to attract what they're eating, those night flying insects. And I just kept thinking about it. It's too bad that, we can't have bat books that are make bats easy to identify for the average person, the way, we have birding books. But, there are a lot of cool things that you can do to watch bats, and people, are intimidated to do that on their own. So another thing is to find bat groups. I just kept kind of thinking, well, okay, so what works for birds? Check your local groups. There aren't local bat groups everywhere. UK is awesome. I feel like they have a local bat group in every city, at least every county. But if you can't find any local bat groups by you, actually look up your astronomy group. They're serving a similar purpose for their night skies and stargazing. That's important to bats. Dark skies are really important. People think that, bright lights are going to be great for bats at night because it helps attract insects. But that's not the case. There are a few species that don't have a problem with that, but most of them actually steer away from those lights because it's going to make them more exposed to predators that are out at night, like owls. And then with new LED lights, they're great. They save energy, but they don't attract insects the same way. So dark sky is really important. So that's a group to reach out to if you don't have a local bat group. And just as I mentioned, I'm sure most people know the difference between the cool white lights, the LED. Yeah, wow, that's really bright. See how bright that is? That's going to be annoying to bats. So if you have to have outdoor lighting, go with the warmer colors. That's better for wildlife and people too, less disruptive. But if you're going to go all out, what we use doing bat monitoring are actually red lights. What's this guy here? And you can put that in lights on your property, or you can approach your city about doing that. And that's another thing. Approach your city to be more responsible. And again, you can get other groups to help you do that, to back you. Get your local birding groups, get your astronomy groups to talk to the city about being more responsible with their lighting. And these are all things that citizens can do that aren't really complicated. Talk to them about not spraying pesticides, something you can do not just in your yard, but the city can do that too. And if you really can't find any support in your area, no birding groups, no bat groups, no, astronomy groups, there is always online to at least get some support and know that you're not alone. And I have to give props to some really awesome people. If you want to check them out, I've interviewed some of these people. You can go to the Good Bat Neighbor YouTube channel to hear a little bit about them, being interviewed before you go to their Facebook page. But just some amazing people Um, I gotta give a shout out to my bat rehabber friend in Poland, Dorota. And a lot of these bat rehabbers are just rehabbing bats at home. They don't have a bat center near them. So that's something that they're putting in that much effort. And if they can do that, you can do something. In Bulgaria, we've got another awesome bat rehabber, Viara. And she's got Bat World Bulgaria on Facebook. So you can actually see what she's doing and follow that. And you can also look for the rehabbers in your area. Like I said, so many of them are running their bat rehab centers out of their own home, but a lot of them are, at bigger centers too. Either way, check with your local, usually like natural resources group to find the rehabbers and find a way that you can help them. One thing to do is help them help bats if you find one. Have on hand a bat rescue box. Really nice thing to have one in your front closet, have one in your car. Shoebox, simple shoebox. Just got your shoebox here. Put holes in it ahead of time so you're not punching holes with a bat in it and maybe accidentally punching a hole in a bat. But make sure it's got a secure lid. Have some tape handy too, so you can tape the lid down once the bat's in there. They're escape artists. But have a little like tea towel in there for them to hang on to. You can put a little milk cap or water in there. You don't want to put too much water. And you can easily transport them in this. Just make sure if you are having to handle a bat to get it into a box, wear thick gloves. Same as any wildlife, you don't want to take a chance of getting bitten. But that's something that helps rehabbers, is having an animal safely secured so you can take it to them, or some rehabbers will pick it up themselves. So you're helping people and helping bats, but also, contact your rehab center and see how you can help them. Ask them, do they need a donation of money, of materials? They do. But if you don't have that, volunteer your time. There's always something you can do. So even if you're maybe in an apartment, you think there's nothing I can do to help bats right at my house, you can look for ways to help other people help bats. There are usually places to rehab bats close enough to you that you could get there. There are a few states that here in the US that don't allow bat rehab, but there are bat rehabbers all around the world. So just look that up. And you can also support people that are helping bats, that are actually writing books about bats. And it's not just your sciencey books. There are some great kids books, because again, start them early. This is one of our friends, Angela Mills, Bobby the Brown Long-Eared Bat. And it's an educational book. It's not just cute. Author in the UK. And it's wonderful. And some of that money even goes to the Bat Conservation Trust, which is a great UK bat group that has a ton of information. Google them too. And I think you may have had a speaker earlier on talking about bats in churches, and they have a great book, The Little Church Bat, that actually tells about what got them started with the Bats in Churches program. And you can find most of these on Amazon if you just Google them. I'll put them on my Facebook page too, to remind you what the titles are and where you can get them. And another friend of ours that we interviewed, Emma Reynolds, with Amara and the Bats. And I mean, these are like adorable kids books that are also educational. So, you're helping these people by buying their book, and people that are helping bats, you're helping support them, but you're also helping support bats, and you're helping get the word out there. And there are some fun books too, like Bats at the Beach, and we've got Bats at the Library. Just expose kids to bats as much as you can, because like I said, it's about changing the narrative. Just talk about bats.
Yeah, we should be back. As many of you will have noticed by now, the stream does keep on crashing. We keep losing audio. I cannot figure out why. So there is the audio drops somewhere between our Zoom meeting and the live streaming software, but the video doesn't drop. So it's a very strange issue. It's by all accounts a bug which I cannot fix, but it's driving me nuts because every 5 to 10 minutes I have to restart the whole thing. And I've been doing this for, was it 11 hours now? So I've taken the difficult decision of cutting the event short after. So Jen will finish her talk. Daniela afterwards will give her talk, but we will not have the last two talks. I am very sad about that, but I have to. Basically, if I don't do this, I'm going to have a full breakdown because this is horrible to deal with on my end. I was joking about it earlier because I jinxed it and everything, but now it's just genuinely becoming a big problem. So I'm very sorry about that. So Jen will finish her talk. Again, Daniela will speak afterwards. Anthony and Sharaful will not get a chance to speak at this event, unfortunately. I'm hoping that they will join us at a future event with fewer, if not no, technical issues. But yeah, so again, sorry about that. And we'll resume our shorter schedule when you're ready, Jen.
All right, and I'll try to wrap it up so our next speaker has enough time. But what I was saying is really watch how you talk about bats, the way you phrase things. You know, like I said, my first experience with bats, even though it was a vampire movie, was a positive one. And I said, but for most people, it's not a positive experience. But see what I did there? I used the phrase positive experience. So it's still reinforcing that positive phrase when you're using the word bat. And that's something really important to keep in mind. And it's flipping the script. There's so much negative phraseology about bats. You know, I've seen an experiment where people, where speakers have said, you know, throw out, when I say bats, throw out a phrase you think of. And so many of them are negative. So when you talk about bats, just use those negative phrases. And sorry, positive phrases. Now it's catching on with me. I'm starting to get punchy. But just make sure you use those positive phrases. Like, you know, I could say I don't like mosquitoes, but I'm reinforcing the phrase like mosquitoes, which I obviously don't. Instead, a way to talk about that is say, I love bees, I love beetles. Talk about the positive things and really be aware of that. So, you know, if you've been won over and, or maybe you've always been a bat enthusiast and you want to help bats on your property. So you put up a bat house and you plant your bat garden with the night blooming flowers, and you are mindful of having dark sky light fixtures, you know, of just having things that are lights that are motion censored, or turning them off if you can, or having them the right temperature, that, you know, not that bright white. You know, if you're mindful of all that, then try to spread the word to your neighbors or to your friends and family. And the easiest way to do that is passively. You know, have things on your property, like, you know, have a sign up that talks about bats, and, you know, that says, you give a guano about bats. So when people walk past, they're like, what is that bat sign? That's weird. I haven't seen something about bats. And they'll ask you about it. And then you can just give them a positive conversation about bats. And it doesn't have to be anything complicated, just one or two facts. So really change that narrative for bats, make it a positive one. Flip the script. If someone does say something negative, turn that around and just focus on educating people. And again, you know, you're not alone. Bats are really positive worldwide. I'm finding this more and more. Like I said, again, check out the Good Bat Neighbor YouTube, just because I've come across so many awesome people in the past couple of years. Like I mentioned, bat rehabbers, batty authors, and of course, bat biologists. I'm sure you've seen plenty of them today. So, you know, I don't want to forget about them either. I've met a lot of awesome bat biologists. There are so many people working on positive things for bats that can reinforce what you're doing. So just look out there. I'll put the stuff on my Good Bat Neighbor community Facebook groups. I know it's been a lot of information. So, you know, names of books, bat groups. Another one I got to give a nod to. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about the Ukrainian Bat Rehab Center, and this was a calendar they had back in 2023. They're on the front lines and they're still rehabbing bats. So if they can do it, you can help bats. And look up these awesome rehab groups. A lot of them sell really cool stuff like calendars. There's also a bat group in Africa, not a bat rehab group, but a bat group, Bats Without Borders. So, you know, wherever you're at, you can find these. And I mean, I'm not in those countries. I still order these. They ship internationally. So there are so many ways that you can help bats. And just stay at it. Even if you do one thing today or one thing this week or one thing this month, it's still one thing to help bats, and just let that momentum keep going. So be a good bat neighbor, and hopefully this will inspire you to get moving. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for mentioning a lot of actually, you mentioned a few speakers we had on today. So we had we had the Ukraine Bat Rescue. Alona came to speak to us. Yeah, they keep, like you said, they're on the front line, and yeah, they keep doing amazing work. We had them in 2022 as well, which was, you know,
I remember that
when the war
that
was
was
still
actually
fresh. And
yeah, that was actually how I learned about them. I was watching your program then, so that was really cool.
it was, yeah. And one thing that stuck with me when she was speaking earlier today is she said, yes, we are facing challenges. And I thought, I mean, calling Russian invasion a challenge is the understatement of the year. But it's just incredible that they keep protecting bats, because who else is going to do it?
Yeah.
And Anton was saying the same thing in 2022. And it's just impressive. There's something about bat carers around the world. They have so much empathy. They usually dedicate their whole house. Their house now becomes a bat refuge.
Yeah.
And they're amazing people to talk to, because they're rarely people who have what most people would call achievements, like a well-paying job, a big house, stuff like that. They don't. Nobody cares about that. They have an amazing life because they care about bats. And that is something I honestly admire in bat rescuers around the world. So definitely do get in touch with them. I will echo what you said. Support them. If you don't have any money or stuff to donate, that's absolutely fine. Support them on social media. Even just help spread their appeals for support if they need stuff like that. And just, hey, show them that you're there. Just
exactly.
I think that's really important. And yeah, like you said, I really enjoyed your talk because you really basically hammered in the point I'm trying to make with this event, despite all the technical issues, is that anyone who is interested in bats, there's something you can do. You don't need a PhD in bat research to do bat research. I don't have a PhD. I do have a master's, but even without a master's, you can do bat research. You can do bat conservation without any kind of related degree, like Teresa showed earlier. She does conservation. She came from an entirely different place. So, and there's just so many opportunities that you can take to do those. And I really liked that you listed many of those, Jen, because actually earlier today we had a question, hey, how do I get involved with bats? And I tried to answer, and then technical issues and and then you just gave a very comprehensive answer. So that's just lovely. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you very much. So can you just remind us of the website for the Good Bat Neighbor?
Yes. So if you want to get any of the specific information that I mentioned today, like book names, group names, there's the Facebook group, the Good Bat Neighbor community, and you can join that. And I'll repost this stuff right away, so it's handy for you. There's also the goodbatneighbor.com website, and that's got a little more detailed information to learn about the bats in your area. You can enter your zip code or country, so you can get specific information. And it's also got tips about what you can do in your yard. So those are a couple of resources. And I just have to say one more thing real quick. As far as you don't have to have a lot of experience with bats. My friend Dorota in Poland, just an awesome rehabber, but there are no bat rehab centers in Poland. And she just started doing it on her own a couple of years ago. She found a bat rehabber and had that person mentor her. And all of these bat rehabbers in Poland formed their own network, and they just kept doing this. And now, just a couple of weeks ago, it's been announced that Poland approved their first strictly bat rehab center. It's super exciting. And actually, I'll be in Poland in a couple of weeks, and I'll be talking about that on the Good Bat Neighbor community. But it just goes to show you don't have to have that background. Just get out there, search for people that are like-minded, and have them mentor you, work with them. And in just a couple of years, you can get huge momentum and really get something accomplished. I mean, first one in the country. That's incredible. So, you know, yay Poland.
Yeah.
And yay everybody out there that's helping bats.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, we shall move on to our next and last talk. So if you didn't hear my announcement from a minute ago, I have decided to shorten the event because these technical issues are not getting resolved. And every 5 to 10 minutes, the stream crashes. I have to restart things on my end. It's driving me absolutely crazy. And I am seriously running out of energy right now because I have been dealing with this for 11 hours. So yes, we will be having one more talk from Daniela from Brazil. So Daniela, if you can hear me, you can turn on your video. Yes, you've already done that. And you can share your screen as well. If you haven't done that yet. No, okay. Yep. Okay. Yes, I can see it, and the format's perfect. Okay, so I will just say before I switch back over to you, if the sound drops out like it has been doing every 5 to 10 minutes, I will interrupt you, restart it, and then I'll tell you when you can continue. Okay, it's a terrible solution, but there is currently no other better solution. So I'm very sorry about that, and we shall.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about the importance of fieldwork in conceiving research ideas and a little bit about my fieldwork here in the Amazon. My name is Daniela Bola. You can call me Dani News if you want. I'm from the National Institute for Amazonian Research. It's called INPA here in Brazil, in Manaus, more specifically. And just a quick introduce, I'm a bat biologist, ecologist with more than a decade of experience, especially in the Amazon and Atlantic forest. I've been working in caves all over the country, including Cerrado and Caatinga, which are like Brazilian savannas. And I'm also an environmental consultant working for many things in Brazil. And now in my PhD, I'm interested in how pollution affects bats' health, of course, in the Amazon. So when you think about the Amazon, we think about a very preserved and a very beautiful environment with big rivers and big forests, and everything is green and blue and so abundant, and biodiversity and everything. And when you come to the field here, sometimes the thing is very different. So this is one of the pictures I took in the last field campaign we did in Xingu River here in Pará State in Brazil in the Amazon, with a very big wildfire in a terra firme forest. So this is me working in Xingu River, which is one of the biggest rivers in Brazilian Amazon. And I was doing consultancy for Belo Monte Dam. You probably know that. That's one of the largest hydropower plants in the world. And it's the fifth, and with big dams. And it's, we call it one of the main dams that didn't work in Brazil because it produces small amount of energy. And just for you to understand, we work in the big bend of Xingu River, and there is two big dams. One in the upper side, you can see that, Usina de Belo Monte, and the other in the main dam, which is lower. And in this area, called Big Bend, the water is controlled, the water flow is controlled by the company that runs the dam. So it's very impacted by these water flows, which it is now artificial. So we are monitoring beds there to understand how this water flows affects beds in the rock crevices. So you can see that's an ocean of rocks, and we go there and we search for beds inside these little crevices because the beds are really small. And as you can see, they are inside these crevices, and this one is a small group, but there are others that are like hundreds of beds. So when I started working there, I was searching for those beds and looking at the landscape. And I don't know if you can spot something different in this landscape, but I can tell you two things that I thought was weird. First of all, there is a little lot of sand there, and there is a different color in the river, and there is no physical barrier. You can see that, like, why is this water clear and in the other side it's darker? And when I look at closer to that, I started talking to my assistants and to the guys, like the boat driver and the people from the local community, and they told me it was mercury. So this area that is already impacted by Belo Monte Dam is also very impacted by the mercury, and nobody was studying that because of the illegal gold miners. So we had many times like in the field to talk, and these guys are my assistants and the boat driver, which are indigenous people and the people that lives in the riversides. So they are very cool, and they told me that they were mining there illegally for more than a decade, and nobody studied that so far. So when I came back, I wasn't in my PhD yet. When I came back as a consultant, I started to be very interested in this illegal mining thing. And I started searching for the data that we had in Brazil in the Amazon about does gold illegal mining. And there is a website called Amazon Mining Watch that you can access and see that. And in 2018, we had 2.4 million acres of illegal mining in the whole Amazon. And now last year, we have 5 million acres. So in 6 years, we had doubled the area of gold. Probably most of them is gold illegal mining, but illegal mining. And in Brazil, it's probably due to our government, because of Bolsonaro's government, that gave people, like, allowed people to enter even indigenous land to mining. And it was government from 2019 to 2019 and 2022. Okay. And as I was saying, that's probably because of this government in Brazil, mainly in Brazil. And searching for this gold illegal mining thing, I discovered, talking to the native people, to the locals, that there is a project there from a Canadian company called Belo Sun, which is a mining company for gold. And they are buying people's land there in the Big Bend of Xingu to try to get the permits to mine gold. So after the illegal mining problem, we have the legal mining problem, because these guys are probably moving big mountains of sand and sediment from the river. So the area is already so impacted by the dam, and it's going to be more impacted by an illegal mining and illegal mining now. So this is called Belo San. They have lots of land there. As you can see, there are they don't have the permits to mine there, but they still have many land and many areas. There are like research areas that we don't know what it means. And when you go to the field, we talk to these people, we work with these people that are the locals, the riverside communities, and we noticed that everything that they make a living from is water and the land, their land. So this is a bowl of acai with cassava flour. That's delicious. And that's one of our stakeholders there. That's Mazinho, Senor Mazinho, which is one of the most amazing person in there. And he caught a peacock bass fish for us to eat from the probably very contaminated areas by mercury. So if everything is so close to the water and the water is contaminated, these people are probably very contaminated as well. And when you are there in the field, working with these people and living as they live, because we spend like 1 month with them each year, each six months, it depends on the year. So if the children there, if their animals, their way of life are depending on the environment and depending on this water that's contaminated, what is happening? You know, I started to question myself. And based on this, I noticed that the bats also do that because they eat mainly Ephemeroptera, which are an order of insects that emerge from the water. And that's crazy to go there and sample bats because you put the nets on the crevices, and when the Ephemeroptera starts emerging from the water, the bats emerge from the crevices and they eat like all the Ephemeropteras they can. And when the Ephemeropteras die, they start coming back to the roost. So they are very related. They are closely related to the water too. So searching for that, I found out that there is something in the literature, not big things, but many papers on the literature about the mercury bioaccumulation in bats. So I started thinking about what are the problems that bats can acquire from this contamination. So this is a photo of illegal mining in another river, but each one of those little houses are dredges that takes the soil from the bottom of the river to the machines they have to put. Okay. So I started questioning myself, what are the main impacts of this contamination on the bat health? So we captured many bats in Xingu River and we started took samples from the bats. That's me with Dr. Patricio Rocha, which is one of the biggest bat researchers in Brazil, who is the coordinator of this monitoring project. He's a professor and also a consultant. So these are the mist nets that we put over these crevices. And this seems to be very weird, but it really works. So the bats came out from these crevices and get stuck in the net. And we started seeing that there are many new species in that area that are probably endangered now. This is a Nyctinomops. I don't know if you can see that in the picture. It seems that is the light, but the wing is whitish. That is a part like in the beginning of the forearm, you can see that the part is whitish. It's because it's a new species of Nyctinomops. It's so cool. And probably this species is only there to the best of our knowledge. And I started looking for mercury in insect samples as well. So I put light traps to understand if this contamination is coming from the water they drink, because most of these bats are insectivores, or from the insects. So you can see that we are very successful in catching insects. That's a soup of Ephemeropterus. So that's me in a very healthy environment, as you can see, with lots of stuff that we don't have in Brazil. Things in the Amazon are very complicated, so I just stayed on the ground with all my lab stuff near me and with the bed bags on the bottom of the picture. And we are doing swabs to understand if they are eating, which kind of insects they are eating, and also to understand the microbiome and lots of stuff. And we are taking the hair samples to measure mercury. So that's me again working, and some of these bats emerge from the roost very early. It's like 5:15, this picture, and the bats were already there. So the cool part of the work is that are many cool bats that usually we don't capture in forests here. There is another new species of Paropteryx, that's the Melanoridae, very cool, very small. It's like 4 grams. And Loncorrina aurita. I say it in Portuguese because it's weird for me in English. And Pterozoans, which is an endangered species, at least in Brazil. It is probably it's also a new species because there are people reviewing this species. There's like just one Pteropteryx we have, and it's probably more than one. Also, we have some molluscids that are very cool too. That's Neoplatinumops matogrossensis, which is very small and like a flat bat. It's so cool. And Noctilia obiventris, which is the brother of the fishing bat. And the Nyctinomops macrotis, which is the one of the picture I showed you before. So this is a video of them. As you can see, it's a big group, and this is my favorite. Did you see the video, or should I put it again? Okay. Whoop. I think I have to come back. Nope. Nope. Can I try again? Or okay. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. And so the problem of working in these areas in the Amazon is very cool. The bats are very cool, but sometimes we have to go with the police because you probably know that illegal miners here are very dangerous people. So they have always guns and big boats and powerful engines. So they cross the river very quickly and they kill people, and they entered one of these preserved areas that's a national park, and stole everything basically. This from boats to bikes, from like money, everything. So when you go to the field here, sometimes you have to go like this with people with big guns. And for us, it was like fun, but it's a bit dangerous, you know. This is another area that we work with this mercury stuff. And it's a famous route to access the Yanomami land. You probably have heard that, especially in pandemics, that's indigenous people, that they have I think it's the biggest indigenous land in Brazil. And they started to be killed by these illegal miners because the area that they live is very rich in gold. So this river that we are working also with batching premises is one of the routes they pass to access the Yanomami land. So what I've learned so far working in the Brazilian Amazon and working in these very remote areas with the local people, these traditional communities, indigenous, and also the riverside communities, that spending time in the field is important. Because when I went there to do consultancy for a dam, you know, to evaluate if the water flows affect bats and how it is affecting bats, the bat populations that are there. It's about 10 species. And when I came back home, I was thinking about my PhD and how the other problem that we saw then, that's the illegal gold mining, was affecting bats. So in which way we could tackle that problem. And that bat conservation in the Amazon means a lot more than saving bats, because even though bats are very connected to the water, there is another species that is very connected to the water. That's the human beings that are there. So the local communities, the indigenous and the riverside communities depends on the water as the bats depends on the water. So when you do conservation, when you try to understand a problem before solving it, you can solve a big problem of the whole ecosystem. And this is also, of course, a topic and it's a dream. But with our organisms, like our preferred organisms, studying that, we can try to solve another problems that are affecting people and maybe try to call the attention to bats as not bad things and actually sentinels, you know. And that's it. I think it's a quick talk, not only about science, but about the feelings of being in the field and about my special feelings here in the Amazon. And I hope you liked it, and you can call me whatever you want. And if you have any ideas, any projects, I don't know, you can send me an email or follow me on Instagram and send me a message.
Okay. Thank you so much. Again, apologies for the technical issues. Really interesting talk. I like the sort of broader approach. It's not just about bats, you know, there's lots of things connected to bats, which is very true. Yeah, thank you very much. I am not sure there are any questions, but yeah, they have your contact details if they have any questions. I'm assuming that's okay. They can reach out to you if they have any questions.
No. I stopped sharing here.
Yeah. Okay. All
I
good?
can't see the questions.
Oh, no, I can't see any questions, but I was asking whether they could, because you left your contact details, can they contact you if they have questions?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
Please.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you, yes.
Bye.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Okay, and so that is it for the talks for this event for Bat Appreciation Day 2025. Again, I apologize for cutting the event short. I have to throw my computer through a window or something. because it's just not. Yeah, the tech is not working today. I've been dealing with crashes every 5 to 10 minutes for the last 6 hours, which is just not sustainable. But I would like to thank everyone who joined. I hope you managed to enjoy the talks despite those technical issues. I also want to thank Kelly and Fola for helping me organize this behemoth of an event. They helped me with contacting people, scheduling, all that stuff. The hosting today was all me, but putting an event like this together is no small feat. So thank you to both of you. And thank you all to all the speakers for sharing their work with bats. And I'm hoping that we can make to next year's edition a little bit more successful with fewer technical issues. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good night.